Ladies and gentlemen, so nowadays I see so many people, so many fitness coaches, health coaches, just falling into something I call the commodity trap. Okay. This is pretty much where people, coaches will launch a business, follow very similar steps to other people that look like they're getting good success, right? They'll post on Instagram, they'll do all this volume, they'll, do their cold outreach, they'll run ads, and then they realize that they're always stuck below 10K a month. Maybe they scale their business up, they get a client, they make $5,000 a month, they make $10,000 a month, and then they realize they're stuck in this cycle of always trying to set appointments, always trying to close appointments with a low closing rate, okay? And then realizing, oh, I just need to post more, I just gotta do more volume, and I just gotta keep doing this endlessly, do more volume to make more money, okay? And this is something that I'm gonna be touching on in today's video, okay? So today's video, we're gonna be going over the step-by-step process that I used, okay, to scale to 50K a month, and how I've used to scale several other coaches past 6 figures per month, okay? So if you stick with me here, this is gonna be my longest video ever on YouTube. It's more of a masterclass video. I've also had people who were in the actual Zoom while I was recording it. So this is a recording. So watch this video, take notes. It's gonna be a long banger. Stick with me here. Let's jump into it. Boom. Ladies and gentlemen, so today we have a crazy video. This is gonna be a very long video. This is gonna be my longest video ever actually made. If you're watching the recording or if you are here with me today, we're going to be going through a very long presentation. So I'm going to pretty much share with you how to build a 50K per month online coaching business from scratch. Okay, so who does this apply to? This applies to many different, verticals or segments within the coaching space. You have fitness coaches, you have health coaches, you have, let's say, chiropractic coaches, physiotherapist coaches, specifically pertain to, online space. Okay, a lot of people are in person. They're staying in that in-person grind, which is very respectable, very honorable. I've been there myself. But if you actually want true leverage, a lot of it comes from being online, okay? So what I'm going to share with you today is pretty much my story. And pretty much I'm going to share with you the specific tenets. It's going to be a full webinar, full masterclass, really just diving into the specific facets of market selection, of getting clients, of selling, of picking mechanism, of specific things to get away from what I call the commodity trap and actually being able to scale to 50K per month pretty effortlessly, okay? I'm gonna talk about a variety of topics and that's pretty much it. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat because today we're gonna be going through quite a bit of stuff. We're gonna be going through a lot of things. So if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. We're gonna be going through this together. But if you're watching the recording, leave a comment and then maybe I'll respond and make a video regarding that or etc. Awesome. Okay. So pretty much I went from, this is kind of my previous state. I went from making around 7K a month, 7 to 10K a month to just shy of, around 15K a week, which is about, making around 50K a month. Okay. So here's proof and here's screenshots from my dashboards. Pretty much before, you make 7K a month. This was when I was kind of first, I'm going to get into my story and stuff, but this was kind of when I was, really experimenting with a lot of different things and trying to find what really worked, what led me pretty much to this thesis. Okay. So as you can see here, 4 weeks, this was my first kind of like decent month. As you can see, a plus 486 increase. So the month before this was like, I don't know, 3 or 4K. I hit 7K. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. I'm going to be a millionaire. I thought I was literally on the verge of becoming the next Mark Zuckerberg, right? And then the next month is like 3K. And then maybe you hit 10K next month. It's kind of like this up, down, up, down. If like you look at a stock graph, for example, kind of going up and down, up and down. But in total, you're moving upwards in kind of a linear or hopefully exponential pattern. Okay. This was my first client. I got a 3K PIF. I remember I hit this. I was actually at school at the moment. I was in the lecture hall at school, sitting in the lecture hall. I got an email. I was like, oh, this is probably, some spam mail or some bullshit that I usually get from, things that have gave in my email out to before. Check it, 3K. I'm like, oh my God. This is after like, I'm gonna get into my story and stuff, but I pretty much went from this very commoditized, very working in my business, working really difficult, or working really hard to pretty much this. We're able to make 50K a month by actually working a lot less. Okay, which I'm gonna get into today. Cool, awesome. So pretty much my request from you today, my request from you today, if you're with me here today or if you're watching the recording, is number one, my biggest goal, and this is my goal within business as a whole, is my goal is to create presence through value creation. Okay. So most business owners are kind of really operating out of a level of fear. Okay. They're not really doing things because, you know, they actually truly want to do something or they actually have a desire to do something. They're doing it because they're actually operating more out of fear and they're operating out of a out of a lacking state. Okay. So for example, when I first dropped out of school, I was scared that I wasn't going to make it in life. I was scared that didn't have anything to do. And that fear led me to kind of get into this space. And then about, I want to say a year ago, I had this revelation. I was like, what am I doing? I can't just operate out of fear. A lot of other people will be like, oh, I have to make money because my parents will look down on me or society will look down on me or etc. And they're operating out of fear, which is the wrong way to do it. Our goal is to create presence, to actually live the life that we want to live. Okay. Most people, 9 out of 10 people, have no clue as to why they're actually pursuing something. And this is something that I'm still dealing with myself personally. But if you ask someone, like, what's your goal? Oh, I want to hit 10K a month. Oh, I want to hit 30K a month. It's like, awesome. Why do you want to hit that number? It's like, oh, well, I just kind of want to. It's like, well, why do you want to? It's like, well, I don't know. And it's like, this is the programming of society that's just saying, oh, you have to make more money. It's like, oh, cool, you want freedom. Okay. You'll have more freedom living under a bridge, being homeless, doing whatever you want all day. Okay. So what do you actually want? Okay. And what I've pretty much summed it up to is my goal is to create presence through value creation. So the more value you have, the more money you have, the more self-expression you have so that you can be able to kind of be and do and kind of be who you really truly want. Okay. So if we look at this right here, this is pretty much Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I can zoom in on this, but pretty much what happens is you have psychological safety, love and belonging needs, self-esteem needs, self-actualization needs. Most people are really kind of operating out of, safety and security needs. Okay. And you could see if you take out food and water, you're not worried about love. You're not worried about finding a partner. You're worried about surviving. Okay. Then when you take care of that, you're worried about making money. You're worried about having a level of safety. And then when you have money and you have psychological needs or physiological needs, you're now worried about finding a partner. Okay. So most people are really operating out of a low level of this. And our goal with business and my goal with this presentation is to really show you that you can be and have and express truly what you want to be, which is kind of the ultimate form of freedom, self-liberation, so that you can, really kind of come to the top of the pyramid where maybe less than 1% of the population actually is, okay, and be and do exactly whatever you want, okay? I have clients and people who I know who make a lot of money, they still make money, maybe they automate their business, and then they go to, Rome and they become a DJ, or they move to, Croatia and they, they start a yacht company, or they do really interesting things just because that's kind of how they want to express themselves, because now they have created presence and they're no longer operating out of a sense of fear. Okay, so that's number one. Number two is create mastery and excellence in our business. Okay, so in order to succeed, we're gonna really be you're gonna have to go where not, oh my God, voice crack. You're gonna have to go where 99% of others will not go. Okay, this doesn't necessarily mean working harder or longer hours, but doing different actions to receive different outcomes. At the end of the day, this is a business. This is not a get rich quick scheme. This is not like a side hustle. I know on YouTube and on Instagram and on social media, there are so many people saying, oh, side hustle this, side hustle that. Here's a quick way to make an extra $10,000 a month. with 1 hour a week of work. This is not this at all. Okay. So if you're looking for something like that, if you're looking for a quick thing to make a quick buck, this is not the thing for you. Our goal is to create mastery and excellence and slowly build up to the point where we can make a lot of money sustainably. Okay. Number three, avoid enslaving ourselves to the cash machine. Okay. So this kind of goes back into this as well, but not all businesses are worth pursuing because of the time investment needed to create cash. Okay. There's a lot of people who are working endless hours. There's a lot of people who are, putting all this input in to really not get a lot of output. Look at 75% of the population who's working, let's say, a 9 to 5 corporate level job, or working, let's say, an in-person as an employee. These people are very much so enslaved to the cash machine. Okay. They're working just for cash. They're working just for something that doesn't really exist. Okay. Cash doesn't really exist. A lot of the time, it's just numbers on a screen. Okay. So a lot of the time, people are just kind of pursuing endless things just to pursue endless things, which doesn't really have any level of meaning. Okay. So that's the first 3 points that I want to jump into today. If you're watching this with me, I have a few requests from you today. So number one, okay, pay attention. Instead of just trying to pay attention through elimination. Okay. So instead of adding things to your plate, like, oh, I'm going to have this thing and this thing and this thing, try to take away things. Okay. So if you're here with me today, take your phone, put it out of sight, put it in in another room. Turn on do not disturb. If you have friends around you, if you have family around you, if you have babies around you, tell the babies to be quiet. Put a little Numi in the baby's mouth. Find an environment where you can pay attention, because this is going to be a longer form presentation. This is actually a longer form multi-series webinar. So masterclass webinar. So this is not just going to be, one video. This is multiple videos combined together. Okay. So you're the only one responsible for your successes or failures. You are the one responsible for learning and scaling your business. No one else is. You owe it to yourself to absorb the next couple of hours with me. Okay, cool. So the best and fastest path to reaching what I've outlined above, to hitting 50K a month, is through selling high-ticket packages and programs to very specific segments of the market and reaching what I call 5-pillar resonation. Okay, what 5-pillar resonation is pretty much certain factors within your business, within your coaching business. When you check off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you pretty much achieve this rapid level of growth. Okay. And when you achieve this rapid level of growth, you like everything pretty much clicks out together. All the boxes check out, and you can just pretty much dominate the segment or market that you're in and reach a very fast level of growth, a lot faster than it personally took me to achieve if I knew this when I was starting, because I had to kind of go through this process myself. I had to learn this myself. I had to test a bunch of things. I had to do this. I had to do that. I had to literally spend so many hours and dollars on research and on mentors and on things just to pretty much figure out a system that kind of worked. And then that slowly over time brought me to really understanding the system, which I'm going to share with you today. Okay. So some coaches or influencers online will tell you that you'll just need X mechanism, like ads or a school group, or, you need to just post 1 time a day, or you need a content calendar, or you need this specific thing to get you to X outcome. Okay. When in reality, that's just false. That's just marketing. Okay. From a marketing point of view, if I say that you just need one thing, it's a lot easier to digest. Okay. From a marketing point of view, you just need to drink this water once a day and you'll lose weight. Okay. Instead of saying, hey, you need to do diet, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. Okay. It's a lot easier to market when you're just saying one thing. That's why a lot of people will do it. Okay. On this, I'm going to give you the truth. I'm going to tell you everything that I know. Okay. So we're going to go through the 5 pillars. Number 1, market and sub niche selection. Okay. So this is actually where we're finding a who to sell to and a specific segment and specific vertical of a market to sell to. In coaching, a lot of people will just pick a specific, oh, I'm going to do this. Okay. And they don't really think about it, or they don't even, let's say, select anyone at all. I'm just going to help anyone do anything. Which is totally wrong. Okay. Number two, transformation and hypothesis. So this is where we're going to get into offer creation. We're going to get into the different types of offers that we're going to create, how to uncommoditize our offer so that we can easily achieve 50K a month in terms of value creation. Three, pricing structure, how to price our offers, how to actually go about that, the downfalls, etc. Mechanism selection. So how are we fulfilling on that? How are we actually taking people from a marketing point of view and educating them about our mechanism so that these people understand what they're dealing with, okay, so that it's easier to sell. And then five, acquisition and sales. This is going to be probably probably my favorite part of the presentation, because I'm really going to dive into, like, my background really comes and stems from marketing and sales. I know, because I was a coach before. I did the in-person grind. I did the online coaching grind as well, but I know a lot. I actually have a very big background in terms of paid acquisition, in terms of sales systems, in terms of nurturing systems. And this is really where I'm going to bring out a ton of gems for you guys to absorb. Okay. So for those of you that don't know my story, I'm going to share a little bit about where I came from and kind of how I got to this point. Okay. So initially, so this was quite a while ago at this point, I was in medical school, pretty much studying to become a doctor. Okay. So this was kind of my life before. So I went to school in Canada. So I'm from Canada, I'm from Toronto, but I went to this school, which is about 2.5 hours drive from Toronto. It's 2.5 hours west in Ontario. It's this small town called London, Ontario. Okay. London, Ontario is a great place. It's it's I say great place because it taught me a lot, but it's not a really nice place. Okay. It's always gray, it's always gloomy, and pretty much I was studying to become a doctor. Okay, so here's some photos. This is a photo of liver, because what I would do is, I was so broke at the time, I didn't have that much money. I was spending it all on courses, and I was spending it all on education, or paying for things, that when I went to the grocery store and I went and tried to, like, I would buy food and I'd be like, oh my God, all I can afford is, like, liver, which is like $5, and white rice. So most of my meals at the time were just liver and white rice. Like, that's it. Okay. Liver and white rice. Sometimes I would have ground beef. Ground beef would be cheaper, maybe $5 a pound. I'd get like the big tubes, but that's pretty much all I ate. Okay. Here's a photo of me in one of my lectures. We're talking about biology, guardian of the genome, all this sort of stuff. Okay. So at the time I was quite depressed. I was broke. I even felt like I was just going to end up the same as everyone else. Okay. Everyone was in school, hated what they did, but they were kind of just sacrificing their youth and their 20s to work for the government and make 200 to 300K a year. Okay. So in Canada, the healthcare system is not privatized. So if you're a doctor, you are pretty much technically working for the government. You're working for pretty much the legislation, the province that you fall under. So I was looking around in these classes, and everyone was just like, oh, I'm gonna go to school for 10 years, get a bunch of debt, and then maybe make 200 to 300K a year if I get into medical school, if I sacrifice my entire 20s, and if I sacrifice all of my presence, okay, all of my freedom, just to maybe make 200 to 300K a year working under LED lights all day, doing something that I don't actually enjoy and I get zero fulfillment from. Okay. So because of my utter sadness, I decided to start a business. So this was in the middle of university. So I pretty much, like, I needed kind of a challenge, because school was difficult, but I didn't feel like the grind was really worth the output. So I kind of made this decision with myself. I was like, okay, I'm going to try to do something. Okay. I need to try something, because let's say I can get a business to maybe 5K a month, or let's say I can get a few clients, just a few clients, then I can actually, like, show myself, because I wasn't trying to prove it to anyone else. I was trying to prove it to myself that I could actually maybe have a small level of proof of concept, so that I could maybe escape school. Okay. So pretty much what I decided to do is start a fitness coaching business, because of my past with training and working out. Okay. So here's some photos from when I first kind of started training and working out. This was a while ago. I was about 160 pounds, 155-ish, and I was quite lean. I had like kind of, you can kind of see my back. I had a little bit of scoliosis because I was kind of skinny. But I had a decent foundation. Okay. And then I buzzed my head. I was like, okay, I gotta get jacked. This was way before I didn't want to. This is way before I wanted to start a coaching business. This is, when I was just first starting in fitness, buzzed my head, and then I kind of blew up. So I started taking creatine, started going to the gym religiously. And I remember initially what it was is like this was when I was like maybe 17, 18, and a girl broke my heart. I was so sad. I was like, oh my God, I gotta get jacked. Every gym guy, or if you're listening to this and you're a coach and you're big and jacked and strong, it's like, no one just starts the gym just to be healthy. Everyone starts because I feel like, you know, most people, it's just like maybe there's some pain or there's an event that happened. And for me, it was, girl broke my heart. I need to get jacked. Okay. So that's pretty much what I did. I went from this, these were my past photos. And then this was maybe like 2, 3 months later, I shot up. This was like, I was 175, 80 pounds. And then I pretty much went from that to a lean. So this and this are the exact same weight. This photo and this photo are the exact same weight. So this was probably 2 years into my training. And this is when I did my first show. Okay. So this was in Toronto. I did men's physique, I did classic physique, and I pretty much blew up very quickly. I pretty much went from this to 205 pounds. I bulked up, and then I cut back down to about 175, 180, did a show. Okay. And then I was like, oh my God, I'm so jacked. Like I said up here, I was so jacked and you start a business. And then I just pretty much started to post. Okay. I started posting on TikTok. So I scaled my TikTok to a few thousand, had a few videos that blew up. And my original thesis was kind of just to post, one time a day. So as you can see here, I had a video, 1.7 mil, 287K. I had a few videos that blew up. And what I did is I posted one time a day. And what I did is the thesis that I followed is I literally forced myself to post. Okay. I continually posted and I continually posted. And I tried, excuse me, I tried to get some sort of audience that would pay me money on behalf of programming or, something like that. That's kind of why, like, that was my original thesis. I was like, I'm just going to post into the ether, and then maybe some people will pay me money eventually. But in reality, I kind of had zero idea what I was doing. I was just kind of endlessly posting. Okay. And I just continually posting, especially when I didn't feel like it. And because I knew if I had the discipline with the gym, that it would directly translate into business. It would directly go, oh, I have this discipline with the gym. I go to the gym every day and I got success with the gym. I'm just going to apply that same level of discipline to business and I'm going to just make money. Okay. And I was dead wrong. Okay. I'll tell you why. So I vividly remember sitting at my desk and going through my phone. Okay. I was checking how many videos I posted and I was looking at the photos of me or the videos of me flexing in the mirror. And I was like, oh my God, I look so good, and I was like, oh my God, a few of these went viral. And I felt so good in the moment. I was like, wow, I'm so cool. I have a few good posts and they look so cool. And then I asked myself this one question. I'm like, how much have I made from this in the past 6 months? Like in the past 6 months, how much have I made from posting every day for the past 6 months? And the answer was zero. I made $0. Okay. And then I was like, okay, if I've been doing this for 6 months, posting religiously, am I just going to just get a client that's going to pay me $2,000 on the, on the 7th month? No. Right. So that kind of was a big reality check for me. Okay. And then from there, I realized I just didn't know what I didn't know. So I started investing in courses and I started to try to balance, courses and schoolwork. And I kind of just stopped posting. I was like, okay, I'm not going to make money just posting endlessly. So in the matter of 3 months, I pretty much invested over 10K into courses with money I basically did not have. Like I basically had $0. Like I had maybe a few $100s in the bank account, but loans, parents, all that sort of stuff. Invested over 10K into courses. I found ways to get around it as well with pirating some courses. That's kind of what I did as well. And finding loopholes to try to get courses, investing money, doing all that sort of stuff. And I grinded courses. I was like, okay, I'm going to put my head down and learn. And because of my concentration on my business, I was skipping classes and my grades were suffering. Okay. I was barely passing. I had like a 50, 60% average. It was horrid. Okay. In comparison to the previous year where, I had a 95% average, I was like one of the best in my class. I was like acing everything. Okay. To 50, 60%. That was like kind of a massive reality check. But all of my energy was pretty much going into my business. And the more I learned about it and the more I saw my future, the more I saw myself making money with coaching, and the more I saw myself living a lifestyle outside of school, the less interested in school I got and the more energy I allocated into scaling. Okay. I would literally go to class and I'd be working on my business. So this is a photo of me in my lab. And I remember this lab, I took a photo because this lab, it's funny. This is what I did. So I went to class. I went to my lab and I pulled out my laptop. I started doing my work. I was listening to whatever. I was doing work, whatever. And all the kids were doing the work. And I remember almost failing this lab specifically. And I was I was like trying to find other people and like selling my classmates on giving me their answers. And it was, it's just like a scrape by sort of thing. I don't remember any of it, but it was just, I was like, I just have to scrape by. Okay. I was so consumed with learning. Okay. And then what happened after that is pretty much after taking courses and buying some stuff online, I started to do cold outreach. So I pretty much then, instead of posting an hour a day and doing all that stuff, I started doing outreach. So I did an hour a day of pure cold outreach. And after 6 months or so, I signed my first client. Okay. So I got, like I showed you up there, I signed my first client. It was a $3,000 client. And that was an amazing feeling. That was like one of the best feelings, like the amount of dopamine I got from that after doing that for 6 months. Okay. 6 months. It was like it was probably like five and a half. But I signed, it was like an hour a day religiously of doing this. But the difference between this and posting is I actually was getting meetings and I actually had things that I was improving on instead of just like blindly posting. Okay. I signed my first client for $3,000 and I was sitting in my lecture. I was sitting in a lecture that looked exactly like this right here. And I was sitting and I got an email on my phone. I'm like, oh my God, what is this email? Is this another spam email? Boom. No, it was my first client. Okay. Felt amazing. I turned to my girlfriend at the time. I was like, I was sitting with her. I was like, oh my God, look, I just made $3,000. I showed it to her. And the first thing she said to me, she's like, she looked at me confused. She's like, is this legit? Are you scamming people? I'm like, oh my God, what do you mean? And I was kind of like heartbroken that she said that, but then I was like happy that I made 3K, whatever. So I did that. And then after this win, I literally stopped working out for like 2 weeks and I was in like this celebration mode. I went out with my girlfriend at dinners. I bought a new laptop. I went on a trip to Mexico. And this was not like, I didn't really like 3K is not a lot, but I just felt like it was like $8 million at the time. Okay. This is a photo of me in Mexico, and this was in Cancun in the hotel room, flexing the legs in the underwear. Cool. Okay. And I literally spent all the money I made in like 2 weeks. This was even before I got the payout. Like I was just like spending credit cards like crazy. Okay. So I did that. And then after getting that first win, I was like, okay, I can do this. I see how this is operating. I see that I can, if I made 3K, I can make 10K. 0 to 1 is the hardest jump. 0 to, even if it's $1, that's the hardest jump. Okay. And I did that. I went 0 to $3,000 on one deal. I can do this. Okay. So I saw my first client in February of that year. And the same year in May, I hit my first ever 7K month. Okay. I didn't even realize I hit 7K. I signed a few clients and then I checked my bank account or my Stripe or whatever payment processor I was using. And I was like, oh my God, I hit 7K. Holy crap. And I was like really happy about that. And then pretty much what happened is my school ended in May of that year for the summer break. And I told myself that within these 4 months, so this was in May. Okay. So I hit it in May. And my school was ending that same month in May. So I told myself that within these 4 months, so from May until September, which was the summer break, that I'll see how much money I make and then decide if I want to return to school in the fall. Okay. Because if let's say, in these 4 months, I don't make any money, then that's going to suck. Okay. So what I did is I grinded that entire summer. I took more courses. I invested in myself even more, and I grinded and grinded and grinded. And then in August, a month before I was supposed to return to school, I hit a 17K month. Okay. This was after I started to understand, the process and actually begin to apply the 5 pillars that I'm obviously going to get into later in this presentation. And then I ended up buying a Rolex, which I'm actually wearing right now. I don't know if this can, it's a, it's a decent Rolex. Very cool Rolex. I ended up buying a Rolex, dropping out of school, and just kind of not returning. Okay. So this is a screenshot, as you can see on the board, 9,300 that I processed 7 through PayPal and e-transfer. We have e-transfer, something in Canada where you send money through email and like a text message. And I did that. So that was amazing. That was like a crazy feeling. Here's a photo of the Rolex that I got. Amazing feeling. Okay. Did that, dropped out of school, and I, just didn't return. People were like, "Oh, are you coming to school? Oh my God, are you coming to school?" Right. So now I'm dropped out of school. I'm staying at home. Okay. I'm still in London, Ontario, because my lease did not expire for another year. So I was stuck there from September, which was at the time school started, all the way until May. So it was like 9 months. Okay. My lease didn't expire. I was still paying rent. So I was stuck there. Okay. Um, and if you guys know much about London, Ontario, I'll pull this up for you guys right now. But London, Ontario crime rate is like one of the highest crime rates. And I don't even know if it's very high. Okay. London, Ontario is one of the most dangerous cities in North America by like, it's like top 10 in North America, which is crazy. It's an okay place because it's taught me a lot, but it's a very bad place to live long term. Okay. It's gloomy, it's bad, the weather sucks. And it was horrible. Okay. And I was living here for another year. Okay. So here's a photo of my house at the time, gloomy as hell. There's my car up front. And for the entire year, I put my head down religiously and worked in research. I kept refining my process and eventually discovered this process with all of these unique insights that I'm about to share with you here. Okay. I honestly remember going to school. I remember waking up, and this was the first morning that school started. All of my friends were going back to school. All of my friends were, posting on their Snapchat stories or on their Instagram stories of them back in the lecture hall. "Oh my God, Jamie, it's been all summer. I haven't seen you. How are you?" All that sort of stuff on Snapchat, on social media. And I was stuck in my house researching online courses to try to make more money. Okay. And I felt so lost. I was like, what am I doing with my life? What am I doing? Okay. I felt so stuck. I felt so lost. Okay. But it kind of lit a fire under me to want to continue to keep going. Okay. And then that led me to making 50K in 30 days. A lot of my smart, not hard work paid off, and I was able to endlessly shoot up in revenue. So this is a big thing. So a lot of my smart work paid off, not hard work. Okay. Which I'm definitely going to jump into in this presentation. Okay. So all in all, I hated what I was pursuing, and I felt like it just wasn't meant for me. I felt like the universe had more in store for me. I had less than $5,000 to my name. I started a fitness page and started posting religiously on TikTok, making short form content, which I signed 0 clients with. I was actually helping some people for free because I had no confidence in my sales ability or confidence to even charge money at all or even ask for money. "Hey, can you give me $500? Like, I just didn't have that confidence that what I was offering was legit. So then I started to follow the 5 tenets. And actually, I didn't really start to follow the 5 tenets. I learned what the 5 tenets were first and focused heavily on finding specific clients in high leverage markets to sell expensive programs and packages too. I actually went against a lot of the conventional wisdom and disobeyed a lot of what my mentors were telling me to do at the time. Okay. I spent 90% of my time researching and absorbing data sets and building this thesis on how to scale. Okay. So I spent so much of my time and this is the thing, conventional wisdom is trash. So all of the stuff that you see online and even on YouTube, even if maybe you're watching this on YouTube or if you're watching it with me live, a lot of the conventional wisdom and conventional data sets and theories are just plain wrong, because if everyone's doing one thing, then that one thing isn't like going to work anymore. If everyone's doing X and you come in and just do X, you're just going to be another person doing X, getting the same X. Okay. But if you come in and do Y, it's going to be massively different. So I pretty much figured out this theory by disobeying a lot of wisdom that was being preached to me. And I was able to scale to a decent point. So here's a few photos. This is me not trying to, I'm not trying to flex at all. I'm just trying to show you that I've been able to enjoy the fruits of my labor a little bit. This is me in another trip to Playa del Carmen, Mexico. This was quite recent. This was a few months ago. Mexico. Here's my vehicle. I have a X5M. Here's me in Miami with really good friend named Shem. I've actually done a podcast with him on my YouTube. He's a high ticket closer. This guy closes like 300K a month just in sales. Crazy stuff. Also in Miami on a rooftop, early morning sunset, getting a little swimming. But all in all, I live a pretty frugal lifestyle. I don't particularly enjoy spending money just for the sake of it, but I've indulged in a few trips and experiences over the past couple months. Okay, for sure. You definitely have to do that. Okay, so that's kind of my story, kind of how I went from this point. I just felt like college wasn't for me, scaled the business up, started going, and now I still have way more to go in terms of sales and scaling, but this is kind of the point that I've gotten to today. Okay, so my goal with you today is to give you logical proof that if you're running a coaching business that is using this system, that this is the only way to scale past 10 to 20K per month. Okay. Number two, I'm trying to give you clarity on exactly how to select markets, how to create offers, how to price these offers, how to create mechanisms, and how to use the best acquisition system pretty much in the market right now, because the best acquisition system is always changing and it's very subjective. Okay. I'm going to give you the best acquisition system to scale effortlessly. Okay. In today's market. And then number three, I'm going to offer you the opportunity to implement this within your coaching business that took me several years to validate and pretty much build from scratch. We're going to get to it a lot later in the presentation. Okay, cool. So topics, let's jump into it. So pretty much right now, there is something called the traditional lever. And this is what I was talking about up here in terms of the commoditized, everyone doing the same thing. Where is it? Right here, conventional wisdom. Everyone's doing the same thing. Everyone's getting the same results. Okay. So around the time of COVID, hundreds of thousands of in-person coaches, gym owners, or people who simply had fitness experience all flooded into the online space. Okay. So many of them flooded into the online space. Thousands, if not millions of people began posting online. They began running ads or trying to push people into a coaching offer. Okay. Like, I don't think you realize this. When all of the in-person stuff shut down and when all of these hundreds of thousands of in-person businesses shut down during COVID, everyone just went online. Okay. And since 2021, this number has only increased as we've seen more people year after year flood into this space. Okay. You see people like, for example, they go to the gym, all these gym influencers are blowing up. People are just like, oh, I want to get jacked. They go to the gym, and then the next step is always just a post on Instagram of their physique. And then that leads to coaching. And then it's just like more people, it's getting more and more competitive. Okay. And then you don't even get me started on supplementation like Ozempic. That's just blowing up even more because more people are getting fat. It's crazy. Okay. So due to the surge of competition, the market has become increasingly selective. Okay. The market's process of selection mimics the exact processes we see in nature. Okay. So for example, if you have a variety of mice, so you have white mice and black mice, and then you have a hawk, which is the selective force, the predator. And the hawk only can see, let's say, the black mice because the white mice camouflage into the background. Over month one, month two, month three, you're going to see that the hawk is only going to take out the black mice. Okay. This is not being, I know it sounds bad, black mice, white mice, but you get the idea. Okay. So month one, month two, he's taking out the black mice in this population, in this ecosystem. And then by month three, you only have the winning population of just pure white mice. And using this example above, we can see the variation of white and black mice in month one. And then month after month, we witness that the eagle or the hawk or whatever it is can only spot the black mice. After month three, we can see a full population of only white mice and not black mice. The same thing happens in the fitness market. Same thing. Whenever there's an increase in variation, COVID, people coming in, posting religiously, like what I did, all that sort of stuff, okay, or simply more competition in a market or environment, the market will quickly select the best positioned participants, okay, leaving an 80% failure rate for fitness providers who aren't able to adapt. Okay, this is a statistic. So if you launch a fitness business, this is a statistic. A fitness business has an 80% failure rate after its first year in business. 80%. Take that in. 80%, which is nuts. Okay. And right now we're operating in something called a red ocean. There are thousands of different participants in today's market, with the number only increasing. Okay. So there's so many people coming in and failing. 80% are failing. And because of this, we're seeing something called the Pareto principle in the market. This principle states that only 20% of the inputs lead to 80% of the outputs. I'm going to get into this a little bit later, but you're going to see something. This is pretty much what's happening in the market. Okay. So for example, we can see in this exact principle in the fitness industry, where only 20% of the fitness businesses, coaches, influencers, brands, etc., will produce 80% of the market output. So the market share, the market cap. And this means that out of every 10 businesses within the space, only 2 will actually be successful. Okay. So 20% of the businesses, so the top businesses, will produce 80% of the market output. So off of the jump, you're already working at a deficit in today's day and age. Okay. And this is just like the reality of today's market. It's becoming so selective. It's getting so competitive. And it's just at this point right now where it's just, in order to survive, in order to win, you have to be doing different things, and you cannot be one of these black mice who just gets taken out all the time. Okay. So therefore, most coaches and brands are in something called a commodity trap. So this is what I call the number one mistake keeping you from scaling, which is called the commodity trap. This is when a business simply tries to solve every problem in their business by just doing more volume with the system they already have. In this case, volume will not solve the issue. It will most likely just make it worse. Okay, so this is a very big point. Does anyone have any questions at this point? Yeah, so pretty much, just to answer your question, the question was regarding volume. So pretty much what happens is, if you're working with a bad system, or if you're working, let's say you have a bad car, for example, if you just, let's say the car's engine is broken, if you just keep trying to put more gas in the tank, you're not going to get anywhere. Okay. It's not the volume or doing more that's going to solve the issue. It's actually the process in itself. Okay. Falling into something I call a commodity trap. Okay. So to give you an example and to show you how this works, I'm going to run you through it right here. Okay. So there's this trend online that has been accepted as a fact by many online gurus and coaches, telling you that you simply need to get on Instagram or TikTok and just start posting. No mind to offer, no market, no selecting markets, or any sort of leverage. Okay. You then look at some of the bigger fish in the market and see guys with hundreds of thousands of followers living this lavish life in Dubai, and you immediately think that you need to follow a similar path to them. Okay. When you spend all your time working in posting, lighting, scripting, etc., doing all this stuff, posting, making your posts look so good, you forget that prospects don't actually care about the size of your audience or how jacked or interesting you may be. They don't care about these things. Okay. And then you forget to actually build a sustainable business model that can support larger ticket customers, a team, employees, finding good talent, selecting good talent, finding markets that are actually scalable, okay, and then creating a valuable mechanism that can be sold on a mass scale, okay? You don't pay much mind to the back end and also follow a similar program based on fulfillment system with bad clients and high churn, okay? So you follow this like, oh, I'm going to sell you a program, fulfillment system, and you have bad client results, high churn, okay? But you just keep following this process, doing more volume, posting, kind of like what I did before, all the way up there. Yep. Okay, I'm not going to scroll all the way up, but doing that same process, posting. I see everyone else with this massive audience just posting, and I just need to post and do more volume with the system I already have. But what is the thesis? In this case, volume will not solve the issue. It will most likely just make it worse. Okay. So what happens with this is you get a few paying clients and maybe scale to 5 to 10K a month with your current systems. Okay. You then believe that the only way to scale to 20 or 30K a month would be to just do more volume with the current system you already have. I just got to keep posting. Okay. So this is what happens. Like I see this all the time. This is like the biggest downfall. This is the biggest curse. It happens all the time, especially in the coaching space online. Oh, I just got to post. They post, they see everyone else, they worry about posting, and then they don't actually, they forget that they're building a business and they actually have to select markets. They have to create valuable mechanisms and actually try to sell to specific segments of the market. So many other factors come in. Okay. And then even worse is instead of just failing all together and not getting any paying clients, they maybe scale to 5 to 10K a month, make a little bit of money with their current systems, and then they think to themselves, oh, in order for me to get to 5 to 10K a month to 20K a month, then I'm just going to have to post even more. I'm just going to have to keep posting and do more volume. And that's not the case ever. Okay. So it's just like, it's so backwards. It's so backwards. Okay. Because honestly, I would rather you make $0 than 5 to 10K a month because you get that taste and then you're like, oh, I just got to keep making more. Because if I did what I still do to this day, if I still was doing the cold outbound that got me to 7K a month, then I would not be at the position that I am today in order to make 50K a month. Okay. So this entire process can be summed up by simply trying to make a car go faster by just adding more gas to the tank. Mere volume will not solve the problem and give you any sort of asymmetric returns. Because what we're looking to do is we're hoping to get asymmetric returns. We're not hoping to put like what are symmetric returns? Symmetric returns would be I work 90 hours a week and I make $40 an hour. Okay. If I work another hour, I get another $40. Okay. That is asymmetric return. It's very linear. We're hoping to get asymmetric returns. We're hoping to put in 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours a day of work and make 50K a month. Okay. How are you supposed to do that? By just doing more volume with a bad system. You see how that doesn't make sense? Okay. The thesis that I have with my 5-pillar system and the commodity trap is centered around working less and being in a position to receive asymmetric returns on your investment. So your investment can be a time investment, your investment can be a dollar investment. On your investment, you're hoping to take that initial investment and make much more leverage returns on your initial investment. Okay. So for example, I was actually once talking with this prospect that spent, her name was Veronica. She spent Thursday, Friday, all day singularly posting. She spent like, I remember she told me her schedule, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, other stuff. And then Thursday and Friday, so the last 2 days of the week, she would spend 12 hours scripting, lighting, pump up, whatever, filming, editing, so that she can post her content for the week. And her name was Veronica. And I remember her specifically crying with me on the phone. She was stuck at 6K a month for the past 2 years. Okay. Everyone she talked with told her that she just needed to post more. Just keep posting more volume. Just do more volume. You got to post more. Oh, you're only posting once a day? Why don't you post 3 times a day and then you'll hit 10K a month? Okay. You just got to scale your audience and you'll eventually hit 10 or 20K per month. Okay. And like she was so, I remember this specifically. She was so sad with me. She was like really sad because imagine being 2 years working and doing the same thing and just saying you got to do more volume and do more volume and scale your audience to make 6K per month. Like it's just sad. Okay. And also if you're watching this, you don't understand how many fitness coaches or health coaches I've talked to with hundreds of thousands of followers. Okay. Like hundreds of thousands of followers who are stuck below 10K per month. Okay. I was actually on a call with, this was quite recently. Guy slid into my DMs. She's like, hey man, I've been watching your YouTube a little bit. I'm like, cool. What can I do for you? Checked his Instagram. This guy, 600,000 followers, 600,000 followers on Instagram. A lot of engagement, all that sort of stuff. And I was on the call with him. I was like, hey man, how much are you making? He's like, oh, I make between 7 to 8K a month. I'm like, whoa, right? So if you're watching this right now and you're a fitness coach and you're thinking, oh my God, I just got to keep posting more. I got to keep doing more volume and I got to scale my audience to 100,000 followers. That's not the case. And I could list you 5 to 10 other examples of people just like this with 100,000, with 200,000, with 300,000 followers on Instagram who are stuck below 10K a month and they're working their ass off and they're not making any money and they think that they just got to keep posting more or build their audience on Instagram, and it's just not the case. It is, but it's not going to lead specifically to that outcome with the system they have. Okay, they're following similar popular tactics, and several others are well. Okay, all in all, in this case, volume will not solve the issue. It will most likely just make it worse. Okay, so before I dive into the specifics of how you can scale without this process above, I want to share from some of the people who have validated this theory that I have learned from. Okay, so number one, Nick Cosman. So this guy is an absolute legend. He's actually from the Toronto area. He went to Queen's University, graduated as an engineer. I pretty much took his course. I don't think he really had a course. He kind of had a process, a coaching process that I followed as well as several others. He pretty much graduated as an engineer. Graduated as an engineer. He worked in door-to-door sales. And then he started doing marketing and sales for SaaS companies. So he's like, okay, I'm a salesman. Now I'm going to start trying to sell it. And then he turned that protocol into something called salesprocess.io and generated over $20 million over COVID, which was crazy. Okay. He pretty much spent thousands of hours focusing on creating product market fit and validating his system. And he did not have millions of followers, and he scaled aggressively. Okay. He focused heavily on finding gaps and demand rather than just forcing content. Okay. He took the smart approach and actually focused on, he was a very large, he was a large person in me creating the 5-pillar system. Okay. If he stayed in a low leverage model such as marketing and sales, he would not have scaled to $20 million. Okay. So he followed the same system that I'm about to share with you guys that I actually learned. I learned from him and I learned from a few other people. But here's an example that just doing more with the system, if he just stayed in door-to-door sales or if he just stayed doing marketing and sales, then he wouldn't have actually scaled. Okay. Next is Serge Guittari. This guy's also from Canada. Very interesting guy. 33,000 subscribers, which is not a lot. You may be looking at that. Oh my God, that's not a lot. Even me, I don't have a lot of followers. I have like what, 700 subscribers on YouTube. I don't have a lot, but I make way more than a lot of people with 70,000 subscribers on YouTube, right? So this guy started an agency done for you and scaled it to 30K a month. He closed his agency and went all in on consulting. And then he scaled to over 600K a month. He focused heavily on gathering unique insights and creating a valuable mechanism in backend. If he simply did more volume with his done for you agency, so, I'm just going to keep doing volume. I'm just going to keep doing volume, keep doing that same thing. He would not have made near the same amount of money. Okay. So I hope this is kind of making sense. Like if all of these people just did the same volume with the same system or more volume with the same system, they would not have made any money. Okay. So both of these mentors of mine focused on the highest leverage opportunities and focused on something called leverage to become uncommoditized and different. They simply didn't just simply focus on more volume with bad systems, a bad market, or a bad offer and mechanism. Okay. So these people all, and I could list you a few other mentors as well, they went through this process, right? And instead of just doing more volume, they thought smartly and actually did things a little bit differently. Okay. So does anyone have any questions at this point, or does this kind of all check out? Awesome. Okay. Let's keep going here. Okay. So what is the system? What is the secret to scaling? Okay. So I've talked a lot about, just doing more volume. Oh, you just got to keep doing more volume to scale. If volume is not the answer, then what is? Okay. So I'm going to share that with you here. And the secret to scaling is something called leverage. Okay. So just give me 2 seconds. I'm going to put in a Zin. Okay, cool. So the secret to scale is something called leverage. Okay. So this right here is something called an input to output mechanism. Everything in life is an input to output mechanism. When you realize that everything in life is an input to output mechanism, you will understand leverage. So what happens, any example, just someone give me an example. Okay. Like just anything in day-to-day life, like losing weight. Okay. We'll do losing weight. So losing weight, you have inputs. Let's say inputs are going to the gym, moving more, supplements, sleeping better, and uh, diet, eating less. Okay, those are your inputs. You input those inputs into a process that you perform, and then you get an output, which is losing weight and looking better, better social life. I don't know. You look good, girls like you more, whatever. Okay, and that is the input to output process. So everything in life you do, not just in business, has an output on your input. Even if there is no output, that is still an output itself. So, for example, like what I said before, if I post continuously, that's my input on TikTok, input, post, with no output, zero output, then that output of nothing is the output itself. Okay. So, example, input is you go to the gym every day for an hour, you eat clean foods. Your output is you are healthier and you look more aesthetic. Okay. Number two, input is you put 1 hour into reading a book on sales. Output is you close 1.2 times more deals for every hour you do. So if I do 2 hours, 1.4. Okay. Stacked. Okay. So this is just two examples of millions, but everything has an input to output process. Your business has an input to output process. So everyone and their mother understands that there is an input and output mechanism with everything that you do. Business, health, life, dating, etc. But what people do not realize is that the richest people in the world did not just do more inputs than you to simply make more money as an output. Okay? They didn't work harder than you. They weren't grinding when you were sleeping. Okay? They weren't taking cold showers and focusing on a morning routine to start their days. Okay? They were looking for asymmetric returns on their input to output ratio. They were looking at this and saying, okay, if I want this output of 100K a month or a $100 million business, okay, how do I reverse engineer this? What inputs do I have to put in to get that specific output? And how can I do that in asymmetric returns? Because if I'm on a one-to-one lever of one input, 1 hour worked equals 40 hours, I just got to do more input, you're not going to scale. That is not asymmetric. Okay. So for example, observe the first class lever in physics. Archimedes says, give me a lever long enough and I can control the world. Okay. What does he mean by that? What does he mean? He means that with enough leverage, he can do anything. Okay. So this is the first class lever. You have your input, which is effort, and you have your output, which is force that is contracepted on the other end. Okay. And if you change the fulcrum, the distance of the fulcrum, you can get less output or more output based on your input. Okay. So with the simple placement of the fulcrum, the force generated from the same effort can 100x the force that is generated on the other end, which is the output. This is actually pretty much a little article regarding levers, but simple machines pretty much make work a lot easier. Okay, so if you actually look at how levers work in physics, because physics directly correlates to business. Okay, it's the same thing. Okay, if you pretty much the mechanical advantage, which is leverage itself, it equals the distance from the load to fulcrum divided by the distance from effort to fulcrum. Okay, so in first class with a first class lever, which is this, which I just showed you guys. Okay, the fulcrum is located between the load and the effort, and when you move this fulcrum, if I move this fulcrum even more to the right, you're going to get more load on the other end. Okay. So in physics, I would urge you, take a look into what mechanical advantage is, what leverage is, because that same leverage that you're wanting to get in your business already exists in physics, and you just need to figure that out. You just need to apply that same lesson in physics to your business, and you will get the same output. Okay. So in reality, what most people are doing is exactly what I focused on above. They will solely focus on the input that is being put into the system with little to no regard on the system that will be generating the outputs. For example, let's say for every hour you work, you make roughly $100, with a maximum hours worked per day being 24, because there's only 24 hours in a day. You can't work 25 hours a day. That means you are capped, hypothetically, at $2,400 a day, which is decent money, okay? Which will solely be tied to the amount of hours you put in. There will be no instance where you put in 2 hours and make $5,000 from these 2 hours of input. Doesn't exist. Does not exist. Okay? That doesn't exist. So our goal is to escape this input to output process and find an input to output process where we can put in minimal input, less volume instead of more volume to get more output, which is leverage in itself. How can we move this fulcrum, okay, in your business to keep the effort the same or even reduce the effort to get more load, okay? Because more effort's not going to make or break you. It's most likely the placement of that fulcrum that is generating the leverage, okay? And this is kind of a screenshot, okay? So, for example, you have hours of work, you have outreach, you have money, things that are limited that you can input into a system in terms of effort, okay? And with no lever or fulcrum, with no leverage, okay, that effort is going to stay on a multiplier of 1 to 1, okay? So most people are operating without any leverage and are tightly bound to limiting factors. Limited factors times 1 equals 1. So, for example, hours of work, 10 hours a day, you do this much outreach a day, or you have this much money, and you put it into a system without leverage, you are operating on limited factors, okay, times 1 will only equal 1, okay? Only equal 1. So 1,000,000 times 1 is just 1, okay? But 1 times 1,000,000 leverage is the same output, okay? Do you see how much of a difference that leverage or that fulcrum, placement of that fulcrum creates? So if you do have leverage, these become less important, and this becomes more important to lead to the same output, which is revenue, okay? So leverage in itself, I'm going to highlight this. This is very important. Leverage in itself is your market times your offer times your acquisition channel times your mechanism. Okay. And you can even put, I'm also going to put in plus pricing strat. Okay. Which is also pretty much kind of included in the offer, which are the 5 tenets equal leverage. Okay. Yes. Acquisition channel posting. Yes. That alone can maybe get you to 5 to 10K a month, but that is limited inputs that you can only have so much of. Putting into effort into a system that has no leverage, good luck of getting more. Okay. So that's the thing. Okay. That's a little lesson on leverage, because I went so long in my business operating on a 1-to-1 lever. Oh, I'm just going to do more input. I'm going to do more cold outreach. I'm just going to do cold outreach for an hour a day and maybe make 7K a month. But that didn't get me to 30K a month. That didn't get me to 40. Like that doesn't help you scale. You have to work on a different lever. Okay. So I'm going to get into a little bit about the mindset of more volume, because this is the thing. We live in something called we live in like kind of like a grind economy. It's just like an outwork economy. And all these guys out there are saying, oh, I work more than you. Okay. And they use it as a flex. And this is the thing with the gym community and the health community, because a lot of you guys, let's say you're watching this and you go to the gym and you built your physique. You probably built that physique on a lot of hard work. And I commend you for that. I did 2 shows, bodybuilding shows myself, and they were not easy walks in the park. They were massively difficult. Okay. But within the gym community specifically, everyone is talking about outworking you. I'm going to outwork you. And on social media, work is glorified. Okay. So nowadays, there's such a massive emphasis on the amount of hours you work or the amount of inputs you do. I post 5 times a day. I'm better than you. Or I work 12 hours a day and you only work 4. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you long term in business. I'm just going to outwork you. Or I will just outwork you. I know The Rock says that. Oh, I just outwork you. I'm up at 5 a.m. I'm in the gym. I'm going to outwork you. Okay. Who else? That car salesman, Andy Elliott. Oh, I'm harder than you. I'm going to outwork you. Okay. And you could see the media and popular gurus online will preach that hard work will just solve the issues within your business and that you need to just do more volume. Andrew Tate, Grant Cardone, work harder, grind. I make more money than you. I grind harder than you. Okay. Grant Cardone with the 10X rule. This is such a, I like Grant because he's made a lot of money. He's done very well for himself. But in his book, the 10X rule, he basically just says, if you want 10X the output, just do 10X the input. And if you look at this strategy, sure, that logistically will lead to more output. But those factors are limited. What are you saying? If I work 12 hours a day, work 1,200 hours a day or 120 hours a day, okay? Just 10X my input and you'll get a 10X on output. Sure, that makes sense. But we're actually trying to find a little bit of leverage so that we don't have to do that, okay? So from a mindset perspective, this is actually a coping mechanism for fear, okay? Most people do not actually want to expend mental capital into thinking and analyzing their systems from an outside perspective, outside the box perspective, okay? People are very comfortable doing the systems they've already done, okay? Because our brains will always take the path of least resistance, our brains will actually find it easier to just work harder on things that we are familiar with rather than sitting and actually doing something unconventional. There's actually a quote from Andrew Tate, okay? Andrew Tate himself, and he says, it's actually more difficult to sit, okay, with a blank piece of paper or a blank Google document and make a plan to leave your job and make money on yourself, by yourself, than to actually go and do your job that you hate, okay? So, and I totally agree with that, okay? It takes a lot of mental capital into thinking and analyzing their systems from an out-of-the-box perspective. So most people, oh, I'm just going to do more volume. It's comfortable to do more volume. No crap. It's so comfortable. Oh, I'm just going to work harder, okay? I'm just going to keep working, okay? And even Naval Ravikant, who's one of my mentors, I'm going to get into him a little bit later, he talks all the time in his book, in his tweets. You can't get rich by working hard, period. You need leverage, okay? So I hope that makes sense because a lot of people use this as a sense of comfort. Oh, I'm just going to keep working hard. I'm going to work. And sure, after working a 12-hour day, it feels amazing because you go to bed, you feel like you've accomplished something, but what are you really accomplishing? To make 5K a month, right? Cool. Okay. So how do we gain leverage? How do we actually apply this leverage? Okay. So I'm going to talk about something called the 80-20 principle, what I kind of talked about before. So a while ago, I listened to this book called 10X is easier than 2X. And it actually totally shifted my perspective on this entire process of scaling. In this book, I firstly learned about the Pareto principle, which stated that 80% of my outputs were actually derived by 20% of my inputs. Okay. This is the Pareto principle. So let's say you make 5K a month. Only 20% of the activities that you do on a daily basis are going to lead to that 5K or 80% of that 5K. So let's say 4K in revenue. Okay. So that's the Pareto principle. And it also told me that the mindset going to 2x is very scarce and volume oriented. Okay. For example, if you're making 20K per month, in order to go to 40K per month, which is 2x, all you need to do is more volume. Okay. But on the contrary, in order to get from 20K per month to 200K per month, no amount of just more volume will get you there. Okay. So it forces you to think outside the box initially. Okay. I can personally tell you with absolute conviction, making 50K per month is massively easier than making 5K per month. Massively easier. And I can 100% attest to this, that 10x is easier than 2x. If you're making 5K a month right now and you want to hit 10K a month, you're still going to be in the same grind, and it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be a lot easier trying to run a 500K a month business than running a 10K a month business. Okay. So when I was making 5K a month, or let's say 5 to, this is kind of when I was around that 7K, 10K a month mark. This is what my day-to-day kind of looked like. So it was a grind. Okay. 3 to 4 hours daily on client work and fulfillment. All doing it myself. 3 to 4 hours. 1 to 2 hours of sales calls for clients. Okay. So I was taking some sales calls for clients. I was helping clients with stuff. 2 to 3 hours daily of sales and cold outreach. So sales calls, cold outreach, cold DMs, reaching out to potential prospects, all that sort of stuff. Okay. 2 hours daily of refining marketing. Okay. My marketing machine. Okay. This is like ads, email, scripting, all this sort of stuff. And then 2 hours a day of learning, reading, absorbing new data sets. Okay. This system was 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is like a 12-hour day. Okay. Every day. It's a grind. Felt amazing. Oh my God. You go to bed, you feel like a king because you've worked so hard. Feels amazing. But I'm only doing that to make 5 to 7K a month. I'm working on no leverage. Okay. And this system was massively capped. And once I reached 10K a month, my business kind of collapsed, I want to say. Okay. Because if you're already doing, let's say, 2 to 3 hours a day of sales and cold outreach, and now you have more meetings because you're generating more meetings, and then now you're closing more meetings, and then now this 3 to 4 hours a day goes up to 5 to 6, and then now you're working 16-hour days, and then you take on another client, and now you're working 17-hour days, take on another client, 18-hour days, and then you're still trying to sell, then you're still trying to make everyone happy, and it's just like, boom, everything collapses. Okay. And taking on more clients was like trying to force water into a bucket that was on the verge of overflowing. It was just like doing the more volume approach was difficult because I was trying to hit that 2x rather than thinking objectively and trying to get out of that scarcity mindset of just like, oh, I'm just going to keep grinding more volume, to thinking larger. Okay. And it was difficult. Okay. Nowadays, my day-to-day is busy, but not merely the same as before. Okay. I wake up, this is kind of my schedule. I wake up, I putter, get some exercise. I like to go to the gym in the mornings, listen to some music, get some classical music going, maybe do some, workouts. I still work out religiously. And then 2 to 3 hours a day of writing. So I do a lot of writing every day. Like this is an 80-page document. We're on 23 of 81 right now. This is an 80-page document. 30 minutes to 1 hour a day of client work, 1 to 3 hours a day of sales calls. And I don't even take nearly as many sales calls as before, but now I'm making 10 times more than before. How is that possible? How is it possible that I'm working, let's say 2.5, 4 hours a day, 5 hours a day. Okay. But I'm making 10 times more than before. How is that possible? Okay. When I adopted the 10x mindset and disregarded volume as a whole, I quickly went from 7K a month to a mere 50K a month in a matter of months. Okay. This was because it forced me to be in the headspace to create a leverage system that I'm about to share with you here, rather than working harder. Okay. On paper, you would think that the person on the top will be the one making more when it is, in fact, the opposite. Okay. Sorry, making more, working more. Working more when it is, in fact, the opposite. Okay. People are at the top, Naval Ravikant, this guy right here, billionaire. You think he's working? I listen to his schedule. He wakes up and reads all day. Does some stuff in his business. He's in the office 3 hours a day. Boom, done. Billionaire. How is that possible? Well, you're here working 12 hours a day to make 7K a month. Okay. So the real reason for the 10X mindset is number one, it immediately puts you in an abundance frame of how things would have to look in order to reach 10X. Okay. If you're at 5K a month right now, if you want to get to 10K a month, cool. Go play the volume card and hit 10K a month. Close this video, get off this masterclass, and go do more volume. And I surely guarantee that you'll hit 10K a month. Okay. And then your business will probably collapse. Okay. But in order to reach 500K a month, no amount of volume is going to help you get there. You have to think outside the box. Okay. Number two, it gives you confidence. Confidence is an expression that dictates the amount of success you obtain. Confidence and success are tightly knit. When you think, oh, okay, I'm going to make 500K a month. Okay, wow, I have to be, that's going to give me confidence. Okay. Confidence is an expression that dictates the amount of success. You think Elon Musk is confident? Of course he is, because he has that level of confidence, success, they're tightly knit together. Okay. So when you're thinking larger, it's going to give you a level of confidence. Number three, it allows you to disregard volume from the equation. Okay. It allows you to disregard these tightly bound factors of hours of work, outreach, money, effort into a system, okay, that hopefully doesn't, or hopefully works. Okay. So disregarding volume is very important. Number four, makes you focus on the actual system that you'll be inputting in order to receive outputs. Okay. So instead of just focusing on input, focusing on building the system to obtain those outputs. And five, last but not least, allows you to achieve a state of presence. Presence is earned through thinking differently and being able to afford the presence. You cannot afford to be present when you are behind on rent and you don't know how you're going to pay for groceries this month. I remember when I was in London, Ontario, the worst part of the world, you know, when you're not making that much money and you're like, oh my God, I got to pay $100 for groceries, or in my case, not that much. It still eats at you alive and you get that pit in your stomach. You're like, oh, I got to spend that money. Then the money leaves your account and then you look at your account and then there's less and you don't want to open your bank account because you don't want to see the number in there because it gives you anxiety and then it gives you depression and then you're in the state of lack of presence. You're living in the past, okay, or you're living in the future, anxiety, okay. It's just you're not playing this presence card, okay. And thinking larger and on a longer time frame horizon is totally free. It doesn't cost you anything to think larger, and it doesn't cost you anything to play the game large, okay? If you're going to play the game of business, why not play it to win, to have the most amount of success and presence possible to experience this gift of joy we call life, okay? If you're trying to make a business that hits 10K a month, I hate to say it, but you are not running a business. Okay. You're running a hustle. Okay. Which is fine. Hit 10K a month with your hustle. But if you're actually wanting to build something and build a business, making 10K a month, that's not a business. Okay. That's not a business. You should be thinking, if you're thinking, I want to start a business, the minimum goal you should have in your mind is to hit 100K a month, 50K a month, minimum. Okay. We do not want to be slaving all day and start our business to be glorified employees with little freedom. And the people that talk about business all day tend to be boring and have nothing else going on for them. We want balance and we want to maximize our presence and true freedom with the short time we have on this planet. Okay. If you're going to start a business, why not go all in? Why not have a 10X mindset? Why not make 500K a month instead of 50K a month? Why not make 50K a month instead of 5K a month? Okay. Put it into perspective. Thinking larger and on a longer time horizon is totally free. Okay. If you're going to play the game of business, play to win. Don't just play to make a little bit of money so that you can pay your bills. Okay. So this is some photos of me after kind of being able to have a level of freedom, being able to, this was recently, go to Montreal. This is another photo in one of the Caribbean islands. Okay. This was in Lisbon. This is in Spain. Okay. I've been able to get to the point where I've been able to make a little bit of money so that I can scale and have a level of presence and freedom. And the way I've did that was through not focusing on volume, but thinking larger and having a 10x mindset and using leverage to my advantage. Working harder is not going to get you there. Okay. So if you're watching this with me today, that's the first section of today's training. Next section, we're going to go through, like, enough with the emotional stuff. We're going to dive into the nitty gritty. We're going to be talking about selecting markets on the next section. Just to give you a small recap of what we went through today, we went through the traditional failure and its downfalls, thousands of people flooding into the market, into the coaching market, posting on Instagram. It's just going to get more competitive. We have more selective pressures. Imagine this, but we have 50 hawks, okay? And way more different variations of mice. It's just getting even more and more competitive, okay? Volume being the downfall, people just doing volume, making a little bit of money and thinking they just got to keep doing more volume. It's not going to get you that 10x. It's going to get you, sure, if you want 2x, go for it. Hit 10K a month. Congratulations. You hit 10K a month. Now try to get to 50K a month. It's not going to happen, okay? Our goal is asymmetric returns, working less and being in a position to receive asymmetric returns on investments. We talked about how so many people are just, that I've talked to, hundreds of thousands of followers, making all these posts, doing all this stuff to make no money. Sounds like a waste of time to me. Okay. Some of the mentors I learned from, I would definitely check these guys out. Nick Kosman, Serge Guattari, great guys. We talked a little bit about leverage, how the people at the top, you think Jeff Bezos works 18 hours a day, 16 hours a day? Do you think he's taking cold showers in the morning? No, he's focusing on asymmetric returns. He's focusing on finding the longest lever and the best fulcrum point of view from a physics perspective so that he can have the most leverage. Okay. We talked about limited inputs, hours, outreach with no leverage. 1 times 1 will always equal 1. Okay. And then last but not least, we talked about the grind mindset. Oh, I just work harder, 10x your inputs. Okay. And that's pretty much it. So if you're going to play the game, play it big. This is just a little bit about your mindset, because 10x is easier than 2x. It's easier to run a 50K a month business than a 5K a month business any day of the week. So why not go for that? Okay. So that's pretty much it. We're going to jump into part 1 of selecting winning markets in the next section. All right, ladies and gentlemen, today we are back. This is going to be a very, very interesting part. And what we're going to do today is we are going to jump into part 1, which is all about selecting markets, how to select markets, why you need to select markets correctly, because if you don't, that's pretty much going to either make or break your business. Okay. So if you look at any business success, for example, okay, any business success, if you look at Steve Jobs, if you look at, Sam Altman with ChatGPT, Jeff Bezos, for example, the reason that these people were successful, yes, it was for sure their mechanism, for sure their product, but 90% of their success actually came from them selecting the specific market to dive into, okay? Because at the end of the day, who you're selling to matters more than what you're selling. Let me repeat that. Who you're selling to matters more than what you are selling, okay? I see so many people, you got to do this mechanism, you got to do this mechanism. Yes, these things are important, but number 1 question should be, are you in a winning market? Okay, there's so many other facets that we're going to get into today, but I just want to make sure that we are good from the last video. So last part, this is part 2 of our series. Last video, we went through kind of a little bit about my story, the 2x versus 10x mindset, a little bit about commoditization. And then today we're going to be jumping into the first and most important factor in your business success, which is going to be all about selecting winning markets. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So let's jump into this, okay? So I want you to remember that everything from this point on is done in regards to one thing, gaining leverage, okay? Last time we talked a little bit about, oh, there's people who work 12 hours a day. There's people who are putting all this effort in, like that one client that example I shared with you, or even myself, where, you're working 16, 12, 16 hours a day, but you're only making 10K a month. You're not going to go from 12 hours a day to 16 hours a day of work and make 5K a month more. That doesn't make sense. How would that logically make sense to make 100K a month? Doesn't make sense. Okay. So everything we're doing in terms of picking markets for the rest of this series is all going to be about leverage. So if you didn't understand the section that I discussed leverage, go up, reverse the video, make sure you understand leverage. I can pin also an article about leverage that I found really interesting. It's more pertained to physics, okay? But I want you to remember that those physics applications are directly correlated to your business, okay? So everything we're doing is in regards to us trying to do less volume, so less input to get more output, okay? Less input, less effort to carry more load, okay? Cool. So pretty much out of every priority in your business, your market that you reside in is 100 times, I can even make a case, maybe 1,000 times more important than any other factor. The who that you are selling to matters more than the what, okay, or the how. So, for example, okay, when you're starting a business, you have your offer, you have your acquisition funnel. Like, are you getting clients through content? Are you getting clients through ads? Are you getting clients through cold DMs, cold email? How are you getting clients? Right? You have your mechanism. So once you get the clients, what are they doing? Are they doing like a specific sort of fitness system? Are they buying a supplement of yours? Are they coming to see you in person? That's the mechanism, okay? So all of these things that are heavily discussed in business, offer creation, fulfillment mechanism, all of these things matter. But as you can see, and what I'm going to show you with a very easy logical case, is that your market matters more, and that actually dictates your success in the other factors. Because, okay, I want you to imagine this. I know I'm kind of going on a side tangent here, but imagine, for example, you have a pyramid, okay? So there's a pyramid, and pretty much your pyramid is your business, okay? At the bottom of the pyramid is your market, okay? And then the next would be your offer, okay? Your transformation, per se, you could call it, your price, okay? The next would be your mechanism, okay? And then after would be your access channel. So like who you're selling to. But as you can see on that pyramid, if the market is screwed, it's not like all of the other factors are not going to have a good foundation to sit on, okay? And that's what we're going to be talking about today. So the who matters more than what. If you're taking notes alongside me, make sure that you're still locked in. Make sure your phone's away. Make sure you have the notepad out. Write that down. Who you're selling to matters more than what or how you're selling, okay? When you're starting, it's very easy to brush over the importance of selecting a market. Many people will tell you 1,000,001 different things regarding market selection, okay? I've heard this all the time because I've had friends who've wanted to start similar business models to me, or clients who've reached out to me, or people who've slid into my DMs, and they'll say, oh, that market's saturated, okay? This is what they'll say in regards to market selection. That market is saturated. Fitness is saturated. There's so many fitness influencers out there, okay? Just pick a market. It's not that important. They'll say stuff like this. Just pick a market and run with it. Just pick something, and it doesn't really matter. Just sell stuff to them. Just pick it and just next. This is what they'll say. Some people will just say, just do what you want. Just do what you know the most about. Like, oh, you know a lot about fitness. You went to the gym. Just do that, right? Because you like it, okay? Or they'll say, just pick what you want to do, right? What you find interesting. It's like telling your kid who, Yeah, you should go to art school, even though you're not going to make any money in art. Okay? Just do what you want, do your passion. Okay? So these are a lot of things. These are probably the top things that I hear regarding market selection. It's not that important, just pick a market. Oh, that's saturated. They throw around these saturation terms, even though we're gonna dive into that. I'm gonna kind of dismantle that a little bit. Pick what you want to do what you have expertise already in. And a lot of these are just paradigms that are actually wrong. Okay. So market selection is pretty much one of those things that is finished completely after a 2-second decision. So let me zoom in on this so we can all see this a little bit better. Okay. After a 2-second decision, many people will psychologically discredit the importance of spending time to actually analyze and find a leveraged market. Okay. Hypothetically, if I wanted to start a business, let's say I'm a fitness coach and I want to start selling fitness packages, I could pick a market like old, let's say old geriatric people, for example, okay, who, need help getting in shape, whatever that means. Okay. That decision takes 2 seconds. That decision doesn't take that long. That decision, boom, done. Okay. It takes 2 seconds. And because of that, a lot of people will just discredit it. Oh, it's quick. It's an easy decision. I can kind of just make the decision in my head. I don't have to you can do research, but it's just a decision. So I can make the decision and then move on. And they'll discredit the importance of it. Okay. In reality, the importance of certain factors in your business, like your offer, your access channel, which is like content, your ads, your marketing systems, your mechanism, all of these get trumped by someone who is simply in the right market at the right time. Okay. Right market at the right time. And this is something that's very difficult to find. And a lot of the time, this can be credited as luck. Okay. You see people in the space, which I'm going to jump into, who just seem to just be in the right place at the right time. Let's say, for example, Bitcoin. There was this guy I saw on Instagram. He's this like bald black guy. I think his name is Da Vinci, but this guy, he's like, oh, I bought Bitcoin at $1. Okay. Did he know as a fact that that was going to go from $1 to $60,000? No, he didn't know that. Okay. And maybe that's credited as luck. Okay. So, for example, in the book Outliers, Malcolm Gladwell, very interesting book. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of a weird but interesting book. Malcolm Gladwell outlined kind of Bill Gates' experience. Okay. So, pretty much what happened, Bill Gates was in the right spot at the right time. He picked the right market at the right time. Maybe that's credited as luck. Maybe it's credited as chance. Maybe it's God's path, whatever you want to label it as. But pretty much, Bill Gates went to school in 1973 for law. Okay. This was around the time, Xerox and many other, I guess, quote unquote, maybe like innovations were happening at the time in the software computer space. Okay. A lot of innovations were happening. And pretty much what happened is Harvard, the school that Bill Gates went to or was going to for law, they had one of the most high-tech, up-to-date computer systems with new machines, everything, high processing capabilities, etc. at Harvard. Okay. And once Bill Gates got exposed to this, he spent thousands of hours coding in the computer labs, skipping lectures, not going to class for law, and having an interest in this. Okay. And then in 1975, Bill Gates dropped out and started Microsoft. Okay. 1 year later, he would have been crushed by other innovations. 1 year earlier, he could have been too early. Let's say he chose to go instead of Harvard to, let's say, Princeton. Okay. Princeton didn't have the same computer labs that Harvard had. Okay. Or access to these labs. There's actually stories of him sneaking into the labs, spending nights in there and and the janitor like kicking him out. Okay. So the reason I'm telling you this is this is a classic example of someone falling into the right market at the right time, and precisely falling into the right market at the right time and making billions. Like, for example, let's just open this up. Microsoft market cap, $3 trillion. That's like an app, like that's like the GDP of several countries. Okay. So this can potentially be accredited as luck, that the fact that if he was born earlier or later, or did not have access to such computer labs, he would not have been able to enter the market. If he was born 10 years later, he wouldn't have made Microsoft. 10 years earlier, wouldn't have made Microsoft, okay? If he entered in any other vertical or segment within this industry, his business could have collapsed and not turned out successful, okay? So it's very easy to see that your market that you reside in is much more important than any other factor, okay? So this is just one example. There's several others of people falling. I guess you could maybe accredit this more as luck potentially, or falling into the right space at the right time. But we're trying to put a finger on luck. We're trying to take this butterfly called luck and catch it, okay? So we can actually create a system around it that we can use to make a lot of money, okay? So I'm going to give you another example of kind of my perspective with the market, okay? And this is going to be something, maybe if you're a guy and you're watching this, and maybe a single guy that likes to talk to women, or even if you're a girl, maybe apply this to girls as well. If you're a girl that's watching this, whoever you are, this is going to make sense to you, okay? So if you have any questions and you're watching this live with me, drop this in the chat, or any questions in the chat, and then I'm going to go through this example. Awesome. Okay. So, for example, let's say you're on the street and you see two girls that you want to approach. If you're a girl and you're watching this, let's say two guys, whatever. For this experiment, let's call these girls girl 1 and girl 2, G1 and G2, okay? Girl 1, when she goes out, she gets approached 10 to 15 times a day when she's out. Because of her getting approached constantly, she has gotten quite sick of being approached from men that find her attractive. Ew, he's approaching. Oh, this happens all the time. I'm just trying to do my I'm trying to pick up my dry cleaning, and I'm walking through the city center, and there's like so many guys that just try to approach me and ask for my number, and it's the same. Oh, okay. Every time a man approaches her, they usually use a similar corny pickup line that she is getting sick of. Okay, they'll be like, oh, ha ha ha, let me get your number. Okay, and all in all, she's grown to be quite distasteful of men approaching her, or just kind of men in general. She's kind of maybe had this disdain towards men. Okay, that's girl 1. Okay, and let's say girl 2, for example, she gets rarely approached, doesn't get approached that much. Maybe like, you know, she can count how many times she's been approached this year on one hand. Not that much. Okay, they're both the same looks, both, let's say, identical people. Okay, but this is the difference. Okay, in terms of which girl you will have more success with, it is quite easy to see. It doesn't matter how you approach girl 1, or what pickup line you use, or what offer, or what access channel, okay, you use, she will most likely brush you off, okay? Doesn't matter if you use a slightly different pickup line. It doesn't matter if you try to act nonchalant, okay? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're wearing a designer outfit. Louis Vuitton head to toe, your outfit's worth $20,000. Doesn't matter. She's been approached 10 to 15 times a day, every day for the past several years. She's sick of this. The market is sick. The market is strained, okay? And then girl 2, it's not as strained, okay? Not a lot of guys go up to her, okay? You can just say, hey, what's up? You don't have to use a fancy pickup line. Hey, what's up? Thought you were cute. Let me get your number. Oh, awesome. Here's my number. Okay, let's go for coffee. Boom. Okay. So this is an example specifically with women that directly relate to pretty much your market. Okay. So all in all, who you're selling to, what girl you're choosing to go up to, the market is dictating. So imagine the market being a girl, that matters. The girl matters more. The market matters more than how you select them or how you go about selling the market, the offer you choose to give the market. Okay. So what most people do when they're selecting a niche or a market is they pretty much think, you know, this is the classic, you know, I'm going to start broad so I can help more people, and more people equals more money. This is like the classic. Oh, I'm going to jump into a niche, or I'm going to jump into something, but I'm just going to try to stay broad initially so I can help a decent amount of people. You know, I'm just going to be a fitness guy that helps people, you know, with fitness things. If it's losing fat, gaining muscle, toning up, whatever it is, I'm just going to help anyone. Okay. And in theory, more percentage of the market captured will lead to more success. I totally agree. But this level of thinking never works when you're starting out. Okay. So what I call this is everyone targeting. So this is the biggest downfall when it actually comes to gaining success in a market. Okay. So when it comes to selecting a market, okay, initially off of the jump, you have to think extremely narrow and extremely small. Okay. Sam Altman, the founder of ChatGPT, I was actually just watching this Instagram reel, and he talks, and a lot of his videos and stuff, he talks a lot about the failures he's had within past businesses. Mostly has been because he hasn't started small enough and captured a large part of a small market. Okay. And what most people do is I'm going to start broad so I can help more people make more money, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't lead to that. Okay. And what most people do is they do everyone targeting. I'm going to help anyone with everything. I'm just going to be this everyone guy and just kind of do it all. Okay. And when we try to dominate the largest circle, I'm going to help anyone. So the biggest market. So I'm going to help anyone, general fitness, lose muscle or lose fat, gain muscle, whatever. We're literally playing a game of darts. Okay. So I'm going to show you this diagram right here, but think about it like this. Okay. This is your market. So let's say you're an unspecialized coach. You zoom in a little bit so you can see this. You're an unspecialized coach, okay? And you're going to help anyone do anything fitness related, okay? You'll get imagine the market, a dartboard. You're pretty much throwing darts, and you're going to get a client who is a male bodybuilder who wants to put on muscle, okay? You're going to get a mom who wants to relieve hip pain. You're going to get a dad who wants to get rid of beer belly, bloating, whatever. And then you're going to get a high school or college kid who wants to increase his testosterone and look like an aesthetic god, look like David Lade. Okay. This is what happens when you do everyone targeting. Okay. You're playing this game of darts, random. Okay. And maybe you're watching this and you're like, you know what? That doesn't sound like a bad idea. Right? I'm still helping people, I'm still helping, I'm fulfilling myself. It feels good because I'm helping people get to their results, blah, 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 blah. But actually what you're doing is you're doing your clients a disservice. Okay. And I'm going to tell you why. So what are the disadvantages of actually doing something like this? Okay. So there's a cycle, and it's a cycle that I'm going to run you through right here. Okay. So number one, you're going to have a harder time getting clients in the first place. Okay. I know this probably sounds weird because if you're starting broad, this guy, you're talking to this guy and he wants to put on muscle. Oh, I'll just help him. This mom who she's menopause, she needs help with hormone stuff. Oh, I'll just help him. It makes sense, but it doesn't work out in actual practice. Okay. You're going to have a harder time getting clients. Okay. When you're calling out a specific person, that specific person will respond. Okay. For example, let's say you're at a bus station or a train station and you yell out, you stand up on a box or a podium in front of everyone, and you yell out, "Hey people," okay? Everyone's going to look for a second and then go back to what they're doing. Who's that crazy guy? Now, on the contrary, let's say if you stand up, same podium, same place, but you yell, "Hey Michael," okay? You don't know who any Michael is, but there's 2 or 3 guys there who happen to be named Michael, and they look and they come over. "Hey, what? Did you call my name?" Right? That's a analogy of when you're calling out a specific person, that specific person will respond. Okay. Number 2, you'll have to charge less. Non-specialists have to charge less for the same or equivalent service. Look at surgeons, anyone. You're going to have to charge less if you're a non-specialist. Number 3, you'll be viewed as a commodity. Because you help everyone, the market will view you as disposable and replaceable. Okay. Number 4, your clients won't get good results. This is probably going to sound weird. Okay. And I know there's cases where maybe some clients do get good success, but all in all, your clients won't get good results. Okay. Your clients will have a low emotional investment due to the lack of price and lack of specialty. Okay. They view you kind of as a commodity. and therefore will not take the process 100% emotionally serious. Okay? Think about an online program like, for example, Beachbody on Demand. Okay, it's probably one of the biggest online fitness programming softwares out there. Okay, the success rate with programs like Beachbody on Demand are less than 2% success rate. So if 100 people do a program and they pay the $99 a year for this commoditized Beachbody on Demand service, okay, 100 people start. 2 will actually see some level of success. I know that's subjective, but 2%, 2 of those 100 people, okay? Beachbody on Demand is cheap, targets anyone, helps anyone with anything, old people, young people, hormones, this, that, whatever they want, you'll help, okay? Number 5, you're gonna have to create new systems and new processes for each client, okay? If they wanna do, for example, looking at this pie or at this circle right here, a male bodybuilder who wants to put on muscle, that's a drastically different protocol than someone who wants to lose fat because they're massively overweight. Okay. So you're going to have to create new systems and new processes for each type of client. Okay. And this takes time to create. Okay. So this is a fulfillment. This is how, so this, your market will actually dictate your fulfillment. Okay. Number 6, you won't be able to validate your systems. Okay. You'll have so many clients each doing different things that you won't be able to validate one process or one system. The only way you validate your systems are with data. You get data by working with clients. But if each client is different, your data is spread very thin horizontally. You want your data to dig deep vertically, okay? For example, there's this Bruce Lee quote of practicing one kick 1,000 times rather than 1,000 kicks one time, okay? The same theory comes into place here, okay? If you're doing different systems and different processes for so many different clients that you're all just making from scratch, then how are you supposed to make that system better at all and refine the system and make it the client experience better at all? You're not going to be able to do that, okay? And then after the system runs a little bit, you get a few clients, you scale up, whatever, you make 5K 1 month, okay? You'll begin to doubt yourself and you'll begin to lose confidence, okay? This is what happens to online trainers when they are helping everyone, okay? They become a commodity. They immediately fall into the commodity trap where they're unleveraged, helping everyone. They're not specialized. Hey, you want to do that? I'll help you with anything. Yeah. I'm a commodity. The only way to escape this rat race is to be precise on the who and dominate this specific segment first. Like I said, as Sam Altman states, you have to find a small market in which you can get a monopoly and then quickly expand, okay? Competitors, okay? This is the thing. Competitors understand that if they're going to compete with you, they want a chance of winning, okay? The likelihood of them winning is low if they are competing with someone whose sole purpose is to serve a hyper-specific niche while they are broad in their targeting, okay? So, for example, let's say you're launching an online fitness program. Think about who your main competitors would be if you're going large. You got Beachbody on Demand. You got these massive platforms that are all like even MyFitnessPal, for example, paid MyFitnessPal. Okay, these are massive platforms. Okay, Nike, for example. You're going to lose to them if you go broad like that. If you go extremely narrow, okay, you have a large, you have a massive advantage against them because you are so narrow. Okay, so I hope that kind of makes sense. Does anyone kind of, I'm going to take a sip of my coffee. Does anyone have any sort of questions here? Or does this kind of clock out? Awesome. Okay, let's keep going. So pretty much when you're starting with a niche, what happens is when you have no competition, that means profits. Okay. For example, like I gave you with this girl example, G2 doesn't have any you don't have any competition with G2. Why? Because there's not many people who are competing for the same female, for the same market space. Okay. So in all, zero competition equals profits. Okay. One of the points made by Peter Thiel in his book, 0 to 1, I'd recommend everyone to read this book. Very, very, very interesting. Peter Thiel is actually the co-founder of, I believe, PayPal alongside Elon Musk. And in his book, Zero to One, he pretty much stated that profits are a function of XY, where X is the value added to the market and Y is the percentage of the market captured. Okay. By looking deeper into this, we can see that profit is maximized by being a monopoly within your market, the best or the only option when market share of a competitor is or approaching zero. Okay. And we can also determine that profit reaches a maximum when the product or service efficiency approaches 100, meaning maximum profits are realized if you can capture 100% of the value created. Okay. So when the value created approaches infinity, okay, and profit approaches infinity, that's when you pretty much reach a level where you have, like I said, I know this kind of sounding a little bit mathy, but you have a large percent of the market captured and you are adding a lot of value to the market. Okay. So when you're creating your solution, when you're picking your market, you want to be the best or the only option in the market. Okay. And if you're going after this massive market, you have a limited amount of energy. Okay. You're not going to get a large percentage of the market if you're going after a big market. Okay. You want to start on a small percentage basis, or sorry, a big percentage basis of a small market. Okay. The energy needed to input into the market to become the best and only option is quite high when you're targeting a large market. If you're targeting a small niche market, it is achievable. Okay. A lot of people who are listening to this, maybe you are in the fitness space, you're a fitness coach who's wanting to scale their fitness business online. You're probably, someone who maybe has a little bit of money in their bank. It's kind of maybe just you, or maybe you have someone else, maybe, most cases not, but maybe you're doing this alongside someone else. But it's mostly you. You don't have a massive team with, startup capital that you can kind of toss around and test certain things. It's just you, and you are a sole person, and that's, that there's a lot of beauty in that, but going after a large market is not achievable. Okay. So getting your first 1,000 customers requires that you get your first 10, then 100, then 500. And it's much easier to get your first 10 if you're focused on one niche with zero competition than focusing on multiple or an undefined niche. Oops, sorry, my Wi-Fi. Okay. We're back. Okay. So you pretty much, rather than focusing on multiple or an undefined niche. Okay. So when people keep saying, I have a lot of clients who say, oh, I'm doing this hyper-focused niche. When can I expand? It's a gradual process, okay? Because once you, let's say, dominate niche one, which is a very small segment of a large pie, okay? And you max out that niche, let's say it takes you 2 years to do that, you're going to slowly start to see that people from outside niches are going to start reaching out to you, and then you can start to shift, okay? So pretty much what happens when you choose a specific niche with a specific person, you choose a specific problem, specific person, and you make it extremely narrow. Okay. Number two, people will automatically view you as an expert because you are so precise. Okay. This is very big because it's all about perceived value. Okay. Let's say you're a surgeon and you say, hey, I'm a cardiovascular left ventricle surgeon. Okay. People are going to be like, whoa, that probably took a lot of work. You probably went to school for 20 years for that. That is so precise. You have to be an expert to do that. Okay. Perceived just from the name. Okay. We're going to get, sure, absolute value, of course, but perceived value, it's going to push perceived value very hard. Okay. Number three, you're going to have an easier time getting clients. You're calling on a specific person rather than 35. Okay. Imagine you're at a bus stop. I already said this. When you're calling on a specific person, that specific person is going to respond. It's going to be easier acquisition, easier marketing, easier to get clients, all that sort of stuff. Okay. Number four, you'll be able to charge more. You are now the specialist. You don't get paid for what you do, but rather how you do it. You can put together a multi-4-figure package and sell them easily. Okay. Very easily. $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 easily. Okay. Because you are now the specialist. You are no longer a commodity. Okay. Number five, you'll have better client results. people will be more invested because they no longer view you as a commodity. Okay. They'll be more invested in the process and do everything to completion. They'll ask questions. They'll be the best customers ever. Okay. And that all stems from targeting a specific small segment of the market and making that a monopoly. Okay. Number 6, you'll quickly be able to figure out an exact system that you can build once for your one type of client and use it with every single client. No longer wasting time creating new plans for each different type of client. You'll be able to validate this one system and continually refine it. This system will quickly be the best in the space because you have refined it so much with one person. Okay? If I'm a spine surgeon and I do 10,000 spine surgeries, I will have a better system to do that one process rather than doing hundreds of different procedures. Okay? So our goal is to be that spine surgeon who does one thing 10,000 times. Specific market, specific person, specific problem, 10,000 times. One system ran 10,000 times. On that 10,001, 10,001st time, what's going to happen is it's going to be an amazing system. And anyone that comes in is going to love that system. They're going to be like, wow, this is so organized. Wow, this is so, different. It's so amazing. It's just, it works. It's easy. Okay. Because you've ran that system so many times instead of doing different things, different goals. Okay. Number 7, you'll be able to leverage your more money that you've been getting for charging more and your client results that you've been getting to scale your company, your processes, your systems, your client base, and make everything better as a whole. Okay. So our goal, say you're a fitness coach, health coach, whatever you are, this is the market that you're in. Your goal is to find a specific segment and block everything else out. Okay. So for example, this is the fitness market. I'm just making this up right now. I'll say this is the fitness market. The blue circle is the middle-aged moms. Okay. The red circle is middle-aged moms who are dealing with hormonal issues. Okay. The green circle is middle-aged moms that are dealing with hormonal issues who want to have, who want to gain muscle while hormonally balancing and feel like they're 20 again. I don't know. Just made that up. Okay. There's thousands of others, hundreds of thousands of others that you can go over. I have clients right now, for example, one of my clients named Michael. Michael, if you're watching this, leave a comment. We were just on a call yesterday and he's doing something a little bit different. Okay. He's doing specific packages tailored to couples who are preparing for weddings. Okay. Think about how different that is. Okay. You can charge someone, if let's say they're spending 30K on a wedding, you can charge someone 5K for 6 months before their wedding to make sure that they're in the best possible shape and they look amazing for their photography. Think about how easy that is to sell now. Okay. Yeah. You have your wedding coming up. You want that dress to look good. You want everyone to look at you and be like, oh my God, Amy looks amazing. Oh my God, John looks amazing. Did they lose weight? Look at his cheekbones. They're bulging out of his face. He looks awesome. Okay. That's a specific market that you can easily dominate with the right systems instead of being like, oh, I'm just going to post on Instagram, do more volume on Instagram, just keep posting forever. Okay. And then get some people who want help with just fitness stuff. Yeah. Like that's going to happen. Okay. So overall, what happens, looking at the ease of the entire thing, your mechanism, your market, you're going to have a higher converting sales process. You're going to have more effective targeting. Everything checks out. Okay. So for example, for your mechanism, by only focusing on one person, one transformation, engineering efforts are more likely to create a niche specific mechanism that delivers a transformation better than competitors. Ways to improve efficiency within the mechanism are found, leading to higher efficiency and higher margins. This can only be achieved with an airtight mechanism that you get from running the system 10,000 times. Okay. Your market. Okay. When you are in the market and you're actually trying to, when we're talking about acquisition channels and we're going to get into, end of this presentation and masterclass, but when we're actually talking about market and are people resonating with your message, okay, The resonance of the marketing is evidence of your transformation claim. With the best niche-specific case studies, your marketing message will achieve higher resonance than competitor messages with worse case studies. When you're calling on a specific person, okay, people are going to respond. People will also resonate with people achieving the same transformation as desired specifically by them. Okay, this is a very important part as well. Okay, if you're on a sales call with someone and they're like, yeah, show me some other people you've worked with, and you just show, and you're on a sales call with a mom who wants help getting healthier, okay, and you show her, a bodybuilder who put on 30 pounds for a bodybuilding show, she's going to be like, what the hell, I'm not resonating with this at all. Okay, next, you're going to have a higher converting sales process. Learnings from previous sales are recycled and used to refine the current sales process. Also a massive line. Let me highlight that again. Okay, when you are, for example, selling to a specific person one time over and over and over and over and over again, you're going to start to pick up on their lingo. You're going to start to see patterns. Maybe a lot of people, let's say you're selling to, like I'm going to keep going with the moms who want help with hormones to get healthier, that process. Let's say hypothetically, a lot of these moms are, let's say 50% of them happen to be divorced. Okay. And because they're divorced, they're not really happy. Okay. And you can kind of start to see this, and potentially you're starting to understand the market better. Okay. By talking to one person, you start to use their lingo more, and it's easier to sell to. You see patterns. They give you an objection. You already understand their objection. Okay. So for example, sales reps that I've even hired before, their conversion rates increase when they're selling to one person, period. Okay. If you're selling multiple markets, it's going to be very difficult. Okay. They can start to understand pain points more, common language, tonality, everything. Okay. Your marketing funnel effectively is improved over time as you're using the bottom of the funnel data to improve the mid funnel content, top of funnel, everything. Okay. So everything, your entire sales process is going to be better because you're now selling to one person. The efficiency, everything. Okay, your sales ability, your marketing ability, everything's going to be better now. Okay, and then more effective targeting. When you're focused on a specific vertical, problem, age group, role, market, whatever, targeting becomes accurate. Okay, like I said before with that bus station example, great analogy that all of you should probably kind of memorize. But it's going to be a lot easier to target these specific sort of people. Okay, I know Facebook right now has very good targeting. A lot of these social platforms have very good targeting. But from a message point of view, if you're putting out an ad and the ad says a specific thing that you know about that specific niche and a problem that they're dealing with about that specific niche, and you're telling them about their own problems, and then you're providing a solution to that specific unique problem, they're going to resonate with that a lot more than, hey, do you want to lose weight? Random person. Or, hey, do you want to just do this? Okay. So all in all, this process just gets better. Okay. So if you're someone and you're a fitness coach or you're a health coach, and let's say you're on Instagram, or let's say you're posting, or you're trying to get clients, and you're stuck below 10 to 15, I'm even going to say 20K per month. Okay. I'm going to most likely say that you're probably targeting too many people. Okay. You have to start niched, and you have to be very disciplined with that niche. Okay. So all in all, like I see a lot of people, and even for me, when I was first starting, I got people who reached out to me, and I would say no, but it was very difficult to say no to money. Okay. I had people reach out to me. Hey, do you want to do this? Can you help me with this? Can you help me with this? And sometimes I would say yes, because I was like, okay, I'm short on money. I want some money. It feels good to get money. And I would say yes. And then it would always kind of just lead into a failure. They would either churn early, there'd be some like dispute or argument. They wouldn't get results. And it's kind of this just Mickey Mouse, cat and mouse sort of game that never really leads to long-term success. Okay. So for you, if you're watching this, you're going to have a lot of discipline and be able to commit to one niche at a time. Okay. Committing to one niche at a time, it takes a lot of discipline, and you're going to have to say no. So in business, you're going to have to say no more than a lot of times you actually say yes. Okay, that's a big lesson that I've learned with specific market as well. Okay. So when I was first starting, like I said, yeah, I wanted to switch niches multiple times. Whenever I hit resistance, my brain automatically went into the state of, oh, this niche sucks, or oh, I have to pick a new niche, rather than solving for the other variables. Okay. It's quite common for founders to change their niche before they conclude their experiment. This can result in a false negative. They switch niches knowing that they gave up, but will make an excuse for why they did so to make themselves feel good. Oh, I did this niche for 6 months and it just didn't work out. It's like, okay, what if you got success on your 7th month? Okay. Or, oh, most of these people it's just, I'm dealing with these people and they keep saying the same things and I just don't really like them. Or they'll make these kind of coping mechanisms, sort of excuses. And it's kind of all in all a cope on their behalf for the fact that they didn't have the discipline to commit long enough. Okay. So now you understand. So I hope this kind of all makes sense. You should understand at this point that you need to pick an airtight, small niche. You need to do that. Okay. But when do you actually expand? Okay. When do you go from, okay, I made 20K a month with one niche, 30K, 40K a month with one niche, and I feel like I'm kind of hitting a wall here. Okay. Like, do I expand? And I'm going to answer your question right here. So if you're watching this and you're one of those people who are maybe already making a decent amount of money and you're looking to maybe get to 50, 60, 100K a month, then you're going to reach a state of kind of niche exhaustion. Okay. So you kind of reach this point of diminishing returns with your marketing spend. The rate of the new customers entering the market is equal to the rate of new customers absorbed by the business. So you kind of like reach this wall, and it's not really like you're going to see it statistically, but it's also going to be a feeling as well. You're going to get on sales calls. It's not going to be the same. Maybe things slow down, all that sort of stuff. Okay. At this point in your business, the incremental increase in marketing and sales has little to no effect on the sales of the particular offer. Okay. When this happens, don't jump to a completely different segment of the market. Your goal is to stay as close as possible to your original niche and then change your angle of attack by 10 degrees to open up a new market. This will allow you to recycle learnings into a very similar niche to win in that regard. Okay. So for example, let's say you are a landscaper who cuts grass and you reach the point in your landscaping cutting grass business that you're making 20K a month and it's really hard to find more jobs. So then you're like, okay, instead of just cutting grass, now I'm going to do aerating, where you do the rollers on the grass and you aerate the grass. You poke holes in the ground and it aerates the grass in the spring. Okay. So now you're doing aerating. You just did a small shift. You max out that niche. You get to 40K a month. Okay. Now you max that out. You're like, okay, instead of aerating, I'm going to now do hedges, trimmings, and planting actual plants. Another small shift. And it's building, and you can keep adding things onto it until you have a landscaping business where you're doing full-scale renovation, pools, all that sort of stuff. You can just keep adding things into the bucket, but you do that with small shifts over time. Okay? So what happens when you do that, though, is like you need to stay as close as possible, because you're going to want a lot of the learnings that you've gotten, like a lot of the lingo and stuff that you learned from that market you're gonna see it in the 10% shift. If you go 100% shift or a 50% shift or 90-degree shift, it's going to be a lot more difficult and it's going to feel like you're starting from scratch. Okay. So this is kind of like, for example, starting niche. When expanding into a new niche, one must make an incremental 10% change in pursuing a closely related niche. So not 100% 80-degree or 180-degree shift. You're not being a fitness coach who's helping moms, and then now you're jumping into a fitness coach that is selling supplements to young kids who want to increase their testosterone. It's just like a total niche shift. Okay. So example, this is like a personal example. Also, if anyone has any questions, now's the time to put them in the chat about starting a niche. Okay, here's a question. So I have a fitness business that is making 15K per month. I felt like my sales calls have slowed down. Do I niche shift? Okay. So this is very this is dependent. So if you're already helping, okay, so he's helping. Okay. So he's helping. So pretty much what he's doing is he's helping moms who pretty much want to lose weight. Okay. So that's also a fair, like, look at how many moms there are. Look up the amount of moms there already are in North America. That's a lot of people. Okay. There's half of the population is women. Let's say out of that half, you have maybe an eighth of that are parents, maybe even more, two eighths, a quarter of that are parents, okay, that are mothers. So that's also a really big niche. So you're not capped at all. I would just keep going and definitely not niche switch at that point. Okay. I would look at the best place to do your first kind of angle switch would be around 20 to 30K per month. Okay. So pretty much, example is after working with some gyms, this is me personally, and mainly in-person operations, I slowly shifted to helping online fitness providers. I never did a full 180 and started a separate gardening business or a roofing business or anything like that. Okay. So that's pretty much what I did when I was kind of in person, and also with my fitness coaching business. I started very broad. I don't really want to get into that because I started very broad and I didn't really get a lot of success initially with that. But then when I actually applied my niche and I helped a specific person, I was helping most of the time, I was helping dads and mothers, so like mostly couples, lose weight and mostly belly fat. That was kind of my specialty. And that's what I did. And then I slowly shifted to muscle gain after that. But I never did a full 180 with that either. Okay. So in your niche, these are kind of the components of the niche. Okay. So number one, you have your location. So the physical or virtual location of the market. With this, it's virtual. Okay. You have, if you're an online fitness coach or online fitness health provider, there is it's a virtual location. The role, so the role or title of which the person identifies. The vertical is the role within the role of which the person is operating. Okay. Income level, current state. So like, where are they at right now? Their desired state with their time interval, with a time interval. So like they want to lose 30 pounds. Okay. What's the time interval to actually lose that 30 pounds? Is it 80 days? Is it 4 months? Is it 2 weeks? Whatever. And then 7 are the problems. So the hurdles or blockages in reaching the desired state. So for example, a lot of people who try to lose weight, they do fad diets. I've seen even some of my personal coaches who I'm clients that I'm working with, they'll include in their market people who've gotten fucked over trying to do fad diets before. Okay. That's a market within itself that you can actually attack. Okay. So, for example, other examples. So niche examples that you can kind of like, just to get a better understanding of actually how this works. Sales professionals, that's the role. In closing roles, vertical. So role vertical, who are making 10K per month income in the USA, who want to reach 50K per month desire by increasing brain clarity, okay, and health metrics. Okay. I have a client, I believe his name is Randy, and he is a health coach for actual salespeople. Okay. So this is his literal offer. I'm giving it to you, or his literal niche. Okay. Number 2, overweight fathers role located in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, location making 6 figures who want to lose 30 pounds of belly fat, desire, while increasing their testosterone and sex drive in 16 weeks. Boom. Okay. So you see how specific this is? You see how this is a very small segment that you can quickly attack and form a monopoly. Okay. So that's pretty much how to pick a niche, kind of some of the steps on why you need to pick a niche, how to niche switch once you've reached a decent point. If you're watching this and let's say you're already making 20 to 25K per month, you are probably going to have to think about doing some sort of expanding of your niche to pull in more revenue, increase your TAM, your total addressable market, so that you can make more money. Okay. So other than just like, the simple fact of kind of like, you need to start niched, there's a few other questions that you need to answer in order to gain leverage. Okay. Simply picking a tight market Like these overweight fathers, sales professionals, whatever, I can list hundreds of more, okay, will not be the main factor in making money and winning. Okay, so there's actually factors within markets that dictate the market success. Okay, so I read this book. I can look it up. It's called Blue Ocean Strategy. It's a very interesting book. I would recommend everyone to read it. And pretty much this book just talks about selecting markets. Very interesting book. They give several examples, but a lot of the factors within a market. So let's, for example, in this market of sales professionals in closing roles who want to increase health, okay? It's a small market, but you also have to dictate that market's success because you can't just make an airtight market. But let's say that market's poor. They have no money in that market. Let's say that market is hard to find. You can't reach that market. Or let's say that market is just really difficult to work with. They don't really want to, do the things that you tell them to do. You're not gonna get success even because that market is airtight and really niched. Okay. So how do you actually apply other factors, and what are these other factors? Okay. So number one is supply and demand. Supply and demand runs a business as a whole. Okay, period. Supply and demand runs everything in business. Okay. If you have a lot of demand, okay, in the market for something and a lack of supply, if you jump into that market, you've seen a level of success. Okay, you're going to see a level of success. So here's three examples of three different markets. Okay, so if you look at on the left here, you have the car market. Right now in the car market, from my objective observation, the car market is decently balanced. Okay, so balanced between demand, which is this green arrow, and then supply. Okay, you have a lot of people want cars. Cars are very, like, everyone drives a car nowadays, and it's balanced. Okay, there's cars for everything, cheap cars, expensive cars. It's pretty balanced. There's not like two car companies out there, and it's like, oh, I really want a faster car, and I'm not able to get it because there's no offerings. It's a balanced market. Supply and demand are balanced. Okay. Number two, if you look at this example here, the demand is bigger than the supply. Okay, so when the demand is bigger than the supply and the demand trumps the supply, that's a winning market that you need to capitalize on quickly. Okay, that's number two. And then number three is an imbalance. Okay, this is when the supply trumps the demand. Okay, so for example, this is a hyper competitive market, and a lot of people will label these as saturated, for example. But a lot of people are jumping into these markets because other people have seen successes with them. And they're like, oh, I'm just going to do the same thing and I'm going to get the same level of success. And that never happens. Okay. And the reason is because the market is flooded. There's so many other markets out there. There's millions of markets within business, but they just feel like they need to jump into another saturated market. Okay. So for example, the make money online. Okay. The drop shipping, like the make money online drop shipping stuff. That is like drop shipping and e-commerce. It's become very, very saturated. Okay. For example, real estate agents. One of my close friends works with a lot of real estate agents. He's a consultant, and there's on average hundreds of thousands of real estate agents that enter the market every year. And out of, let's say, 100,000 real estate agents, apparently only 10% will actually stay the next year. Okay, which is crazy. 10%. Okay, so 10,000 all the way down to, 100,000 all the way down to 10,000 1 year later. Okay, very saturated. A lot of supply of real estate agents, but the demand may be a little bit low. Okay, so the thought process of exploring supply and demand makes you think of how many others have entered a similar market as this, and is this market craving a solution that is different from others? Okay, this is not something that you can simply sit around and speculate about. That will only maybe get you 10% of the way. This is something that you can gain insight when you talk to the market and interact with the market. Okay, so you can do work and you can do research and you can look into markets and Google and Google and Google, but until you actually go and actually interact with the market and talk to the market, that's going to give you most of the insight that you will need for that specific market. For example, if you're jumping into the car market, and you're talking to all the consumers who want cars, but they're all like, yeah, there's no great electric cars out there. They're all shit. Teslas are shit. These cars are bad. These cars are bad. All electric cars are bad. And you're like, okay, if everyone's saying that, that means that there's a demand. And the only way you get that is actually interacting with the consumer. Okay. So that's supply and demand. Number two is that, does the market have buying power? Like I said before, let's say you're doing this niche. I'm just saying, for example, let's say you're doing this niche, overweight fathers. And let's say out of all of the fathers you talk to, you realize that they are all broke. Okay. It doesn't matter now because they can't afford your solution. How are you expecting to get rich off of a poor market? Do you see how that doesn't really kind of make sense? Okay. So for example, market one is poor. They have demand. They have the demand. They want your solution and they want it badly. The demand is high and the demand is higher than the supply. Okay. But 85% of them, let's say even 90% of them, for the sake of the argument, cannot afford to pay your price. You're not going to make millions with this market. Okay. But then if you look at market two, they want and need your service badly. Okay. The demand is higher than the supply, but 85%, 90% of them can afford your service easily. Oh, it's only $5,000 for that fitness program. Oh, it's only $5,000 for that health protocol. Oh my God, that's not that bad. Versus, oh my God, that's the amount I make in 2 months. Or, oh my God, $5,000. I have to pay this bill. I have to pay that bill. Headache. Okay. So buying power dictates a lot of your success because you need to find, unless you want to play the really cheap game, for example, like Walmart, like, selling really low ticket things, you're going to need a lot of volume to do that. You're going to need a massive team. You're going to need massive systems. Like I said before, you're a one-man, maybe two-man show. Maybe you have some people working for you. Okay. But at the end of the day, you don't have this massive amount of capital, okay, to deploy, your human resources to deploy. Okay. So playing the low ticket volume card to a poor market, you can do that, but you're going to need these factors. Okay. If you're a one or two man show, you're better off going after this rich markets with demand. Okay. And low supply. Okay. So it doesn't matter how much demand there is if the market simply cannot afford your service. Okay. It will also limit you from making more money specifically within the space. If you were a large production company that had a massive, like I said, massive startup capital, and you're wanting to play the volume game, that will get you further. Okay, sure. But trying to make 100 sales per month at $100 to make 10K is unrealistic and an absolute headache. Okay. People won't get real results. People will not take and treat you seriously with a low level of investment. You'll need a system to support the volume. That's going to be a lot of work to support 100 people a month to make 10K per month, which is not a lot of money. Okay. Your margins are going to be lower. It's going to be a total headache. Okay. For example, I do know markets that have achieved massive, like Walmart, for example. Walmart has achieved massive level of success. But let's just look this up together. Employee count Walmart. Okay. 2.1 million people work at Walmart. Okay. 2.1 million people. If you want to play that game, and if you want to play the low ticket game, I'm not saying you're going to have 2.1 million people, but you're going to have a lot of human resources. You're going to have to put a lot of work into the back end, the front end, taking calls. You're going to be running around like a chicken with your head cut off just to maybe make a little bit of money. Okay. So for example, when I first started, I launched an offer to people that was $5,000. And a lot of these people weren't really making that much money. Okay. I had lots of price objections. People were like, oh, da, 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 da. And this was like very early in my business kind of career, you could say, my entrepreneurship journey. And these people just didn't have that much money. So what I was doing at the time is I was taking a lot of investment sort of things where it was like $1,000. And then I was dropping my price a little bit too. I remember I was on the sales call with this guy. He was actually, he was in the fitness space and he was a gym owner, I believe. and I dropped my price. I was on the sales call with him. I was like, hey, my price was $700. And he gave me a price objection because he was broke. He was only making like $3,000, $2,500 a month. He's like, oh, I can't do that. Okay. And I was like, okay, let's book another sales call. So second sales call we got on, ran out through the script again. End of that sales call, I'm like, okay, instead of 700, this time I can do 500. He's like, oh, I can't do that. That's too much. I'm like, okay, let's book another sales call. Got on a third sales call, dropped my price again. Fourth sales call, I dropped my price to $250 from 700. Okay. $250 a month. Okay. Like a retainer. And this guy just, he had, you could tell at this point in the sales, like he had no respect for me, which makes sense because like I was just trying to sell this thing that clearly I didn't believe in that much. Clearly it was just to someone who was broke. Why was I wasting, 4 sales calls, which is technically like, let's say 4 hours of time, 3.5 hours of time to sell to someone who had no money in the first place? Okay. I was just shooting myself in the foot. Okay. And then I launched another offer to people already making over 10K per month. And these people were like, oh, I'm already making 10K a month. I see the value in this. I have demand for this. There's not a lot of other people who offer similar solutions. Yeah, I see the value. Let's do it. Boom. Okay. So targeting a market with money is one of the quickest ways to get a ton of sales and be able to charge more high ticket. It is simply unleveraged as a coach to be selling a ton of low ticket programs when you can just make 10 times, 100 times more with a simple shift in who you are selling to. Does the market have buying power? Okay, if you're getting a ton, if you're on sales calls, just a heads up. If you're on sales calls, you're already selling, okay? And everyone you're talking to is giving you price objections, okay? It's not the fact that you need to handle their price objections better. I hate to say it. It's not the fact that you have to do another Jordan Belfort tactic or another sales tactic. It is the fault of the market. Okay. So find a market that has buying power. The quickest way to achieve a level of success in business and even in life is to be around the people who have money. Okay. Think about there's this quote: you become the sum of the 5 closest people you spend the most time with. Okay. If all of those people are poor, you'll probably be the 6th poor person. If all of those people are rich, then you'll probably be the 6th rich person. Okay. Same happens with money, or same happens with sales and selecting your market. Okay. Next. So we went through, does the market have buying power, supply and demand? And then next, can you actually find the target? Okay. So market example 1, easy to find. You can see these people. Okay. Let's say you're targeting moms who want help with exiting. Okay. You can find moms, they're easy to find, etc. Let's say you're targeting people who you just can't find. They're not online, or they're not on these, acquisition channels like Instagram, or they're not, available for you to reach out to. Then no matter how hard you try, they're just hard to find. You're going to get a bottleneck with that market. Okay. So for example, 80% of marketing is simply locating the client you want to target. 80% of it. Okay. A lot of people will say, oh no, it's not 80, it's not targeting, but it is. Okay. Getting your message in front of the right people is actually 80% of the actual work. Okay. If there's a bottleneck in this location process, then even with the best marketing process or ads, editing, Hormozy edits with the jump edits, and you look all cool, or videography, you will lose. Okay. So for example, let's say you start a business. Let me italic this. You start a business that is helping in-person chiropractors. You can easily go online and look up chiropractors near me on Google Maps. Let's just look at this right now. Chiropractors Toronto. Okay. Go to look, boom. Here's 100. Okay. Look at these pages, 10 pages. Boom. Oh my God, easy to find. Okay. I can call them right now. Phone, boom, call, done. Easy. Okay. Easy to find and will give you an advantage. On the contrary, let's say you want to help old people. Let's say, for the sake of the argument, that they don't own a phone. There are old people who don't own a cell phone or an Apple phone or something actually like this. Okay. And these old people want to gain mobility, for the sake of the argument. These people would be harder to find. Okay. you would have to, resort to maybe in-person outlets, like maybe going to retirement homes, maybe going to spots that these people go. Maybe it's, I don't know, farmers markets. You see how there's a bottleneck here. You're not going to be able to scale an acquisition system most likely compared to this, where I go on Google and I look it up and there's 500 right there for me to reach out to. Okay. So 80% of marketing is just finding the target. And if you're able to find the target easy, then you're going to not have a hard time. Okay. So that's number 3. Number 4 is, can you actually guarantee success? Okay. This is a very large point, and a lot of people are going to brush over this. Okay. A lot of people are going to be like, oh, as long as I get the sale, as long as I get the person to send me money and I get them on a sales call and I get them to give me money, then this doesn't matter. Okay. But it actually does. Okay. Because on a short-term basis, guaranteeing success is not crucial to get success. I did that as well. Okay. I was like, yeah, no, I don't really know what I'm doing. Like you send your first client, oh, I don't really know what I'm doing, but give me your money. Okay. And you can simply get on sales calls and tell them you can help, and they'll probably pay if you have good sales ability. And they'll give you some money because you're good at sales, and they're like, oh, here, sure, fine. Okay. But on a long enough time horizon, if none of your clients are actually clients that you can help, your business will slowly fade out. Okay. On a long enough time horizon, short term, get some people, they pay you money, etc. Sure. Have $10,000 one month. Oh my God, this is the next business model, blah, 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 blah. But a long enough time horizon, if none of your clients are getting success, then referrals are going to go in the tank. People are going to start leaving bad reviews. Okay. It's going to be harder. Hey, do you have any client results? No, I don't. Okay. So for example, I'm going to give you an example because this is what I see a lot in the kind of online space as well. Many course creators cannot guarantee success and end up getting crushed long term. Okay. But on a short term level, they make tons of money. But slowly, you'll see, usually after 1 to 2 years, will fade into nothingness. Okay. They'll fade. They'll fade into literal nothingness. So I've seen so many people who've launched these courses. I remember even when I was starting, say 5 years ago, and I was taking these courses. A lot of these guys I took courses from, they're just not around anymore. It's where did these guys go? Okay. And this is what happened. Okay. They sell these courses. People take these courses, but they don't actually get success. Okay. Sure, there's other factors it's up to them to get success. Sure. But they didn't see that much success. But they made a ton of money and then it slowed down. It's kind of pretty much a logarithmic equation. Okay. Like an inverse exponential graph. Okay. What happens is the back end will often dictate the front end. So with this, what happens is bad client results equals limited social proof and bad reviews. Limited social proof equals less sales. Bad reviews equal less sales. Okay. Results in the owner losing confidence in the business. This is the biggest factor because I've seen people push courses and not guarantee success, and they still have and are able to maintain a really high level of confidence in themselves, knowing that their clients are getting bad success and knowing that their clients are mad. Okay. But they still have this high level of confidence. Sure. Okay. But most of the time it gets in their head and then they lose because confidence, like I said, even before, is a direct derivative of your success. Okay. And if you have bad confidence, all in all, it's just going to suck. So for selfish reasons, you need to guarantee client results and you need to make sure that you can actually have results within that industry. Okay. Within that market, within that vertical. If you actually are jumping into a market and you just can't help that person. Okay. For example, if you're helping people who want to lose weight, but these people are just for example, really, really elderly people who have habits stuck into their mind and they just are not going to change for the life of them. They've tried all these diets and their routine is set in stone of how they eat, what they like to eat. It's going to be a lot harder to change those people and actually guarantee them success. Okay. So yeah, So the more you pull the lever on establishing social proof and proof of concept, the more sales should be generated. It's kind of an X equals Y equation. Okay. So all in all, let's go through this one more time. Supply and demand, find a market that has supply and demand. You're only going to do that through talking to the market. Number two, does the market have buying power? Don't sell to broke people, sell to the top of the market. Can you find these people? If you can't, don't even try. Go for markets that you can actually find. And can you actually get them success? Because long term, this is going to matter more than anything. You're going to thank yourself that you went for a market that you can actually genuinely help, because client results are everything. The back end of client results dictates the front end. Okay. Cool. So what you do at this point, we've went through quite a bit in terms of market. What we do and what I do is I pretty much rank my offer. Okay. So this is what I do with all of my clients. And if you join pretty much the FitX program and kind of how we operate and everything, what everything works and how pretty much we do it is we rank this very objectively. Okay. So for example, I have three, I guess, test niches here. Okay. Men over 40. Okay. What we do is we put our test niche or our test market, okay, and we rank these markets based on, the factors that we pretty much went through. Okay. So men over 40. Men over 40, yeah, most of them, I would say, can easily afford a fitness program. Can you guarantee them success? Maybe they're over 40. Maybe it's like a 2 or a 3. Let's say a 2. Can you easily find them, men over 40? Yeah. They're on Instagram. They're on Facebook. Yeah. Okay. How many people have offered to men over 40? I'm going to say it's probably numb to not numb. Let's go not numb. Okay. Is the market growing? So supply and demand. Let's say middle, end state defined, failure. Are you avoiding failure mechanisms? Is the process most efficient to actually deliver results? And then what you do is you rank all of these. And what we do is we rank all of these together and see, okay, men over 40. Okay, let's do one more. Let's just say for the sake of it, sales reps who are starting out, okay, who want help with fitness. Okay, these people, let's say limited funding. They're starting out, don't have much money. Okay, can you guarantee them success? Let's say they're young, they're dedicated, 100% guarantee them success. Can you easily find them? Let's say it's more difficult. Okay, how many offerings have there been before you to this kind of like business to kind of mindset health coaching? Let's say it's more numb. There's been people before. Is the market growing? Middle. As you can see here, looking at this objectively, men over 40 would be a much better niche to go in on an overall ranking basis. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to look at this very objectively and rank these very objectively and choose a winner. Okay, what we don't do, and this is the downfall of so many people. Let's say they have their markets and they pick their markets, they put them on the sheet, and they see, oh my God, this one's ranking higher, but I want to do this one. And they'll just be like, okay, I'm doing that one. And they just forget about the other one. Okay. It's not how we do it. We have to look very objectively and be like, okay, even though I want to do this one, this market is better. It doesn't matter. We're going to go after this one and just pick it objectively. Forget about the other ones even existing in the first place and just move on. Okay. So you must look at this strictly from an objective point of view. It doesn't matter if you believe the market to be saturated or if you don't really want to work with these people. This is a matter of which is the highest ranking to move forward with. Oftentimes, what we want to do is influenced by the external. Okay? So you have yourself, you have your family who are dictating yourself, you have your friends that are dictating you, your community, your nation, the community within the community, humanity as a whole. Your entire belief system is influenced by the external. Okay? So when you're going and picking these, oh, I like this. Why do you like this? Because other people have done it before, or you've seen a guy on Instagram who's in that, who's hit 100K a month before. Okay. And it's dictated by, other things that have influenced you. Don't be that person that's dictated by everything else. Look at this objectively. Don't look subjectively. Okay. So remember at the start, I shared this. Okay. Common things that people were saying. Oh, just pick, that market is just saturated, or just pick a market. It's not that important. or just do what you know the most about, or just pick what you want to do, or all these sort of things. Just do what you want, blah, 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 blah. The market's saturated, all these terms that are thrown around. Okay. Pretty much, in conclusion, it's extremely important to be cutthroat with your decision and understand that the market you enter will dictate your success more than any other factor within your business. Of course, there are many other factors that once bootstrapped onto your market will result in leveraged success or no success, which we're going to get into later in this masterclass. Okay. So remember, when you are selecting a niche, it will not be the niche itself that will fail. It will be the things that you're bootstrapping onto the niche that can allow you to scale effortlessly, run the exercise, and ensure that you have a niche that suits the following requirements in terms of growth, money to spend, pain, supply and demand. Can you find them? All that sort of stuff. Okay. So once you have these factors and once you've picked a niche, you've actually, and looked at this very objectively, you've done a lot of work and that's good. You found your niche. Okay. But now what you have to do is and what we do with our partners is we validate and test these niches. So what I've done that's a little bit differently as well from a lot of my clients or a lot of other competitors that help, I guess, people in the coaching space is like a lot of people will just kind of give you a course, give you like, hey, here's a bunch of videos, coaching calls once a week, or hey, here's a bunch of videos, here's the back end to the school, go talk with other members. That's not that effective. Okay. What we do is I personally track and obtain all of my clients' data, okay, about markets. And I have so many markets that I'm just waiting for people to join so I can say, hey, we should, honestly, man, I know you want to do that market, but I think this market is going to be a 100K a month market. We hit it, just blows up. Okay. It goes crazy. Okay. Why? Because I've tracked all my clients' data. I've had these conversations with the market. I understand why certain things are going to actually work. Okay. Because I have data. Like I said up here, let me scroll all the way up. Okay. You have to have conversations with the market to actually understand what the market wants. Oh, I think it's down here. Okay. You have to have conversations with the market to actually understand what the market wants. Here we go. Okay. You gain insight when you talk to the market and interact with the market, which we've already done. Okay. So we've done a lot of that. And that's kind of what I spend a lot of my time focusing on, selecting and finding markets for my clients to join. Okay. So overall, your niche is not something to be taken lightly. Many people rush into a niche before talking with the market and genuinely seeing what the market wants. Your success within a niche will be determined by the insights you gain regarding the niche, not by aimlessly jumping into a niche that will magically turn out profitable. So you need to gain insights within that niche. You need to make sure that all of the factors check out within that niche. You have conversations with that niche and you gain these insights about those niche, like what they want, what they don't want. Maybe a lot of them are broke. See, all of these things about, are they broke? Can you find them? You don't know these until you actually interact with the niche. That's the thing. Okay. So that's pretty much what I went through today in terms of niche selection, in terms of market selection. But all in all, what I want you to remember from this is that who you're selling to matters way more than what you're selling. Okay. If you can find a niche and a market and a vertical that works, that just checks out all of the boxes and all the factors that I went through, okay, then everything else is going to be 10 times easier. You are saving work for yourself in the future by putting in the work and the effort and the sacrifice and the putting in that discipline now so that you're saving it for yourself later, okay? And remember this, when you are picking a niche, you can figure out all the factors and you can think about all the factors, but until you actually have enough data about that market, then you can't make a decision about that market. So I would figure out a way to get data, okay, which are insights about the market, okay? Now, once you selected your market, now is when other really important things come in, because a market alone will get you a large part of the way, but just with a good market, if you have a bad offer, or if your acquisition system is trash. I know so many people with great markets, but their acquisition system is like horrid. Okay, they don't know how to market, they don't know how to sell. Okay. Their offers extremely commoditized. They're following kind of similar paths. Oh, I'm just going to do more volume. I'm going to post more on Instagram. Okay. They have that kind of like that, like I said before, that 2x mindset. You're not going to get much success. Okay. So once we bootstrap other things onto the market, okay, which we're going to go through next, which is part 2 is going to be all about offer creation. And then part 3 is going to be all about acquiring clients. Okay. So let me come back up. It's going to be all about offer creation, all about acquiring clients. This is once they're bootstrapped onto a good market, it's lights out. Okay. You become an uncommoditized machine. You're able to charge a lot more. You're able to be a specialist. You're able to be respected. And it's just an overall easier process to scale. Okay. So thanks for watching the video today. So that's part 2 of this series. Next series, we're going to jump into offer creation. It's going to be really interesting. We're going to be talking about playing the game large, appointment setting, commoditized offers, so many things that a lot of people don't realize that they like. All in all, you kind of don't know what you don't know. Okay. So we're going to be jumping into that. In terms of market, drop any comments you have about market, any things that you think that need to be, answered. Go ahead, drop them in the comments. And that's pretty much it regarding the market. So thanks for watching. We'll be back with the next part. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. This is going to be hopefully the last part of the video. Okay, so this is going to be probably the longest part of the video because I'm going to try my best to just keep going and try to get through offer building, acquisition channel, and then kind of running you guys through the data collection that we do at FitX. So like for me personally, it takes me it takes a lot of effort to sit and talk for an hour and 30 minutes, which is kind of the length of the other parts. But what I'm going to try to do today is just keep going. It's going to probably be maybe a couple hours. I don't know. We're just going to kind of chill. I got a coffee here. I got some sparkling water. We're going to chill. We're going to talk. And if you guys have any questions, if you're watching this live with me right now, you're with me here, drop the questions. If you're watching the recording, it's going to be a really good one today, guys. Okay? You're going to learn a lot. Make sure, number one, before we jump into this, make sure, number one, you have your phone in another room. Come on, distraction, elimination is the key, not addition. So eliminate the distractions. Don't try to be focused. Eliminate them. And number 2, make sure you have a notepad out because we're going to be going through a lot of information today, especially. This is going to be a very interesting one. Okay, cool. Let's jump into offer creation. Okay, so before we went through a bunch of other stuff. We went through selecting your market. We went through certain mindset, my story, all that sort of stuff. And today we're going to be actually talking about, okay, let's pick a niche market. Sure, that's important, but how do we actually build and craft an offering to that specific segment and vertical of the market? Okay. So number 1, okay, playing the game large. Okay, common bottlenecks are playing small, appointment setting, churn, system improvements, etc. Okay, so before I jump into the specifics of offer creation, I must outline the massive differences in your offerings when you're trying to make 5K per month versus 50K per month. Okay, there's massive differences. Okay, like I said, there's the 10x mindset and then there's the 2x mindset. When you're trying to play these games differently, there's different inputs that you have to do to get different outputs. What happens when coaches think small and set their goal to 5K a month, for example, or even 10K a month, is they'll always fall into something I call the commodity trap, okay, and end up playing this cat and mouse game in their business, okay? So oftentimes what happens is coach does a bunch of outreach or posts to get a client, okay? So you're posting on Instagram, like what I did with TikTok, you're posting reels, stories, and then you get a client, okay? Or you're sending cold DMs, you get a client, okay? And then you have to hard close and sell really hard. You're going to maybe have to do a bunch of sales tactics that you don't even know why you're doing these sales tactics. Maybe it feels slimy, and your closing rate is, let's say, less than 20%, okay? And then coach gets client on a $500 a month, a recurring payment, or even a payment plan for $2,000. Okay. Because that's all they can charge. Okay. The coach gets excited. Oh, I just signed a new client. He's paying me 500 a month. Oh my God, this is so amazing. 500 a month. That's like my car payment. Oh, that's so amazing. I'm gonna bill him every month. Nice. Got excited. Get the dopamine. And then clients get less than average results and decide to not pay and churn. Okay. You operate at near 80%. Like your margins are not bad. Okay. But you cannot afford to invest in scaling back into your business because of the lack of money and the churn. Okay. Nor do they want to because their input is low. They're just making low revenue in general. Their margins are good. They'll get worse the more you scale. When you're starting out and you're making 5K a month, 10K a month, your margins are going to be like 90%, 80%, right? But when you try to scale with that same mindset, you're going to get totally crushed. Even when so this is when I was making around 15K per month, so a little bit more than that. I had my fulfillment was crazy because I was trying to do this new acquisition system, and I was also trying to refine my fulfillment system because I was running around with a chick with my head cut off. Okay. So what I did is I hired a few people and I got my I got my monthly costs just like on employees, on contractors, on stuff like that, up to like 7K, 8K. I remember this was like in September a while ago. Um, I remember I remember getting um 15K at the end of one month. Like I looked at my Stripe, 15K, in Stripe. Oh, that feels amazing. And I remember the next day sending like 3K to one guy, 2K to another guy, paying off some ad expenses because I was running ads as well. Okay. I had to pay like $3,500 in ads, and it added up to almost like just shy of 10K. Okay. Because I was trying to take slack off my plate. Now I'm getting crushed even more. So like, it's like, do I stay? And then I asked myself, I was like, do I stay at 5K a month? How am I supposed to scale? That doesn't make sense. Okay. And yeah, all in all, you can't really afford to invest in scaling. Okay. Because you want to keep your money. You want to, have presence, buy cool shit, go on dinners, whatever. And then what they say to themselves, and what I even said to myself at the time, is I'm just like, oh, okay, I just need to sell more. I just got to go and generate more. I got to generate more appointments. Okay. With my commoditized offer. And pretty much what happens is you run the system with your commoditized offer, and that's not even the problem. Okay. This also is relating, like, also your market has a big deal in this, but in this specific case, we're going to be specifically just talking about offer. Okay. So the problem with this model, and the problem with, you scale up 10K a month, 15K a month, and you reach this kind of wall, for example, is there's a few different things, okay, which we're going to talk about today. Number one is client results, okay? So with your market, for example, the same thing happens. If you're not selective with your market, your client results go bad. If you're not selective with your offer, and if your offer is not leveraged, or if your offer is commoditized, also your client results are going to be bad. So you can even have cases where people will have a really good market with a really bad offer, and it will just totally shit the bed, or a really bad market with a really good offer, and maybe they'll see a little bit of success or more success. Okay. So I'll tell you why, why client results are often a problem with a commoditized offer. Okay. So 9 out of 10 times, I've seen this all the time, and this is very specific to the coaching space. Okay. Because what is coaching? Like, let's just coaching definition. Okay. It is, it's a coaching is a process that enables learning and development. Okay, there you go. Learning and development. So learning and development is changing someone's character in a sense. You're changing their behaviors. You're instilling actions in their lifestyle. You are kind of taking this person from point A to point B. And to take someone from point A to point B, that takes effort, that takes discipline, that takes a lot of different things to get them to take 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, 10,000 steps to reach point B. Okay. And 9 out of 10 times, the quality of your prospect dictates the quality of your service. Okay. So specifically in the coaching space, okay, sure, you can talk about software, you can talk about so many other spaces, but unique to this niche, the coaching, if you're a coach, 9 out of 10 times, I would even say 9.9 out of 10 times, the quality of your prospect, if you're working with bad people, you're going to get bad results. Okay. So you can have an excellent service, but if there's a prospect that has horrible old habits and years of doing the wrong things, most of the time they aren't just going to make a dramatic shift and just going to be like, oh, I'm just going to change my life now. And, I spent $2,000 on a coaching program, or I'm spending $500 a month on a coaching program. I'm just going to change my life immediately. Okay. Doesn't really happen most of the time. Okay. So think for a second of how many middle-aged people have gotten into the gym, bought supplements, maybe even gotten a personal trainer before, and then never actually gotten real results. Just think about that for a second. Okay. So many people, even people that I know personally, like maybe friends of my parents or my parents as well, or even whatever, middle-aged people that I know. Okay. Oh, I'm starting the gym. I'm going to the gym. Now I'm going to commit to 3 times a week. I just bought $200 supplements and I just spent $1,000 on a personal trainer. And then a month later, hey, how's it going? Oh, I didn't stick with it. Oh, things got busy, work, excuses, excuses, excuses. Okay. So when I was transitioning from wanting to make 7K per month to 50, I knew that client results were one of the most important things that I need to optimize for. Like I said before, if your client results are bad, doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter. Long term, you're going to get crushed. Okay. So client results is very important. Okay. I need you to remember this. Your quality of your prospect dictates the quality of your service. Okay. Number two, appointment setting. So with appointment setting, there's this mindset of, oh, I just need more appointments, more appointments, more appointments. Everyone is focused on generating appointments. Okay. I got to do cold DMs. I got to get people on calls, whatever. And when I was making 7K per month, I had way more appointments than I had now. I had I can even show you even screenshots of my calendar. I was taking maybe 5 to 7 meetings, even sometimes 10 to 12 meetings a day. It was crazy. And what happens is for example, is let's say you have meetings hours, an hour apart. So let's say from 9, 10, 11, 12, all the way until 5 p.m., 9 to 5 meetings. If that meeting no shows, you're not going to do work for an hour. You're not going to do deep work for 40 minutes. You're going to scroll on TikTok. You're going to waste time. Okay. So you're going to watch your day just fly by. Okay. Because you're going to get up, you're going to take your meeting. The meeting is going to be 30 minutes. And you're like, okay, am I going to do work for 30 minutes or am I going to go do something else for 30 minutes? And then you're just you don't actually get anything done in these days. Okay. So I had way more appointments, but I was making less. Okay. So how is that kind of possible? Okay. So number one, when you're doing cold outreach or running ads to a cold audience and you get leads and then you get these people on a sales call, then you try to hard close them on a call. Okay. You follow up like a madman, get them on a Zoom call, and then employ a bunch of sales tactics to try to get them to pay you a low ticket price for maybe a few $1,000s or something. Your closing rate is trash. This is what happens. And then you say, I just need to do more volume. Okay. So when I was taking that many meetings a day, my closing rate was less than 10%. It was horrible. Okay. But the thing that everyone was saying online, Alex Hormozy, all these gurus, just do more volume, do more volume, do more volume. And that wasn't actually the key to, like I said, in this entire thesis of this masterclass, just do more volume and you'll get more success. Not true. Whenever you hear someone say, I just need to do more volume, that's when you know they aren't running a business and they genuinely believe in, that they actually trust their process and they're actually coping in a sense. If your main goal in your business is to generate appointments at mass volume from a cold audience or from a few DM conversations or from someone swiping up on your story, you're doing something massively wrong. When I was making 7K per month, I was strictly focused on cold outreach. My day was massively centered around taking meetings, and I wasted hours, so many hours of my life trying to handle more meetings with a low closing rate, trying to push shitty prospects into a calendar, trying to get shitty people on a sales call so that I can have a possibility of maybe closing them for some retainer or some low ticket thing or a few $1,000s. Okay. So appointment setting tends to kind of be a waste of time. Now, to be honest with you, right now, I barely take that many meetings. Okay. And this is the thing. I've set up certain systems that I'm going to jump into so that I'm more leveraged. I'm not wasting time. And I'm actually my closing rate right now is it's like 9 over the past, okay, I'll give you this example. Over the past 10 calls I've had, okay, my closing rate has been 9 out of those 10. I've had one guy who didn't feel like was a good fit. We kind of had this chat. It's like, okay, totally get it. The 9 other people were ready to go. How is that possible with coaching? Okay. How is that possible? How do you go from a 10% closing rate to a 90% closing rate? Okay. And then number 3 is churn. Okay. So this is when you lose all leverage. This is where all inputs lead to 0 outputs. Okay. For example, if you sign someone for 2K a month, but they churn, that doesn't matter because 2000 times 0 is still 0. You're not leading anywhere. So all inputs will lead to 0 outputs. Okay. It's almost like you have a bucket and you're putting water in the top of that bucket. Water's going in, water, water, water. But there's holes in the side of the bucket and you're just leaking water. What's the point of trying to do more volume to try to put more water in the top? Okay. Oh, I just got to do more volume. Oh, I just got to put more water in the top while it's just profusely leaking fast. Okay. So most of my clients would churn after 60 to 90 days, not because my process was considered bad, but simply due to the prospect. The prospect was just bad. Okay. I experienced low margins, like I said, before when I was making 15K a month. And I was not able to reinvest back into my business. I was not able to hire talent that would help me close more deals. I was not able to hire talent to help me set up systems, to run operations, because after spending, almost 10K that month, the next month I was like, oh, I got to cut this back. And then I went back into the loop of working crazy hours. And then it was just, it's this cat and mouse game. Okay. So overall at the time, I was feeling like I was just a glorified employee running around in my own business. I couldn't sit, it just couldn't sit with me, right? Because I saw others in my space easily being able to generate multiple 6 figures a month. Oh, I just hit 120K this month. I have this one guy actually in my coach or in a program that I was a part of a while ago. He was making like 20K a month at the time. And he just recently told me, he's like, hey man, I just hit $120,000 in 1 month. Okay. So I back then I even saw other examples of people talking to people. Oh yeah, I just hit a 95K month. It's like, that's amazing. Are you working like 24 hours a day? Like I was confused at that time. Okay. So it just couldn't sit with me, right? When I was working the hardest I could just to make shy of 10K a month, when there were others crushing me working less. I listened to the gurus and what everyone else was telling me, they were just saying, do more volume, do more volume, do more volume, and keep working. Because eventually, maybe you'll hit 30K a month. It's like, what? 30? What? Okay. How am I supposed to hit 100? Okay. So comment in the if you felt like this, comment in the chat. Drop a chat if you felt like this, if you're, your client results are bad, you're just trying to push appointments, you're churning a lot. It's very common and this happens all the time. Okay. So I literally went from having no white space in my calendar because I was so busy either fulfilling, taking meetings, generating meetings, and just doing more volume to having a total blank calendar. Okay. Blank. I just wiped everything off. I started from scratch. I just said, okay, I'm taking this many meetings. I'm taking all these meetings, but I'm not making that much money. I gotta restart something. Okay. So comment in the chat if you've been through this process here. You've churned, appointment setting. Comment if you felt like this. Oh, that's a great coffee. Okay. So what I did is I thought very logically. I'm like, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. So instead of pushing all these meetings into a calendar and trying to take all these meetings, okay, I went back and created a solution that solved every problem that my prospect was dealing with and created my new process and new offer to this market. This is when I created my 5-pillar system, which was a mixture of consulting and a done-for-you process that I could effortlessly use to solve all of the problems above with. So solve my churn rate, solve my appointment setting process problem, solve my client results, solve them all. Okay. And pretty much what happened is due to the high demand, I started increasing price. Okay. I was able to, be like, okay, this is now not worth, this is not worth, $500 a month because this process is actually something that is, something that's worth the value. Okay. I hear so many people saying, oh, I charge high ticket because everyone says to charge high ticket, but you actually have to justify your price. This wasn't just like me just saying, oh, I'm just gonna charge high ticket because I feel like charging high ticket. No, it's because the value is actually there. Okay. So if you look at, for example, this diagram right here, right? Um, your market price, the price you're charging is based off of the actual value and the absolute value that you're actually absolute value and perceived value that you're actually pretty much that your process program is actually worth. Okay, I want to lean towards absolute value because once someone is in the program, they see past perceived value and now they're seeing just absolute. Okay, so I was able to actually justify my price. It wasn't oh, I just want to charge high ticket and charging high ticket. I was able to 10x the value that I was charging back. Okay. So I wasn't I didn't just charge $5,000 because, oh, $5,000. I charged $5,000 because my process was worth $50,000 and it took $50,000 worth of effort to create. And it took $50,000 worth of investment in myself and investment in this. And if you actually do the process, that's the amount of value you will get back in terms of dollar. Okay. So the thought process was, why the hell would someone buy another coaching program that charges $500 a month with basic stuff when I can just charge $7,000 to $10,000 upfront and solve every problem that my prospect faced? It was a no-brainer. Prospects couldn't walk away from the deal when the value I was giving them was 10 times more than competitors in much less time. People would literally, this is what happened. People would book a call with me. Okay. They'd be like, hey, this is my price. But I would explain to them the value that they're getting. And they'd be like, hey, I was on a few other sales calls with a few other guys today in the same space, doing the same thing as you, your competitors, and they're charging $500 a month, but the value, the absolute value that you're providing is just way more. And then be like, let me think about it. I'd be like, okay, fine, go think about it. And they'd go think about it. And then I was like, I'm not handling your objection. I'm not going to sit here and try to handle your objection. Okay. And they would always come back and be like, you know what? I thought about it. This is just a no-brainer for me. Boom. Okay. Don't have to sell them. Don't have to hard close them. Don't have to do some slimy sales tactics when I could just prove the value and show them the real value, case studies, other clients, value. Okay. And they couldn't walk away from it. Okay. So the impact of me switching from a commoditized offer, making not that much money, to an uncommoditized offer was three things. Okay. Number one, no one was able to replicate this offer. Nobody. I instantly got out of the commodity rat race and became non-commoditized. I switched to premium pricing. What happens when you do that is just no one's able to, replicate your offer. No one is able to compete with you. You're in a totally different market now. You have a totally different offer in a totally different market. And now you don't have other competitors to steal your market share when now you are providing something totally different. Okay. Number two, premium pricing. I had insane levels of profit. I was able to remove myself from the business and now I could afford to hire talent. Okay. I could actually afford, instead of spending 50, 60, 70% of my margins on trying to help, trying to get systems going or hire people or hire consultants or stuff like that. I was able to actually afford the talent. Okay. And, with premium pricing, afford talent, and then superstar talent. Yes, I hired talent. I was able to have better unique insights now for my team. Okay, better client results. I was able to have more case studies. I was able to have a higher closing rate. I wasn't taking calls all the time. I had other people take the calls for me. And all in all, when you have, let's say, one person in your company, and that one person in your company is just you, okay, you are only getting data from yourself pretty much. Okay, you are the one collecting data yourself. Okay, but when you have a team, a larger team, maybe 10 people working for your team, 5 people working for your team, all of those 5 people are getting unique insights from the tasks that they're doing, from the work that they're putting in. And you are the one who is going to get those insights from the people working for you. Okay, which is now going to lead to you making more money and recycling these unique insights into making your process better, your marketing better, everything. Okay. So then on a premium priced offer, I was able to reach an 80%, even 90%, like I'll say 80, 90% closing rate all time. over the past little bit once I switched. And before you doubt that I've gotten an 80% closing rate, I know it may be hard to fathom because many of you are operating at a 15% or less closing rate, pushing a ton of volume, pushing people into a calendar, and you're jammed with meetings. You're looking up, oh, sales tactics this, sales tactics that, when sure, sales tactics are important, but where's the absolute value of your process? Okay? So I was really able to go from this, 10K a month MRR to 100K a month by solving every problem, okay, in my own business and offering a full scale solution so that people could actually see the value. So this is a screenshot from one of the processes that I was in. And instead of just offering like, hey, I'm a fitness coach, I'm going to help you with X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3, I put together a full scale, everything you could think of, which I'm going to get into a little bit later, to help with every problem so that I'm the one-stop shop. I have the one solution. You don't need to go hire a personal trainer and a dietitian or go and get supplements from here. Do blah, blah, blah. I did everything. Okay. So I fully removed myself from the business. No more of the day-to-day BS. Okay. I was able to become, let's come back up. I was able to be leveraged. I had a fulcrum. I had leverage. Okay. I was operating now off of a leveraged offer. Okay. Ooh. Okay. So when you have an uncommoditized business, what happens is when you're a non-commodity, okay, when you are uncommoditized, okay, and you are leveraged, you solve every obstacle faster and more effortlessly, okay, and you create a no-brainer offer with leverage fulfillment, okay, and you charge high ticket, okay, because you are now charging high ticket, you can afford superstar talent, superstar systems, the best infrastructures, and the best media, YouTube, Instagram, whatever acquisition channel, okay? Because of that, you're going to have better results. You're going to have a higher retention rate. People are going to be more invested. People can afford to purchase, or people can afford to purchase your solution. You can now afford to purchase more clients. You can afford to spend more money on ads. You can afford to invest back in yourself. And this flywheel just keeps going around and around, but it all starts with you having an uncommoditized offer that solves every solution in your client's potential perceived, thoughts of problems that they may encounter or that that they will encounter, but they don't know that they will encounter. Okay. So the very first step in crafting your uncommoditized offer is to price 10 times more than every other competitor. When you charge more, there are two things that happen. Okay. So when you're charging a low price, let me zoom in on this. When you're charging a low price, what happens is you attract broke people who can only afford low prices. Okay. And you're only going to get on sales calls with people who are there for the price. They're not going to see the value. They kind of have the smoke screen in front of them, and they're thinking they're not thinking from a results based, oh, I'm going to get X thing out of this. They're thinking from a price based, oh, I have to invest this much in it. Okay. And because of that, you're going to have less revenue because you're going to sign people based on just the price. Okay. You're going to have no dollars left for marketing or fulfillment. You're going to get bad clients, and you're just going to keep going in this flywheel, telling yourself that you need to do more volume. Okay. Then on the contrary, when you charge a high price with an uncommoditized offer, you're going to have high quality customers who are there for the value, there for the absolute value that you're actually providing, who are committed and actually willing to ask questions, willing to go through the ropes, willing to have discipline. Okay. Now, because you've charged high ticket, more revenue, more money left for marketing, living life, affording this is going to be my next purchase. Affording an MA competition. I want MA competition matte black. Definitely going to be the next purchase. One of these. Oh, beauty, right? Living life, doing what you want to do. Okay. And then now you have better results for your customers, and you also look like you're winning. Okay. So that's a big one. Look like you're winning so that you can now recycle that back into marketing. Okay. So there's downward spiral of pricing. Like even when I was, for example, just to share a quick story about brick and mortar gyms. When I was in more of the helping gym space, I still help some gyms and I still do that more on a B2B level. Um, but when I was doing that, like I think I shared the story before in this masterclass, but I lowered my price so much. Like I was on that sales call with that guy. I charged him 700. He's like, no, I can't do that. Then I dropped my price to 500, then 400, then 300, then 200. And then he just had no respect for me at that time. And I just wanted his money. He could smell the desperation. It's harder to sell. And it's just this downward spiral. Okay. So, so that's that. You need to be uncommoditized. You need to be leveraged because this is all about creating a leveraged offer that you can offer that specific market and segment that we've talked about. Okay. So there's two things that pretty much happen when you're actually trying to make this. Okay. Perceived value, like I talked about, and absolute value. When you're in a sales call and you tell the prospect your pricing is $10,000, I'm just saying this for example, the prospect will be hesitant financially. The prospect will be shocked that it is 10 times more than competitors. Oh, you're charging 10K? The last guy offered me $1,500. Okay. It's gonna be shocked. Whoa. Okay. But the prospect will perceive the value of the service to be much higher than competitors. If it's $10,000 you're charging me, okay. But the other guy tried to charge me $1,500. $10,000 must be that your process and systems and et cetera that you're giving me are worth the $10,000 or even more. So they're thinking in their brain, oh my God, this kind of feels like this is worth it. There's this actual there's this wine experiment. I don't know if I can look it up, but there was this experiment, social experiment that was done where they put two bottles of wine. So just imagine this is a bottle of wine, two bottles of wine. Okay. Same bottle. They took the labels off of both, but they told the people that this one is worth $10,000 and the other one is worth $10. But they're the exact same bottles of wine. They poured these bottles of wine out, two glasses, and they told them the price, and each one of them said the $10,000 one is way better. Oh, it's way better. Okay, that says something about actually like obviously perceived value. Okay, they're going to perceive the value to be higher once you price higher. And this is a very important point. This price will screen out prospects that are simply going to be a pain in the ass to work with. It is actually, in many cases, a good thing to let go of prospects who cannot afford your service. Do you want to work with people who are broke, who are going to just be in this low flywheel price? Oh, giving you excuses. Okay. So that's perceived value. And then absolute value, because you are now charging a higher ticket price, you have to provide more value than what you are charging. This forces you to solve more problems than just being one dimensional. You now have to solve more problems to justify the price. Okay. Like when I was working with, for example, more gyms in the B2B space, what I did is I started more just as like kind of like a marketing person where I was helping people run ads. Okay. And then I realized that people just don't want ads run for them. What is ads going to do? Just get them leads, put leads on a Google sheet, go call the leads? No. So then what I did is I solved another problem, which was appointment setting. Okay, I'm going to hire a person, an appointment setter, commission based, and he's going to set the appointments for you. Okay, then I did that. Okay, and then what I did is I added a backend CRM system, which then they had to pay for monthly so that they can see the overall trajectory of how many leads are coming in, the statistics of all of that, everything. Okay, so now I went from just giving them leads to now appointment setting for them, qualifying these leads, nurturing these leads long term, setting up email list campaigns, setting up SMS campaigns, doing all of this for them, running the ads. Same thing. Okay. But now booking them directly into their calendar so that they can actually do it. Instead of just solving one problem, I switched to a 4-dimensional, 5-dimensional, whatever, larger problem. I solve more problems. Okay. So when you're charging more, this forces you into a higher level of thinking rather than just thinking, I just need to push more volume. Okay. More absolute value takes you out of the volume game in order to survive. You are now scraping the top layer of the market to find less people, but better. Sniper versus shotgun approach. Like I said before, with picking markets, you don't want to work with everyone. That is a good thing. When you're working with everyone, when you're helping so many people, when you have so many clients and people that you're helping, but you're not making a lot of money, that is not a good approach, especially in this game, in the coaching game. Okay. If you want to play the large mass scale game, go do it. You're going to need a lot of capital. You're going to need a big team to do that. Maybe some investors. Okay. So I took the sniper approach in today's age rather than the shotgun approach. Okay. So same diagram. I solved everything. Okay. Did everything in order for me, solved every problem for my prospect, everything that they could think of, so that I could pretty much do everything for them. Okay. In conclusion, what happened is I had less churn. Okay. There was less volume needed to make more money. So I could sign 2 clients and make $20,000 rather than just sign 1 client or sign 50 clients and not make that much money. Okay. I had higher absolute value provided. Okay. Because of that, I had better client results because there was more value. Okay. I had better quality clients. So I was working with less, but better quality clients. I was actually able to serve these clients better. Okay. I had more revenue to reinvest in my business and buy cool stuff. Okay. The business, like trips and all that sort of stuff. My business improves from more reinvestment. Okay. The perceived value is better. People would much rather spend 10K once than have to worry about $1,000 for 10 months, for example. Okay. It's easier to close the deals on the sales calls as well. This is actually a big point. I'm going to highlight this. Okay. When you're saying, oh, here's a payment plan for $5,000, pay me da 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 da, you know, or here's $500 for $500 a month, pay me $500 a month until, you know, and that's just what we're going to do. People are automatically going to be thinking, oh my God, when am I going to stop paying $500 a month? People are always looking to cut expenses. Okay. Unless these prospects are crazy, crazy rich. Okay. Then that's not going to work. And if they are crazy rich, this is not the best pricing model to be charging these people. They're automatically going to be thinking, okay, when can I cut $500 a month? Month 2, month 3 rolls around, they're going to cut. Okay. So on a sales call, it's easier for them to spend 10K once or 5K once than have to worry about a low ticket retainer or something like that. Okay. Have more referrals and word of mouth that worked for me rather than against me because of my client results. Less volume needed to generate the same amount of money, less input needed to get same output. What is that definition? That is the definition of leverage. Okay. I had happy clients. I felt confident in my service. I felt like I was a G. I felt like I was a legitimate business. I had no weird gut feelings of ethics. I was like questioning, oh my God, what am I doing wrong? Am I doing something wrong? Da 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 da. And last but not least, I had freedom and presence. Okay. I felt good. I had freedom to be like, okay, wow, this is really working. I can see this vision long term. Okay. So does anyone have any questions here, or is this kind of making sense? Yeah. So pretty much what you're trying to do, and the entire point of me in saying this is, what happens is when you're charging low ticket, okay, and when you're charging $500 a month or even a few $1,000s, okay, and you're doing outreach and you're pushing volume, this is what's going to happen. 3 things: client results, appointment setting, and churn. Okay. And the way that I solve that is charging high ticket and solving every problem for my client. Okay. Once you do that, now the back end gets better and your life gets better. Okay. Because the back end dictates the front end. Okay. No one was able to replicate this offer, premium pricing, afford superstar talent, and I felt better overall. Okay. So you have to solve every problem, and you must charge high ticket for it. Okay. Because now the value is there as well. Okay. There's no more just charging, oh, I'm just going to charge high ticket because I feel like it. It's like, no, the value of this, okay, the price, like the value that I'm giving you is worth less than what you're paying, or it's worth more than what you're paying. Okay. So what are the steps to actually creating your uncommoditized offer? Okay. So with every client or someone you choose to help, there will always be many factors that limit that client from succeeding. Okay. These are called failure scenarios. You have to make a list of all failure scenarios that could potentially keep your client from reaching their desired outcome and create mechanisms regarding the solution. Okay. So what causes someone to churn, or what causes you to not get a lot of money or your business to fail? Okay. It is failures. And what are these failures? These failures are specific scenarios that you can avoid by having a mechanism to help avoid it. Okay. So I'm going to give you a few examples here on how this kind of worked with Alex Hormozi when he was launching Gym Launch, because he did this amazingly. Okay. Okay. So Alex Hormozi started Gym Launch. I think it's ran by Cole something right now. Gym Launch. See him right there. Boom. Alex Hormozi. He started right with Layla. And what he did is he was targeting micro gyms. So he wasn't working with like, you know, Good Life Fitness, which is in Canada, like Lifetime Fitness, these big commercial, big box gyms. He's working with micro gyms. Okay. And these micro gyms, I would actually recommend everyone. This is actually a great book, Gym Launch Secrets. This book right here. It's like his first, Alex Hormozi's first book. No one talks about it. It's a very interesting book, even though it talks about mostly just gym stuff, and like scaling a gym. Same principles will apply. Okay. So I'll tell you exactly what he did and show you how he did this in this book. Okay. So what he did is he looked at micro gyms and he saw this. Okay. When you have a micro gym and you're a micro gym owner, which is like a CrossFit gym or smaller gym, okay, you're still your business is kind of running itself into the ground. So for example, you're spending 3K a month on trainers, spending 3K a month on rent. Okay. You're spending, let's say, a grand and a half on equipment. So like, let's say repairs, paying rent for equipment, all that sort of stuff, spending 1,000 a month on ads, 1,000 a month on admin fees. Okay. So add this up: 3, 6, 7.5, 8.5, 9.5. It's like 10K a month on just overhead. Okay. And with 100 to 200 members, which is usually the capacity for these micro gyms, each paying, let's say, around $125 a month, the limit is capped at 12 to 15K per month. Okay. So your margins automatically are like 30%, 20%. Okay. When I actually used to work with gyms, I remember this specific instance where I was talking with this girl. I believe her name was Sarah, I believe. And I was like, yo, you have a nice gym. How much are you making? She's like, oh, we just had our first 60K month. I'm like, wow, that's amazing. How do you feel? Blah, 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 blah. She's like, oh, amazing. Da, 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 da. But I'm not making that much. I'm like, well, how much are you keeping? She's like, well, I'm only really keeping like the profit off of that is only like 5K. I'm like, whoa, imagine 60K going into your bank and then having to pay someone $55,000 or several people 55. Okay. It's crazy. So what he saw is that all these gyms are pretty much low margins. Okay. Capped, high churn, all that sort of stuff. So what he did, and this is pretty much what you're going to see here, is write out the failure scenario. Okay. Can't generate enough profits to make sense of being a gym owner. Can't generate lead flow. You can't get leads to show up. You can't get members to stay after a few months to buy more. Can't get leads to close over the phone. What Alex Hormozi did when he was starting Gym Launch was the following. He charged $16,000 for a 6 weeks gym launch offer and solved every problem that these micro gyms were facing, low margins, etc., and helped them with it. Okay. So what he did is, and this was absolutely genius because this was a market that no one really was helping before that he kind of jumped into, is all of these problems of not being able to get profits, lead flow, leads to show up, churn, capped at 15K a month. Okay. He solved everything. So what he did, commoditized offers, bad margins. What he did is he implemented a $600 upfront for a 6-week challenge. Okay. So he made a fitness challenge within these gyms. And if someone signed up, they would have to pay $600 upfront to join the 6-week challenge instead of just paying $125 a month or $200 a month. Okay. $600 upfront. Okay. What that did is that immediately helped with margins a lot. Let's say you sign up 30 people for a 6-week challenge. Okay. 30 times 600, okay? 18 grand, okay? Right off the bat like that, okay? No proven way to get leads that are predictable, okay? He helped with proven ad targeting, sales funnel, fully built out for these gyms, okay? They were having a hard time, getting clients, whatever, lead flow, leads to show up. He solved it. No nurturing system. He gave them the nurturing system fully done for them, okay? They had no proven sales script, no processes. He gave them a proven sales script that worked specifically for that 6-week program, okay? No fulfillment infrastructure in place to handle and deliver on a 6-week challenge. He gave them automated systems, fully done for them on handling 6-week challenge. Like he built out the programs for these gym owners on how to fulfill for the 6-week challenge. He helped them with like literally everything. He gave them the challenge, okay? And he charged $16K for people to join, which is crazy. But these gyms were making way more, so it was worth it, okay? No retention model and high churn. What he did is he downsold the upsell. So an anti-churn system given as well. So what he did, this was very interesting to solve that churn problem as well, because for example, let's say you're paying $1,000 a month on ads if you're a gym owner, and you're getting someone on $125 a month. That means if you sign 10 people, okay, let's say 9 for the sake of the argument, it's more even, 9 people, you're gonna have to sign 9 people a month from $1,000 spent in order to break even. And you're kind of playing this like you spend money to get clients immediately with that $1,000, but then the next month they churn because you're waiting until next month in order to make profit on that ad spend. Okay, if that makes sense. So they would churn before he would actually hit profit, and then you would invest money back in ads, and then it's just like you're playing this cat and mouse game. Okay, so he didn't do that. He pretty much, instead of trying to retain them, he made them pay that $600 up front, and then what they would do is on the 5th week of the 6th week, the gym owner would give the person the call and say, hey, listen, the end of your 6-week challenge is coming up. What you can do is, this is the downsell, the upsell. He would say, hey, listen, instead of waiting till the end of the program, what I can do is I can give you a discount on whatever. You've already lost 20 pounds in this challenge. I can give you a discount and funnel that remaining, I don't know, $100 you have into the challenge into your next month. Okay, so then he would automatically get them on a month-to-month basis after they paid that up front. Okay, and he did that for them. Okay, and what these gyms did is they just quickly made a ton of money. Why? Because he solved every problem that these gyms faced. Alex Hormozi solved every problem: keeping clients, getting clients, retaining clients, generating leads, being profitable on the front of that ad spend. Okay, all that sort of stuff. He also helped with increasing the capacity of certain gyms as well, because if you're stuck at 100 to 200, you either have to charge more, which he also did, but also how do you increase that to 300? Helped with everything. Okay, so I pretty much have kind of done the same thing with online fitness coaches. Okay, so failure mechanisms, success mechanisms, all that sort of stuff. Okay, so in terms of this, I'll just kind of run you through this. So online coach failure mechanisms. So number 1, lack of attention and leads. Okay, content and ads, owning attention, email lists, lead magnet, school. Okay, very important. How do you actually own the attention you're generating? Because if you're just generating attention but you're not owning it, it's not going to get you anywhere. Okay, not having nurturing sequences in place to warm up audiences. You cannot book calls consistently. Okay, sequences, phone scripts, qualification questions, messaging, marketing assets, identifying waste of time prospects. Okay, how do you deal with low quality leads? Improve targeting, educating leads, identifying waste of time prospects, inconsistencies in lead flow, paid advertising, solves that immediately. Struggling to handle attention, placing appointment setters, and hiring in bottlenecks. Okay, if you're running an engine and the engine keeps breaking in a certain location, then you have to apply oil directly to that location. Okay, struggling to deliver and retain clients, building a 1x release delivery system, and automating accountability, changing offer and pricing structure. Okay, so struggling to deliver and retain clients. Okay, a lot of people, a lot of online coaches deal with that. They cannot retain clients, and we solve that same thing by, you know, charging up front and making sure that the delivery system and automating accountability, etc. Okay, struggling to close clients on calls, scripting and scripting and education, hiring closer if needed. If you're bad at sales, I'm not going to teach you how to do sales. I'm just going to hire a closer. Charging low ticket, low profit margins, low revenue. Consult on pricing structure, high ticket uncommoditized offer, which we kind of already went through. Not enough time to create valuable marketing assets. So planning and finding the valuable assets that are needed to be created. Okay. So what we're doing is we go through everything A to Z and solve every problem in your business pretty much. Okay. So valuable marketing assets, there are certain ones that you're going to have to create. Okay. What are those ones? What are the scripts for those? Where do I put those assets? How do I use those assets, etc.? Not having a good offer, walk them through A to Z creation, which we kind of already went through. Not having a good market, we already went through that as well. Lack of clarity, setting up a game plan for you head to toe and showing you a step-by-step process of how you can get from 0 to 20K per month. Okay. So that's more with kind of us, for example. This is how I've implemented this within my own business, because now instead of just saying, okay, I'm going to help you with one thing, I'm helping with everything. Even when I worked with gyms, for example, like I said, with paid ads, instead of just saying, hey, I'm going to run paid ads for you, it's no. Hey, I'm going to do everything for you, and here's the value. The bottleneck is actually showing them that value in a concise and clear way so they understand it. Because if they don't understand it, then you're wasting your time. Okay. And even for you, if you are an online fitness coach and you already have clients, you're going to see certain bottlenecks within the clients you're working with right now. Okay. So if you're an online fitness coach, you're going to see lack of discipline in clients. Okay. How do you solve for this? Because if a client has no discipline and they're not willing to follow a process, they're not going to get success. So how do you avoid against that? How do you provide a solution to their failure so that you can make more money from that client and increase their lifetime value? Okay. Accountability and motivation, maybe a community, group calls, community interaction. Okay. Let's say that client doesn't have financial means, using payment firms to get payouts, payment plans, pricing breakdowns. Okay. The client does not follow the meal plan 100%. Maybe price so that it increases their level of personal investment. Okay. And then maybe providing a level of accountability so they follow the meal plan. The client does not follow the workout plan. Same thing. Price equals motivation. And then also providing that accountability and motivation literally. Okay. Client is not fully invested in the program or process internally. Pricing power and internal rapport. Okay. If they're not invested in the process internally, then you are going to have to make them invested through your price and through the rapport that you gain with that client. Okay. Are they educated about your process? That sort of stuff. Okay. Does your client not understand the mechanisms on how to lose 30 pounds, how to gain 30 pounds of muscle, how to lose belly fat? You educate them about how to pretty much, on that process so they understand what they're doing. Very important. Client does not want to give up X thing. They don't want to give up chocolate. They don't want to give up, going out and drinking on weekends. Okay. Specific protocol breakdowns given to each client. Okay. So they maybe don't have to give it up. Maybe they give up a portion of it. Things that you can work out specifically for them and give to them so that you're not just a one-sided, business. Okay. Client is super busy and has no time. I hear this all the time. Oh, I'm so busy. I work 9 to 9 every day. Okay, cool. Custom plans, with schedule in mind before creation. Okay. So specific protocols to clients regarding specific situations. Okay. Client likes to go out often and socialize. Same thing. Specific programs, specific breakdowns. Client likes to do in-person training and is hesitant to go online. You can do an investment breakdown. Hey, you're going to be spending 5 times more going in person. And hey, you're also going to be getting community access and group calls. Even though it feels like you're online, you're still going to get the same level of community. Okay. And then also sales scripts and influencing those people to see that this is actually better. Because you can tell them, but if they don't realize it, then what's the point? Okay. So these are some of the failure mechanisms I see with online fitness coaches and health coaches. Okay. And if you're able to solve all of these, you now have, okay, you are now starting to see your mechanism to avoid your failure coming in. And now what you're doing is you're putting all of these together, boom, 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 putting it all together and putting it into one plan, okay, one offer, and offering it to them, and it solves everything for them. Okay. So that's pretty much kind of like a breakdown from like Alex Hormozi, the process that I followed, because you're going to be making your solution off of problems. You're not just going to make your, you're not just going to just make a solution that doesn't have a problem. Okay. So you have to think kind of backwards in that approach. Okay. Cool. So the perfect process and offer needed. So number one, you're gonna have to clarify that you're not a commodity. You showcase from an absolute value perspective that you solve every problem, and pricing dictates a large portion of the perceived value. So you have to show that you're solving every solution, and then you're gonna have to price high ticket for that. People are gonna want results and an end date. This is I'm actually gonna highlight this. I said this before, but you're gonna be able to charge 2 to 3 times more when you sell your service with a defined end state, which is why it's labeled a program. Okay. So it's not just 500 a month until you feel like stopping. It's going to be, hey, it's going to be a 6-month process and there's going to be an end date. Okay. Because we're going to be working towards a goal in that end date. Okay. C, in a price anchor, anchor the prospect to the price that they would have to pay to work with gyms, retainer fitness coaches that are going to just 500 a month, 500 a month, or cost of figuring out themselves. Okay. Or the cost of not even doing it at all, the opportunity cost of not even doing anything. Okay. Bonus stack. Most prospects will come for one thing, but it will be crucial for you to unbundle and showcase the deliverables as separate mechanisms. So when you are explaining the process, the perceived value increases as there are several mechanisms to reach the desired state. Okay. So you're going to pretty much say, hey, listen, you came and booked a call with me today because you're looking to lose weight, but have you thought of all of this that I built out for you? Oh, you haven't? Well, that's probably what you're going to see over the next couple of months if you try to do this on your own. Let's just go ahead and do it together. Okay. And then scarcity and urgency and guarantees, not needed on the front end. If someone is on the fence, oftentimes I will maybe use that to push someone over the edge. If maybe it's something I throw in to increase their level of comfort. Not super important, more something that you can employ on a sales call. I know Alex Hormozi talks about, you got to make sure that you have guarantee and, guarantee. And then if you don't hit your goal within 3 months, then I'll guarantee this plus your money back in full. Plus I'll give you $10,000 for wasting your time. It's like stuff doesn't work anymore. Everyone's doing it. And then F, creating the front end price based on value, which is the price and transformation. Okay. So you need to solve every problem and you need to solve it effectively. Okay. Every problem and solve high ticket. Does that all kind of make sense? Okay, cool. So let's talk a little bit about the transformation. Okay. Because when I'm talking about charging 2 to 3 times more when you sell your service with a defined end state, you have to create that end state and you have to make it clear for them. Okay. So imagine this. Imagine you're a man and you're stuck on island 1. Okay. Island 1 is small. There's no food. The man is in pain and you're just like, you're stranded on an island. Okay. Imagine there's a second island 5 miles away from island 1. And on island 2, we're going to call it island 2, there's the man with his family and house. There's food. There's clean drinking water. It's paradise. His parents are there. His friends are waiting to welcome him back. Okay. The man on island 1 wants to boat to island 2. The desire is clear and there's a strong motivation to make the transformation. So he knows, stuck on island 1, he's in pain, and the transformation is island 1 to island 2. Let's pretend that a salesperson comes to island 1 and tells the stranded man on a boat, or the stranded man, that he can boat to island 2 for him like with the salesperson offers him a boat pretty much. Okay. Let's think about this for a minute. Okay. Does the stranded man care about the specific type of wood from which the boat was made, or how many seats the boat has? Okay. Or how much leather was used in the seating area, or how comfortable the boat is, or does the boat have beverages? No, the man doesn't care. The man on Island 1 only cares that the boat will successfully get him to Island 2. The man will be willing to pay any amount to solve this problem and achieve the transformation. Why? Because the man is in pain. Okay? The man doesn't care. He wants to make sure that every mechanism for failure is solved for. If the boat has so many failure mechanisms that, like, let's say there's holes in the boat. Okay. Let's say that the boat has a 30% chance of reaching the island too. He's going to be like, you know what? I'll chill here for a little bit longer. Thanks. Okay. So he wants to know 100% that he can get there. And if he can get that guarantee and understand 100% that he's going to get there, then he's going to be willing to do it. Okay. So the stranded man doesn't care at all if the boat that delivers the transformation, okay, it could be a rocket ship. It could be like a wormhole in space. It could be a magic pill that gets him to Island 2. He doesn't care. In other words, the vehicle mechanism used to achieve the transformation doesn't matter to the stranded man. He's looking for the path of least resistance, the cheapest, fastest, easiest vehicle to achieve the transformation. I can even take out cheapest, fastest, easiest as well. Okay. He just wants something that brings him to the desired state. Okay. When you are building your solution, you are looking for the best or only way to help your customer travel from pain to pleasure. The state 1 to state 2 change is called the transformation. And this is what your offer is built off of. This can also be thought of as a promise or claim. All you need to do this is state 1, which is pain, and state 2, which is pleasure. That's all you need. All you need. And hopefully you dig deep enough on pain, and hopefully you dig deep enough on pleasure, because the further these are apart, the further Island 1 is away from Island 2, the more you're going to be able to charge for that transformation. Okay. And the harder it is to get someone away from state 1, Island 1, to get them to Island 2, the more you're also going to be able to charge for that as well. Okay. Let's think of big problems in health and fitness. Let's say someone has cancer, for example. God bless you if you have cancer. I don't mean to hurt your feelings. Okay. Let's say you have cancer. The protocol, that's a massive amount of pain that person's dealing with. That person will do anything. They'll spend all their money in their bank account to do chemotherapy or do certain treatments. Okay. Because they're in so much pain. The pain is deep. Okay. And the pleasure is the antithesis of the pain. Okay. So the further you can stretch these away, the more you're going to be able to charge for this transformation. Okay. And then pretty much the time frame to get them to the next state. So let's say I come to this guy on Island 1 and I say, hey, I'm going to get you from Island 1 to Island 2, but it's going to take us probably, like, I know it's 5 miles, but I have to do X, Y, and Z, 1, 2, 3. It's going to take us probably 2 years to get there. He's going to be like, yeah, I'm okay. Right? Cool. Okay. So when you're building your transformation and your offer, number 1, obviously, what are the failure mechanisms? Make sure you're solving and bringing them from state 1 to state 2 immediately. Okay. With the time frame. For example, gym owners from 5K a month in profit to 50K a month in profit in 4 months. There's an offer. Okay. Fat dad to lose 30 pounds of belly fat in 4 months. Offer specific. Okay. There's a time frame. There's a goal you're hitting. Okay. And when you're actually justifying your price, because there's so many factors that kind of come into price. And I talked about price a little bit before, obviously, about charging low retainers. Stuff doesn't really work. How do you actually go ahead and justify your price? Okay. So the price is the amount of money the customer is willing to pay for the transformation. If you go to the man on Island 1 and he's in enough pain, he will pay every single dollar to reach that Island 2, period. Okay. And that's a function of pain. Okay. It's a function of the value created. So the value of reaching the pleasure, the value of reaching state two. Okay. The amount of certainty the customer can attribute to the outcome, that transformation, the competitors in the market offering the same transformation, and the ability to afford the solution. So certainty, for example, is he going to reach that island two with 100% certainty, or is there a possibility that the boat will just 30% chance that the boat is just going to sink? Okay. So that's certainty. The competitors, let's say there's other competitors coming to island one and offering him other solutions, then he's going to have to choose. Okay. If you're the only one, you're the only one. I know I talked about the girl stuff before as well. Same thing. Okay. And the ability to afford the solution. Okay. So price is the transformation, the certainty, the competitors, and ability to afford the solution. Price. Okay. We can determine the value of the transformation by calculating the expected value of all of the outcomes. So the expected value counts for all possible outcomes and their respective values and probabilities. Okay, so value is the dream outcome. So getting to island two, perceived likelihood of achievement. If let's say perceived likelihood of achievement is high, okay, and the time delay is low, it's going to take us 2 hours to get there. And you're not going to have to do anything. You're just going to have to sit on a boat and wait for me to boat us over. Okay, a lot of value. Okay, because you're dividing. Okay, so I don't really know the name for when you're dividing, but you're doing division here. Okay, so value is high. If you're doing this, dream outcome is bad. Okay, or let's say for the sake of the argument, dream outcome is island two, but low perceived likelihood of achievement. It's going to take us a long time to get there, and you're going to have to swim, and maybe there's going to be sharks. Perceived likelihood of achievement is low because there's sharks. Okay, value is also lower. So the expected value is used to justify the investment. If the expected value is greater than the cost of the investment, then a rational buyer will decide to close. Okay. Economic buyers love this way of justifying a purchase decision because it shows that you did the work of mapping out the business case for them. You mapped out all of the factors. You did the failure mechanisms. You understand what it's going to take to get there. It also shows that you understand their business or themselves, if you're a coach, just as well as they do, if not better. Okay. If you cannot clearly map out the return on investment, work with a few customers to determine the actual ROI, have conversations, etc., and determine the impact of your solution. Okay. For example, if you are, let's say for the island, let's run with the island case. If there's a man stranded on an island and you go and talk to him, you pull up in your helicopter, okay, and say, hey, what are you willing to pay for me to bring you to island two? And you have 100 of those conversations with different people stranded on islands, and you determine that most people will say, I'll give you all my money. Then, oh, found my price. Easy. You do that through interacting. Okay. Very often you'll need to make assumptions about your business case based on, the perceived pain that you think that they're in. As long as these assumptions are backed up by credible data, you can lean on them to form an economic case and justify your value. Okay. So here's a few examples. Okay. So let's say you're promising to create $1 million in value. So, and assigning a 25% chance that you can do this. If the customer aligns with the outcome value and the probability, that expected transformation is $250,000. Okay. If you only charge $25,000, which is 1/10 of the expected value, then the customer is guaranteed to buy from you. Makes sense. You're charging 1/10 of the expected value, which is, let's say, $250K, which is 25% chance. Okay. The following example shows how the price changes with certainty or the probability of the outcome happening. Okay. This is the thing though. If you're watching this and let's say you're a fitness or you're a health coach, the expected value that this person is going to get, or the perceived value, you can say, is much different from selling like a B2B service, kind of like this, where you're saying, hey, I'm going to make you X amount of dollars, because money is value. And if you're saying, hey, I'm going to make you money, that is just, I'm going to get you X value. With fitness, it's a little bit different because it's not tangible. Okay. The problem you're solving doesn't have a specific ROI in terms of monetary increase. Instead, you're focusing on the perceived value that someone would pay to have the specific outcome given to them. That specific price will be based on the value equation system above. If you're helping someone lose 5 pounds, the price would be a lot lower than adding 15 years to someone's life by helping them have better biomarkers, for example. Who's that one guy? He's this like biohacking. Oh my God, I'm blanking right now. He's he's the biohacker, vegan guy, longevity. Let's see if his name comes with this. This guy right here, Brian, I think his name is. This guy, Brian Johnson. I see him all the time. Okay, this guy actually sells a health protocol. Let's just look. It's called the Blueprint, and I was looking into kind of what he does and how he sells it. And I believe his protocol or his blueprint or whatever is like extremely expensive. Okay. Why is this extreme? I think he sells supplements and stuff, but his actual blueprint full scale process is like $10,000 or $15,000. Okay. Why? Because he's adding 15 years or whatever many years to someone's life. Okay. That makes sense within fitness to charge that much. Okay. Or, for example, if you're a doctor helping someone lose weight with liposuction, you can charge 10 times more than someone helping someone lose weight with dieting. This is because in one case, effort, sacrifice, and time is much higher. In the other case, trip to the doctor's office takes 1 day. With liposuction, you get the same dream outcome, which is losing weight. Perceived likelihood of achievement is, let's say, the same. But on the contrary, it takes an hour at the doctor and maybe a little bit of pain from the procedure, and you're fine 5 days later. Okay. In comparison to a 6-month diet plan, which is grueling, which is painful, which is commitment, which is not going out on the weekends. Okay. That's a lot of pain. Okay. So when you're actually making a fitness or health program, it's a lot of the time based on perceived value. And you get this by understanding the value equation and the time, delay, effort, and sacrifice, all these factors. Okay. So when it comes to actually finding a price, oftentimes what happens, and I know I talked about this a little bit before, is you're gonna have to justify your price. Okay. So when you state your services, let's say 5 grand, the consumer will automatically think that they're getting much more value in comparison to someone's product that's only $500 for the same solution. Your goal is to have a high ticket price and justify that price through your quality solution and offer rather than a low price with low value. You do this by targeting the top of the market, which we talked about before. With coaching, a lot of the results rely on the customer to follow through with the service. And as long as the infrastructure is there to get extra desired results, you can justify a high ticket price. As long as everything is there, like this guy, Start Blueprint is going to probably put me into some, survey, I would assume, right? It's a lot different. Okay. So a lot of the time a high ticket price is better for reasons above, but throwing a price out there with minimal back-end value result in no sales or unhappy customers. Okay. And then follow the steps below to get specific price. Okay. So this is the pricing model that Alex Hormozi follows and I follow as well. So instead of just charging, for example, your money up front, and then after the program ends, it's like, okay, what now? Okay. So with Alex Hormozi, he charges $600 up front for the gyms, $600 to sign up for the 6-week challenge. And then after the 6-week challenge, this is for the people actually signing up to the gym. So not him charging the gyms. Okay. And then after, he would get them on the retainer after they spent the money up front. Okay. And that's exactly what we do, because everyone and their mother knows like MRR, monthly recurring revenue, is important. If you try to sell your business, for example, a large portion of your financial worth will come from the guarantee of how many paying clients you have each month. I think usually on average, it's like 10x EBITDA. Okay. So like 10x the amount of money roughly you're making monthly recurring every month. So you have a $10,000 a month business, most likely, and that's consistently, you can most likely sell that for $100,000. Okay. So our goal is to get people to this. Like you want to hit MRR, but most people make the mistake of thinking MRR is important. So I'll just charge my clients $500 a month. And then month 2 comes along and they churn. Okay. You don't do that. What we do is we downsell the upsell. So we're doing the exact same thing that Alex Hormozi did with his retention model with Gym Launch for the clients of his clients, so the gyms. And he did the same thing within Gym Launch himself for the gyms. I hope this makes sense because we're kind of going multi-layer. Okay. So, for example, if you charge 7K for 5 months, okay, you can do 1K per month after for our 6-month commitment. Okay, so you're going to downsell. They already spent 7K with you for 5 months. They're going to feel comfortable. They've gotten results. And they're going to be like, oh, it's only $1,000 for 6 months. That's not that bad. Okay. So Alex Hormozi followed this retention model and scaled to 1,000 gyms, paying him $3,200 a month. Take that in. Imagine having $3.2 million a month in revenue. Crazy. Take that in. Okay. So what he did, we zoom in on this. What he did is he had his front end offer. Okay. So his Gym Launch offer, which was $16,000 to join Gym Launch. Hey, Mr. Gym owner, it's $16,000. Okay. He had the most attractive offer in the marketplace due to the speed of the results, due to solving every solution, etc. Okay. He did that for 4 months. Okay. It was $16,000 for 16 weeks. So $1,000 a week. Okay. Best results in the industry. He got more insights, and pretty much the more clients he had doing this, the more insights they got. Okay. And then what he did is after this 4 months came up, he offered them the $3,200 a month to access these insights. Okay. And it was an effortless sell. It was like, hey, I don't think he even did a sales call. It was like a link to check out and join. Okay. And then after they paid the $16,000, then they joined this, which got them access to like ads, insights about the best ads for them to run, the best sales systems that are updated with the times, etc. Okay. And what he did is he got them on the 3.2K a month commitment for 12 months after they paid this. Okay. So this is after the 4 months. Then he had insane margins, insane talent, better results, solve bigger problems, got more insights from this as well. And his churn was 1%. So imagine having a 1% churn. How is a 1% churn possible? Right? It's it's crazy. Okay. Having a 1% churn on $3.2 million a month. Okay. So the pros is, the price is well justified after spending more with you. So they already spent 16K with you. They already have achieved results with the 16K. They already have a high level of comfort with you. And that's just an easy next step to keep getting the same result or even more results. Okay. So Alex Hormozi employed this, got to $3.2 million a month. I know it says 1.6 mil. He had 1,000 people paying him this. So 1,000 gyms, like crazy, like 3.2 mil every 30 days. What is that? 3 times 12, like what is that? 40 mil a year. Crazy. Okay. So why do you need an uncommoditized offer? So I hope this is kind of already making sense to you why you need an uncommoditized offer. Okay. So the biggest threat we're seeing today is competition. The more coaches enter the market because of courses or being in shape, the harder it will be to justify pricing and get above the noise. This offer allows you to acquire clients faster and serve them even faster with limited churn. Okay. So in terms of building this offer, you truly have to think outside the box, create your failure mechanisms, and create something that is different from the pack and focused on the system, not the production of the system, not generating appointments, not, oh, I gotta get 10 appointments a day in order. No. Don't think like that. Think about creating the system that can reach that, not, oh, I'm just gonna produce. Okay. I've realized that the best way to differentiate is to build an asset heavy, done with you model that can be built once and given to the customer. In my company, I've spent well into the 6 figures of spend building assets that I can release to my clients at will. Rather than me servicing servicing myself, clients, or dealing with the heavy complexity of several employees, I believe that if you build a process one time and release it to the client, it is the most efficient way to differentiate. Do you think Alex Hormozy, let me scroll up to gym launch. You think Alex Hormozy, when he was building this, do you think he just called the leads himself, or do you think he did this the same time with every client, like a custom plan for every client to get to his case, or got on the phone and closed the deals with the gyms? No, 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 no. He focused on the system and making the system better, and he got talent in there, etc. Okay, so he built it once and released it to these gyms. Okay. And also, if you look at the valuation of companies, like I said before, they're valued by the assets they obtain. Okay. So if you look at a balance sheet, for example, like balance sheet, okay. If you look at a balance sheet is assets versus liabilities. Okay. And the valuation of your company is built on the amount of assets that you have as well. Okay. And the system is an asset. Okay. It's like owning a house versus renting a house. You want to own the house that you can deploy to the people who want to rent it. Okay. So you build it once, assets are value, no manual fulfillment. Okay. Constantly able to evolve due to the fact that it's a system. Okay. So evolution can kick in the more times the machine is ran. Like I said, one kick 10,000 times versus 10,000 kicks once. Okay. The cons are obviously it's going to take a lot of time and capital to build these systems. And you can waste time creating an ineffective system. I've done this. I went through this process and I think I kind of nailed it this time. Okay. So for example, as a fitness coach, if you work with us, you'll be given access to the following assets, which I'm going to obviously kind of run you guys through. This took me forever to build out. I then deploy access to a backend community in which people get access to coaching alongside the heavy assets given to produce results. And I honestly believe this method with fitness coaching is the best and most efficient way to succeed. Okay. So for example, just to share with you guys a few small results here. One of my clients, Paul, went from 20K a month to 65K a month in 60 days, or sorry, in 6 months. He does roughly about 100, this specific guy, he does about 150K per month in added LTV. Okay. So average person will spend around 15K lifetime value with him. Okay. So roughly, if you're getting, let's say, do the math, 10 to 15 clients a month that are new, that's 150K in lifetime value, but he's getting about 65 to 70K per month in just revenue. Okay. So what we did with him is we implemented an uncommoditized offer. We charged 7K upfront for 3 months in a middle-aged corporate market. So that was our market. We made our offer, our uncommoditized offer. And once acquisition was locked in, oh my God, just total game over. I can share with you a little video here. Let's just want to make sure that the sound is being shared.
Hi there, my name is Paul Anthony from Dreambody. So I've been working with Ashton for over a year already. And Ashton's brought in numbers like $20,000 per month, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. Just recently, a month ago, $64,000 in 1 month. Woo! That's a whole lot of cheddar. Big cash, big.
Yeah, this guy's like crazy jacked, great energy. Absolutely love the guy. So that's Paul. One of my clients, Adam, went from about 3.5. I think he was making a little more. I think like maybe 5 to 6K as well. He had a few months that were good. I think he hit a 10K a month as well before me, but it was, around that, to hitting 40K in 1 month, which is crazy. Okay. So he sells a 7K program for 1 year to overweight dads specifically that want to lose fat, belly fat, hormones, all that sort of stuff. Here's proof. I believe he collected some money through other payment processing, like, I don't know, e-transfer, stuff like that. I've done actually a few. I know him quite well. I actually visited him in person. Did a podcast with him. Go watch that podcast. It's actually up on my YouTube. It's probably going to be the one right below this video in terms of like recent videos I've put up. Okay. Jamie, she was at 50K a month. and we shot her to 100K a month pretty much through an uncommoditized upfront offer. So she was doing a 12-week non-commoditized offer, and she sold over 30K in 30 days, which is nuts on her first month. Okay, second month was like, I believe 45, and then she hovered around 50 added. Okay, so when you're selling a 12-week offer upfront to a great market with a great offer that solves every solution and you justify it, it is just game over. Okay, I have a testimonial of her, or like a video of her talking about our process on my YouTube. You can go find that. Okay, so overall, what you need to do is you need to look at this graph, look at this thing right here, this flow chart, and understand that you need to provide something like this if you are a fitness coach or a health coach. You need to solve every problem or perceived problem or any sort of maybe problem that maybe will exist within your client's scope of problems. Okay, and you need to solve those in the most time sensitive way with the highest likelihood of achievement. Okay, and do that for them. Okay, take them out of pain and put them into pleasure and solve every problem while you're doing it. Once you've done that, you can then get these clients on a lower ticket MRR. And once you reach MRR state and you've built rapport with these people, trust me, your churn rate will be less than 5%. Okay, and you'll have a lot of people paying you a lot of money. So that's pretty much the rundown of building an offer, why you need an uncommoditized offer, because at the end of the day, you need to, let me scroll up. At the end of the day, what you need to do, zoom out, is you need to solve for three things: client results, appointment setting, waste of time, and churn. And this is the best way to solve for all of those. Okay. So go ahead, start doing this. Okay. Map out your failure mechanisms, map this out. I already have this mapped out with all the clients I've worked with. But you need to map this out in order to see a level of success. Okay. So that's about the offer. We're going to now jump into how to actually, you have your market, you have your offer, your mechanisms, all that sort of stuff. Now, this is going to be the fun part. How do we actually turn this into, okay, money? Because we can have our offer, you can have your market, but how do we effectively take these to market, get people to give us now money? How do we turn a concept, something untangible, into this like an asset? How do we turn that asset into dollars? Because we need cash flow. And this is where we're going to get into acquisition channel. We're going to talk about ads, marketing, acquisition. This is going to be the fun part. So we're going to jump into it right now. Let's do it. Alrighty. Okay. So we're back. We are now going to talk about ads. So we're going to talk about ads. We're going to talk about how to get money and how to take people. This is my favorite part of the presentation, probably, I would say. How to make money now. How to take people who don't know about us with our offer and our assets and everything we've built now to take it to market and actually make money. Okay. So remember how at the start of the presentation, I mentioned leverage. Leverage is achieved not on a black and white basis, but it's on levels. It's a spectrum. Okay. Once all of the factors are leveraged, then you will achieve massive unsporadic growth in your business. Massive unsporadic growth in your business. Okay. So how this works is pretty much, let me just put this back on. How this works pretty much is we have obviously our hours, tasks done, everything we're doing, effort getting put into our market, our offer, and then our fulfillment operations. And then once we have this built out, we can now focus on using these assets to now generate attention, to then turn that attention into revenue generated. Okay. Without having resonance within your market and offer, for example, acquisition will not be leveraged. It is an A leads to B equation. Okay. If you haven't gone through and watched, if you maybe just skip to the ads part here, you have to go back, and I'm telling you, you have to go back and you have to watch the past 3 hours that we did together talking about your market, your offer, and your fulfillment operations, your mechanism. You have to have that done in order to get results with this, because without that, you're screwed. I've seen so many people just focus. This is the downfall. So many people just focus on acquisition, just focus on ads, just focus on social media posting, and they don't make any money. Okay. So without having resonance in your market, acquisition will not be leveraged. Acquisition is merely the flame you put on the gasoline that you've already spread. Okay. So what brought, for example, my client Paul, this is him right here, Super Jack, he's actually one of the, I believe he is the first Canadian to win a national bodybuilding show and turn pro ever. So crazy, super jacked, awesome guy. And he's only like, guess, like you probably wouldn't guess how old he is, but he looks amazing for his age. He's doing amazing, awesome stuff. If you're watching this, Paul, I love you, man. Keep doing what you're doing. Okay. So how do we get leverage in acquisition? It's all, or how do we go from 15 to 20K per month to 65K per month? It's leverage in acquisition. Okay. What I'm about to share, once you pull this lever in your business, you will be able to transcend space and time. Okay. And let me just take these off. You'll be able to transcend space and time. Okay. You will be able to literally turn this concept, this intangible concept that you just kind of made and validated into something that now produces a ton of money for you. Okay. So I'm going to share with you the levels of leverage with an acquisition and how you can use these to make a decent amount of money. Okay. So let's jump into this. So Chamath, his last name is like Paraliapedia or something like that on Twitter. One of my mentors. I love this guy. Crazy interesting. One of the things he shared on a podcast is I would focus on the content creator side of things because I believe that's where the puck is going. Okay. But as stated before, many are just doing it wrong. Okay. Yes, creating content, reaching out, you have to do that for sure. But many people are doing it wrong. So this is Chamath. Very interesting guy. I would recommend all of you guys to look into some of his work. He's a high level investor. I believe he was an early investor within several like S&P companies. So very interesting. So you need focusing on content creator side of things is that's where the puck is going long term. Okay. But how do you actually focus on that in a leveraged way? Another one of my mentors, Naval Ravikant, often talks about using media and code to your advantage. The new fortunes of wealth creation is an accessing permissionless leverage with unique insights to make money, to create a money-making machine, not to make money, to create a money-making machine. Okay. So when you are trying to find a leveraged acquisition system, you have to use certain levers, and the biggest levers are code and media. Okay, so there's something called the permissionless leverage. Okay, they're the leverage behind the newly rich. You can create software and media that works for you while you sleep. Okay, media and code, they're things that you can launch, create, and they make money for you while you sleep. Okay, for example, my YouTube channel. Okay, and other clients' ads channels. Okay, they're not going and sending DMs. Those work for them. Okay, those are assets that work for them. Okay, so Naval Ravikant talks a lot about permissionless leverages, code and media, because code and media are the highest forms of leverage in terms of just leverage in general, but how can you apply that to acquisition? Okay, so he calls it permissionless leverage. Once you obtain these levels of leverage, the input almost sustains itself and massive input is no longer needed. Okay, code and media are permissionless leverage. They're the leverage behind the newly rich. You can create software media that works for you while you sleep. Leverage is a force multiplier for your judgment. Okay, force multiplier for your judgment. So what is judgment? Judgment is the unique insights that you're sharing with the market, like what we talked about, failure mechanisms, all that sort of stuff. Okay, and once you share that with the market, you are now putting leverage behind that force of judgment with media, for example, or code, or what we're going to get into, to make money in your acquisition. Okay, so out of all leverage that exists, you have financial leverage, which is like, you invest money into a stock market, and you make that money to make you more money. Okay. Human resources. You get other people to do work for you. Leverage. And then you have code. For example, look at Zapier. Okay. Zapier is a coding software. Okay. How much is Zapier worth? $5 billion. Okay. Zapier is a software. It's a code that takes softwares and puts them together in a sense. It's kind of hard to explain if you don't really know what it is. If you're using Zapier, nice, good job. I use it too. They a lot of money goes to Zapier every month, I'll tell you that. But that's a code. Okay. Media, for example, is, for example, if you go on YouTube, Mr. Beast. Okay. The most subscribers on YouTube ever. Okay. 309 million subscribers. Okay. That media works for him. He spends lots of time creating these videos. Okay. But once they're up, they just make money for him. Look, you go to his links, okay, whatever, and then buy his cookies. Okay. So media and code are the two levers that, once used effectively as an online coach in today's day and age, will allow for you to gain leverage. Within the domain of leverage, you still need to put forward judgment, aka unique insights. Okay. So when I was talking about all these forms of leverage, media and code are the two ones that are the highest leverage, especially in today's day and age. As Naval Ravikant states, they're the leverage behind the newly rich. Okay. So what does he mean by that? So the old permissionless levers were like financial, human resources, all that sort of stuff. This is before kind of the social media wave, before, people are actually trying to make money online. Okay. So financial is like Gordon Gecko, for example. You're using other people's money to acquire more money. You start a hedge fund, all that sort of stuff. Human resources is hiring other people to put energy into a system that you've already created. Okay. These were old permissionless levers. You need people, you need connections to start a hedge fund. That's not something you could just do. Sure, you can make a lot of money doing that for sure. I have friends that are in that space, financial space. Yes. Okay. But within health and fitness, the two biggest ones will always be code and media, especially in today's day and age. Okay. So the unique skill sets within health and fitness, you're talking about more unique insights, skill sets, market specific insights, like, for example, menopausal woman, which Paul, my client, he works with a lot of middle-aged women. Okay. A lot of those happen to be menopausal women who need help with hormones. There's going to be specific insights within that crowd, within that market, that he's going to have to, that he knows that other people don't know, that he can help service those clients. Nutrition, sleep, weight training, cardio, lifestyle orientation, energy levels, motivation. You can become and form a unique skill set around any of these niches within health and fitness. Even clients of mine who are, let's say, in the chiropractor, like back pain, for example, or pain management. Okay. Several unique insights can be applied to that space as well. Okay. The back pain market is $1 billion market. Okay. So if you can use leverage with unique insights, as Naval stated, your judgment, that is when you gain leverage within your acquisition. Okay. So let me show you the layers that prove why this is simply the next evolution in today's marketplace, and why you need to be leveraged in your acquisition in terms of media and code. Okay, specifically, I'm going to talk more about media because that's kind of, code is more, I guess, software oriented, but we're going to talk about this. Okay, so revisiting the quote, I would focus on the creator side of things because I believe that's where the puck is going. You're going to be able to see exactly why this is the case. Okay, so for example, Mr. Beast is worth well over $1 billion. In 2022, he was worth 500 million. Right now, he's worth $1 billion. I don't care what anyone says. Oh, he's not worth $1 billion. Mr. Beast, sure, maybe there's an LLC that owns this, that's located in the Cayman Islands, that he owns, whatever. That's, not public. Okay, but he's worth $1 billion. Okay, so how is that possible? And why is someone who makes videos online worth $1 billion? Okay, so we're going to see this, and we're going to see why that the content creator side of things is where the puck is going. Okay, so for example, the first wave were the platforms. So you have it's kind of a wave system. So there were waves before this, but I'm just going to show you from this wave. Okay, so the first waves were the platforms. That's when you have Google, you have Apple, you have Microsoft, and they created trillions of dollars in enterprise value. Okay, Apple is worth $2.6 trillion, for example. They got their success through acquiring billions of users. So they made platforms. Okay. The second wave were the applications within these platforms. Okay, so you have Meta, you have YouTube, you have Snapchat, and they created the social network within Google, within Apple, within Microsoft, okay, within the platform. So the wave is within the wave here, okay? And they got success through acquiring billions of users, okay? And the new wave is content creators and community creators, okay? For example, Mr. Beast, he attracted hundreds of millions of subscribers, hundreds of millions. He acquired hundreds of millions, not billions, hundreds of millions of subscribers. I'm sure maybe he'll scale to 1 billion subscribers for sure. But he attracted hundreds of millions of subscribers through entertainment, through insights, through his community, through his whatever chocolate brand. And he did that. Even before these content creators, we had processing chips like Intel, then hardware like computer systems and superconductors in the 1960s. Okay. So, like, for example, if you actually look at the evolution, before Google and Apple and Microsoft, there were like processing chips. And before processing chips, there were superconductors for those processing chips. Okay. So, and before that, I'm sure there were other things that maybe we don't know about, but the waves build off of the waves. And if you capture the wave that the market is in right now, that is when you make a lot of money. Okay. This clearly shows that once several unique insights regarding this market and a base foundation of skills is generated with an offer in a specific market, then you can pull the content lever and win. Okay. So let's look at a few people here who've gotten success. Okay. So I know I talked about Alex Hormozi a lot. I'm going to keep talking about him. So Alex Hormozi, this is what he looks like. Okay. Before state, sleeping on the gym floor, great skills, unique insights, okay, about the gym space, all that sort of stuff. He had a smaller audience, but he was already making 100K a month. I remember he shared this story in Gym Launch Secrets where he had like not that much to his name, and he was focused heavily on making his ad system good. And then he did his ad system for like he was working on ads for 6 months straight. On the 6th month, he found the system that actually worked, and he went all in. He started spending $3,000 a day on ads. $3,000 a day. Yes, you can scale an ad system of $3,000 a day. You 100% can. Okay. He did that, scaled to several 100K a month on that 6 month. Okay. So that's in that book. You can read that book. Very interesting. He did that. That was his before state. His after state is he built a huge audience of 2 million subscribers on YouTube, 3 million on Instagram, scaled to 3 million a month. Okay. Scaled Gym Launch to 3.2 mil a month, made 40 mil in 1 year. Okay. And he did that through his audience. So he pulled the audience lever. Once he had these skills, like I'm talking about up here, combining these skills and the unique insights that you gain within these skills, like Paul, for example, the skill set and the unique insights from servicing specific markets to pull the audience lever. Okay. Look at The Rock, for example. Before state, he was an actor and a fighter. Okay. UFC fighter, or yeah, UFC. These skills got him to tens of millions of dollars per year. His net worth was 300 million after 20 years of work. 300 million, great, very successful. Okay. But after state, he generated a huge audience. He has 300 million followers on Instagram, and now he owns 30% of Terramana Tequila. He wouldn't have been able to do this without his audience pushing people from his Instagram, generating attention to Terramana. He owns 30% of Terramana, which is a $3.5 billion company. I just had Terramana actually I saw it on the menu at a Mexican restaurant. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to try it. I'm going to buy it because The Rock. Okay. So many other people operate like that. Okay. So what he did is he pulled the content lever based off of his, based off of the audience that he's accumulated. Okay. And monetized it. Iman Gadzhi, a lot of you guys maybe watch his stuff. Let's go on his YouTube. He has 5.1 million subscribers. Crazy. Okay. So before state, he went from a broke kid in London that dropped out of high school to making 100K a month with a specialized skill set in running agency ads, content creation, all that sort of stuff. Okay. Scaled to 100K a month. Okay. Then his after state is he scaled his YouTube to 5 million subscribers and Instagram to 2 million. And he scaled his business to $6 million per month. Okay. Iman Gadzhi. So he wouldn't have been able to reach $6 million per month. I'm sure working a lot less than he was at 100K per month without pulling this audience lever, okay, with his unique skill sets and unique insights that he got, okay? The thing is, I'm sharing these success stories, but the thing is, you have to go through this before state in a sense to gain these unique insights, because without unique insights and pulling a specific lever of audience, it's going to be a lot more difficult for you. Okay. The problem that people actually think that they have when it comes to scaling is simply just in the generating attention process. In reality, simply generating attention will only account for 25% of the battle. The other 75% is achieved if you follow this framework. Okay. So, like I said, you need skill sets, you need unique insights to actually share. Okay. But when you are generating attention, when you have 300 million subscribers, or sorry, 300 million followers or whatever, okay, how do you take these people? Because that's already a battle in itself. But how do you take these people and, this attention and convert it into money? Okay. So the process I follow is generating attention, owning the attention, educating the attention, and then converting the attention, call to action to get that attention on a sales call and close them on a sales call. Okay. So you need to follow this process right here. Okay. Because you can generate attention. I know so many people with like I shared with you before, hundreds of thousands of followers who don't follow this process of owning attention and educating attention to actually make money. Okay. So, for example, if you look at Google, you cannot just use Google for free. After using it, they will continually ask you to make an account. What do you think happens when you make a Google account? Okay. This is Google's shot at trying to own your data. Okay. Because they follow the same process as this. So when you make a Google account, you give Google your data. Google uses your data and sells it to advertisers. So like your behavior, your activity, your address, your demographics, how you think, your psychographics, all that sort of stuff. And Google can sell your data to other companies who are advertisers or just other companies in general. Okay. Data is their currency. Okay. If people were just using Google for free and they weren't collecting data, Google would not be worth however many trillion dollars it is worth. Okay. So following this framework, you cannot simply just generate attention. You have to own the attention. For example, if you are just generating attention and then keeping the attention on your customer on the platform like Instagram or YouTube, if you do something wrong on the platform can easily ban you and now you have zero audience. Okay. That's also another downfall of just keeping your audience on one platform. So it's crucial that you own the data of the attention and the viewer. So owning the attention would be like having access to reach them. That's like their phone number, their email, permission to reach out to them, or permission to use their data, their unique insights, what they do, how they do it, all this sort of stuff, what they like, what they don't like, so that you can make money off of that. Okay. So, for example, if anything is free, you are most likely paying the platform with your data. Nothing is free. Okay. Even Pornhub, for example, they feed you ads constantly. Okay. How do I know that? Don't ask me. No, but I actually looked into their backend. Pornhub is worth, let's just look it up. Hopefully nothing comes up. $97 billion worth one. Yeah. It's a very, I think it's one of the largest platforms just in terms of traffic that people are going on daily. Okay. And it's free. Is it really free? Okay. How are you paying them? Okay. For example, if you look at Meta, Meta is worth $1.32 trillion. Okay. But what is this? What is $1.32 trillion? Because if you look at like a gold company, for example, or a mining company, for example, they are creating, let's say the company is worth $1 billion. They have $1 billion in assets, maybe gold they own, maybe machines, maybe real estate they own, tangible things. Okay. But Meta, what does Meta own? What is what is making up the $1.32 trillion that is under Meta? Okay. So what is this? Market cap is pretty much how much a company is worth. So it's your assets minus your liabilities, plus your earnings, your EBITDA, all that sort of stuff. But what is that? What does Meta sell? When you go and create an Instagram account or Facebook account, same with Google, they have a clear and specific objective. They're collecting your data. Okay. You scroll on Instagram, they collect data about what you like, how you like it, what you don't like, when you like it, all that sort of stuff. So if you go on Instagram and you scroll, they are collecting data about you constantly. Okay. Have you ever gone on someone else's Instagram and been like, you scroll on their Instagram and you're like, how do you like this stuff? Okay. Okay. That's one platform with so many different variations per client and per customer. So imagine going to a restaurant and rather than them showing you the menu and you could choose what you want to be served, that restaurant will just simply bring you exactly what you're feeling in that exact moment. Okay. That is the strategy that they have gotten by collecting data. Okay. More than 77% of users, about 3.5 billion people, are active on at least one Meta platform. Okay. That's the strategy they used to get what, half of the population to half of Earth's population to use their platform. Okay. And they have data, they own the data of 3.6 billion people. Okay. So why can't you do that? They are always doing updates to make the algorithm more accurate and overall better at figuring out what interests you and what you're most likely to click on. Okay. Now imagine going to the same restaurant listed above, but now instead of getting the perfect meal, they're giving you this meal for several hours of the day, multiple times a day, for 6 hours and 40 minutes a day on average. Screen time in the US. 6 hours. Okay. I'm sure that's spread, but let's just say 6 hours a day. Okay. Multiple times a day. Imagine sitting in a restaurant for 6 hours a day and just getting fed dopamine. Okay. How do they do that? Because they know what you want. They have the data about what you want and they feed it to you when you want it. Okay. For example, it's actually a strategy. Most cafes will try to make the cafe as welcoming as possible and have it be a place to stay for multiple hours, do work, workstation, whatever. And this is a way that cafes, will keep you in their platform, in their location, so that you'll have a higher chance of purchasing things for the hours that you're there doing work. Maybe you'll get a coffee here, a bagel there, whatever. And before you know it, you spent $50 with them. Okay. Same thing with Meta. They're trying to keep you on the platform, collect as much data as you can, and feed you ads that maybe you'll buy things from. Okay. Facebook is taking this data up, packaging it up, and selling it to advertisers. These advertisers are taking this data and selling things to them with precision. Okay. Advertisers are making a ton of money because they are just buying the data of 3.5 billion people like that. Okay. So this is more of a lesson on data collection. So you have to own the data or at least rent the data from these platforms. Okay. So when you're actually doing this and when you're actually going ahead and generating attention, trying to own attention, the method that I use is reciprocity. Okay. So have something valuable enough to give it away for free. Use reciprocity to your advantage. This is where I talk a lot about, and I made a few videos before regarding school communities. I honestly think right now, a school community is probably one of the best things to do in terms of reciprocity. Okay. So reciprocity is a conditioned response where people are compelled to return the kindness of a gift, even if they don't really want to. Okay. So if I give you a gift, if I give you $10 and then I come back and ask you, hey, do you have $20 on you? I need $20. you will probably say yes to that 20 bucks, even though the proportion is off. They've done tests on that because people don't logically think, oh, I already gave you 10 bucks. I'm just going to give you 10. No, there's already a level of emotional reciprocity there. Okay. So this is how you get people's data. This is how you sell things to them. Okay. So you make something free valued that people actually want. Okay. Specifically help your target get the result they actually want, and you give it away for free. So who are you helping? What are you helping them with? How are you doing so? The mechanism, social proof, proof of concept, and making it genuinely good. Okay. That you can give it away for free, that they're, oh my God, this is for free. Wow, this is amazing. Okay. No holding back, give everything away. I personally give away the biggest insights for free. Look at this fucking video I'm making right now. Do I want to be sitting here on a Friday evening at 6:40 p.m. and making this video? No. Okay. But I love sharing. I do kind of like making these videos, but I'm trying to build rapport and goodwill with you who's watching this. I want you to understand certain things that I feel like you should understand. Okay. So you need to own people's data, and and the way to do that is through reciprocity. If you even look at Instagram, for example, they're building a ton of reciprocity by just giving you dopamine all day. All day they're giving you dopamine. Okay. For example, HubSpot. So HubSpot is a CRM, a customer relation management software. And what they did was very genius, is they launched several free courses. So they positioned it as free. Okay. And what they did with that is, because it was free, you took their free course totally for free. Once you went through a 10-hour course for free, you're now going to think, oh my God, I'm just going to go with HubSpot for my CRM and pay them $100 a month. Okay. They know about reciprocity. Okay. And they're doing that without you even realizing it. Okay. So what you're doing is you're collecting their data, their name, phone number, email, social accounts, and then you are educating the data. Okay. So once you just collect data, that is a large portion of the battle. You have to collect people's data, but data alone will not get you kind of anywhere, because you have to funnel that data, okay, into an outlet so that they are educated about you. And once someone is educated about you, your mechanism, all of your failure mechanisms, your offer, everything you do, and they feel like you're the best in the marketplace, that's when, okay, a shift happens and they feel like they have enough value and comfort to move forward with you. Okay. So once you generate attention, it's very important to educate the attention. You do not want to be dealing with people who know nothing about you. Okay. Steve Jobs quote, the best marketing is attention, or is education. Best marketing is education. And the more time I spend in marketing, I was very much so into the Alex Hormozy style grand slam offer. I'm going to guarantee you this, guarantee you this, guarantee you this. There's a time and place maybe for that to work, but the more time I spend in the marketing world, the more I realize that people want to be educated before anything. And you don't want to deal with people who aren't educated. Okay. You want people to know what you're doing, how you're doing it, why you're doing it, why you're different. Okay. And when they're there, you have so much competitive leverage over someone else who's just giving a grand slam. Hey, I'll guarantee you this thing. Okay. They're going to go with you any day over any sort of grand slam offer. Okay. So many people will just focus on cold outbound or just generating leads that know nothing about them. I'm not that type of person that even wants to do that form of acquisition anymore. I feel it is a total waste of time in many cases if you're talking with people that don't know much about you and aren't educated about you. I don't want to get on a sales call, or I don't want to talk to someone who doesn't know anything about what I do, who doesn't know anything about how I do it. Okay. Because now I'm going to have to spend so long trying to sell them or trying to do these sort of tactics or things like that, when I could have just gotten them educated through some sort of asset or something that educates them. This is why you'll see Even, let's look at this. Russell Brunson, for example, he started ClickFunnels. Okay, ClickFunnels. ClickFunnels is a billion-dollar company. It's also a CRM marketing software. And what he did is instead of just trying to run ads and say, hey, software, buy my software, he tried to educate people about marketing. So he wrote Russell Brunson, let's just look at this up. Russell Brunson, it's like .com secret, expert secrets, traffic secrets. He wrote books, okay? And these books were just educating secrets. And as you can see, look at these. You read .com secrets. You get educated about email lists, all that sort of fun stuff. You read expert secrets. You read traffic secrets. And then now you unlock the secrets with a nice promo code to join ClickFunnels. Okay? So same strategy that he did. He said, I'm going to educate the hell out of you, show you that I'm a pro, show you why I'm doing this, tell you my story. And then when I make that ask about, hey, do you want to join ClickFunnels? Oh my God, just so easy to get people to convert, okay? So it's highly important to focus on creating certain assets that can be educational assets that are sent to leads and people who have given you their data. So you own their data, now you educate this data. This is why I'm a massive advocate for school, because you can own their attention and provide them educational insights all in one. Okay, with school, you can make a course for free, put in group calls, put in a bunch of videos, put in a bunch of free educational, unique insight stuff regarding that person, getting them from transformation 1 to transformation 2, or from island 1 to island 2, okay, for free. And it's all in one. It's not like, hey, I'm going to send you a PDF or an ebook anymore. Ebooks, if you're thinking of starting don't start an ebook, don't do that, okay? The best way to do this is to create the 5 best long form assets and have them ready to deploy. This is mainly for my partners within my process, but there's 5 that I have right now. Okay. And then CTA, this is where you will call on your prospects. This is a very easy process. It's a simple ask. Hey, do you want to book a call? Or hey, a lot of the time they'll just book a call themselves if you have a link there, and then you just get on and close them. Okay. So I want to stress this, and I want to make sure you guys understand this enough, because generating attention is difficult. Owning attention is difficult. Educating attention is difficult. Converting attention is difficult. They're all difficult processes, but the most difficult process is not following this process. Okay. If you just try to generate attention, own the attention, and then push them into a conversion, it's not going to work. If you just generate attention, push them into a sales call, no, not going to work. Okay. You want to be dealing with people who are educated about you, what you do, how you do it. Okay. So this is the process that we follow with our partners. We help make this acquisition process alongside them. Okay. So you need to be doing this. It builds a ton of reciprocity. But remember, the biggest guys in the space own attention, because without owning attention, so it's just an A leads to B leads to C leads to D. You have to follow the process if you want to make a ton of money. Okay. So in terms of generating attention, this is my best and favorite strategy with doing such. Okay. Running ads. Okay. This is like I with ads, you reach this maximal leverage state. Okay. So a lot of people are big on cold emails, cold DMs, so many different strategies to just do this, just pretty much generate attention. Okay. But with each of these processes, you have to realize that generating attention, if you don't have enough attention, you can't own data. So it's like a funnel. Okay. You want the top of your funnel to be the widest in a sense, so that you can generate enough attention, so that you can own enough attention, and then you can educate enough attention and then convert. If the top of your funnel, if you're only cold DMing 50 people a day, okay, or 100 people a day or 200 people a day, that's not a lot of people. Okay. You have to generate enough attention so that this process, because this is a funnel, you lose people along the way. Okay. So let's jump down here. So why do I think running ads with Meta is the best way to generate attention? Okay. So over 1.5 years ago, when I was first starting with ads, I knew I had to get into ads. I was like, okay, I got to do this. Got to get into ads. So I went onto YouTube and I scoured for anything that would help me with writing ads. Okay, I watched anything I could find, and what I came to is that I needed a good photo and a good copy. Okay, I needed photo, copy, launch ad. So I wrote this massive form of copy. I don't have it anymore. I tried to look for it. I got deleted, but pretty much what it was this long form sales copy of the story of the man who gained 30 pounds of muscle and lost weight. Okay. And it was this long form ad. And then at the end of the ad, it was an offer to book a call. Okay. So the original offer was like, I'll help you get in shape. Okay. The result is I spent $450 on ads. I got 9 leads at $50 cost per lead, 0 sales, 0 pickups and responses. Okay. So what happened here is generating attention. I didn't get a lot of top of funnel attention. I didn't get a lot of leads. Okay. No one was clicking on my ads and no one was interested. I remembered that I needed an offer. I didn't have an offer, but I had targeted eyeballs because Meta was taking care of that for me. Okay. I realized that it wasn't the people I was selling to, it was my offer. My offer was bad. Okay. So my new question was, what was the most attractive front end offer? So this is where I was kind of like thinking about, oh, reciprocity. Maybe I should offer something free up front to get people's data, to then educate that data. Okay. That I could present, that they wouldn't be able to refuse. Okay. So I pretty much made them an offer I can't refuse. And the best offer will always be a free offer if someone doesn't know who you are. Okay, I'm gonna do something free for you. Most people won't say no to a free thing. Okay, so I put together a great offer, which is just a free offer. Okay, thinking about reciprocity, I'm gonna do this. Okay, so my new offer was I will give you access to my free programs. Okay, I built out 4 different programs, 4 Excel files of whatever goals you're trying to do. If you're trying to lose fat, if you're trying to get strong, if you're trying to build muscle, or if you're trying to lose fat and gain muscle. Okay. So I built out these 4 programs and I said, hey, I will give you access to these for free. That is my offer to you on the ad. Okay. I spent $300. I got 220 leads at $1 cost per lead. Okay. You may think, oh my God, 220 leads to 10 sales. That sucks. Yeah. But on $300 I spent, I made 2 grand. This was a while ago. I felt like a god. I was like, oh my God, I cracked the system. I cracked the system. Okay. I had a 7x return on my investment, return on ad spend, 300 to 2000. Okay. So what I realized is what I was selling mattered more than how I was selling it. I was educating my audience with the depth of reciprocity I was achieving with free programs. People went through these free programs. They got educated because they were seeing how good these programs were. They were getting some success with them. They felt like it was the best for them. And then when I made that ask, hey, let's book a call, boom. Okay. It wasn't the fact that I was reaching the right people or that I wasn't reaching the right people. It was the fact that what I was offering was bad. So your goal with Meta is the following. Create a front-end offer that is free. This offer will be positioned around your new mechanism. Okay. So I know we talked about mechanism, we talked about offer, but you're going to have to make something free with reciprocity in mind. School community. Think school community. I don't want to hint school community, but think school community. Okay. 2, funnel people into this free thing. Then contact them and sell them on getting more help. Very simple. Generate attention, own their data so you can reach out to them. Okay. Make sure they're educated around your new mechanism. And then you just reach out to them and ask them to book a call. Boom. Okay. So school comes into play here. Okay. And in terms of education, there becomes kind of a bottleneck because if you have, for example, in this case, the problem I was having with this is when you have 220 leads, a lot of people won't really respond. And a lot of people, it's a little bit more difficult to get people educated off of 220 leads cold. So what I did is I positioned a lot of my stuff on YouTube, sending people YouTube links, going through that method. Okay. And I think YouTube is the best education machine right now. Okay. So this is the last part of the presentation. And in this portion, I just want to make sure that everyone understands that, these few simple tenets of generating attention, owning the data, educating the attention, and converting and CTAing. And the easiest and most leveraged way to generate attention is through paid acquisition. You can dig into the $1 trillion data pool that Meta is sitting on to make offers. Scraping your own data to reach out to prospects is unleveraged and non-targeted. Okay. If you look at Lemlist, for example, Lemlist is a cold email software where you have to put data into Lemlist. So you have to get lists of people, put it into Lemlist, and then you can send the email on Lemlist. So you have to get your own data, collect it yourself, and then put it into Lemlist. Okay. Lemlist doesn't own data. Their valuation is 150 million. If you look at Meta, for example, they own the data. They own $1.32 trillion worth of data based on advertising costs that they're getting. Okay. So this is a lot larger of a company because they own the data. So you can actually just dig into the $1 trillion pool of data that Meta has and sell things to them. Okay. Give away free educational assets, use the law of reciprocity to this data pool. Okay. And 4, you need to be building online as a creator. The creator wave is only getting more competitive. So you do this. I go into this very much so in depth with my partners, but you need to be building and kind of tackling ads as well as content yourself. Okay. So now to finish up, let's talk about how you can actually use the education machine called YouTube to educate people, because this is the highest leverage form of education. With education, there's so many, you can write a book, you can get a PDF, there's so many things you can do, but videos on YouTube are the best. Okay. Why? Because so many people use YouTube. My grandmother watches YouTube. All of my people, like my family members, watch YouTube. Everyone watches YouTube. And after YouTube, you don't feel like gross. It's educational. And so many people use it. You have to use it. Okay. So in a world where everyone is, focusing on short form brain rot style videos, like Alex Hormozy jump cut, okay, you can gain a large competitive advantage if you focus on long form. These videos can be 30 minutes to 5 hours long. Like, look at how long this video is. Very long. Okay. It ensures education. Rather than just pushing offers, you need to educate your audience regarding your mechanism and why your mechanism is the best in the industry. You can push offers with ads, like I said, but as long as that offer is leading to some level of education, then you are golden. Okay. Number 3, everyone and their mother uses YouTube. YouTube is actually beating Google in terms of general searching for topics. Okay. YouTube has more users than Instagram. Okay. People in Africa use YouTube. People all over the world use YouTube. Okay. So YouTube, more people are looking up things on YouTube rather than Google. Number 4, people don't feel bad after using YouTube. Compared to Instagram, you feel horrible after getting off the app. You scroll for an hour, you feel horrible. With YouTube, it is already positioned as an educational platform with real production style videos. Okay? Look at Mr. Beast. Okay? He makes these production style movies that you feel good watching. Okay? Number 5, time spent with someone equals likeness. Okay? If you spend 5 hours with a girl or 5 years with a girl, she's going to know you more. She's going to like you more. There's more time spent with that person. Robert Cialdini talks about this in his book, Influence, where a lot of the factors of if someone likes you is spent on how much time they have spent with you. Okay. If someone is watching a 1-minute reel, they would have to watch and binge several other reels in order to get the same likeness factor that one YouTube video can deliver. If you position your YouTube to have long form, unique, insight-based videos, educating people about your mechanism, and flood the channel with hundreds of videos, you will get people coming to you that will close without any objections. Okay. This is one of the highest forms of leverage, because once you can just educate people on a mass scale with ads pushing people to education and educate so many people, then you then you win. Okay? Look at the Bible, for example. You think, or Christianity, for example. How did Christianity build this massive cult-like following? Okay? It's actually very simple. They just wrote, so back then, the Bible, okay? The Bible was created, and the Bible is an educational asset. It educates people about the stories of Christianity. I'm religious myself, the stories of Christianity, how all that stuff works. People read that, they get educated, and then now they feel like they need to become Christian and make that their faith. Okay? 6, free impressions. My only problem with ads is that there's a cost factor to reach impressions. Usually $50 to $100 cost per CPM. So like cost per 1,000 impressions. Okay. With YouTube, with only 700 subs, I will get several thousand impressions for free. Several thousand impressions for free. So I can even show you if I go on my YouTube. We go manage videos. My analytics. Look at this. So in the past 30 days, 28 days, I had 234 hours of watch time. Okay. So 234 hours of people getting educated about what I do and how I do it. Okay. That's very powerful. Okay. And if you look at impressions, okay, 42,000 impressions, that would cost me roughly around, you know, cost per mile around, let's say, $100. Okay. That would cost me quite a bit of money. Okay. That would cost me, do the math, $4,000. Okay. Let's say $3,000 to $4,000 in order to reach, 42,000 people in terms of impressions. Okay. So you need to use YouTube as well as ads, especially ads off the jump. Okay. Um, when you're actually creating your assets on YouTube, start with your general knowledge. Okay. So we talked about skill sets, unique insights. Start with what you know. Create videos on what you know. If it's losing weight, if it's gaining muscle, think how to do X. Okay. Think how to do X. Don't think of like trying to be this entertainment style Jake Paul person. Think how to do something. Okay. One video a day for 1 year commitment. You will start you'll start pretty trash, but with every video you make, the process will refine. Try to do one small thing with each video to make the content better. If it is better scripting, better lighting, whatever it is, one thing to make the video better every time you make a new video. I got that tip from Mr. Beast. He scaled to 100,000 subscribers with his iPhone. Take that in, with his iPhone. Okay. And what he did, every video, he made one small tweak. And over time, 1,000 videos later, the videos become production style, quality, beautiful videos. Okay. What I did is I did a video a day for, I believe, just under a year. Okay. I deleted so many of them because I'm embarrassed that they're even up. But I had to start and I had to go through that process. Okay. And number 3, think utility. When people are starting, you will not be able to compete on attention and clickbait. For example, the Jake Paul style influencer entertainment style content, like you need to start as a tool. You don't want to start as this entertainment style person because you're not going to get that many clicks and you're not pushing people to something that you actually want them to be educated about. You don't want them to be educated about, oh, my trip to Miami. You want them to understand what you do and how you do it. Okay. Make it bare bones, make it as a tool. So, for example, when you go to Home Depot and you buy a tool like a drill, you don't expect that drill to entertain you. You expect that drill to be a utility and do the thing you bought it for. Okay. So, same with your content. You want it to be bare bones information. Like, look at this. This is a Google document, and I'm just highlighting things and talking. Okay. Then once you start to amass a larger audience, you can start to transition to more entertainment style as well with a mixture of entertainment, educational, etc. Okay. You can use Google Docs. You can use presentation stuff like Google Slides, all that sort of stuff. Okay. And then think about the funnel. So David Ogilvy stated, I spend 80 cents of the marketing dollar on the headline. So when someone, David Ogilvy was back in the 40s, or 30s, 40s, something like that. But the same principle applies. Okay. He spent 80 cents of the marketing dollar just on the headline. So think you're going to be getting clicks through your thumbnail and your title. So make these the best you can possibly make them. Then the next step is to retain the viewer by making a promise that the video you will deliver will actually deliver something, and then deliver on the actual promise that you told them you were going to say, that you were going to deliver on. Okay. So spend time to make your thumbnail and title the best you can possibly make them. I have editors that I do for some of my content that I give to my partners as well. And that's kind of what we do for YouTube. Okay. So think generating, owning, educating, and converting. You off the jump, would I recommend YouTube? Of course I would recommend YouTube, but it's going to take a lot of time to refine over time. I would start very bare bones with YouTube, make a commitment to do that for a year for yourself, post every day. And once you have enough educational assets, generating attention through, for example, ads, through Instagram ads, Facebook ads, that attention, once you've generated attention and you own that attention through a little bit of reciprocity, okay, you now send them these educational assets that are already linked on your YouTube, and people don't feel weird because it's just a YouTube link. Instead of like, oh, going to a back end page with a video on the page that is like on some weird video player, it feels weird. Okay, they're comfortable with YouTube. Okay, so this is my offer to you. Okay, so this was a very long masterclass. I'm honestly tired from talking for so long, but this is a long masterclass. Okay, we learned a lot today. Okay, we learned a lot, but growth and the amount of growth and success you will see is based on learning, but also the action that you get from the learnings that you've learned today. Okay, so if you take no action today, okay, you will not achieve any growth, and I can guarantee that to you. I can guarantee that you've learned a lot today for sure, but I can also guarantee that you won't see any success or growth if you don't take any action. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, this is the end of the masterclass. I'm going to share with you the FitX 5-tenant breakdown and how we pretty much work with partners. Okay, so this is our 5-month process. Everything we do is 5 months. I don't do anything month to month. I do everything for 5 months. The average client that works with us is already usually making around 8 to 10K per month. They've already made 10K per month, and they're looking to scale to 30, 40, 50K per month. Okay, and usually average, if someone's working with us at 10K a month, they will hit just shy of 45, just shy of 50K per month after 5 months. Okay, if someone is starting from total scratch and they have no experience, and they, for example, have no experience and they're starting from scratch, after 5 months, they'll hit 15K per month on average. Okay, how do we do that? Number one is I want to educate you. Okay, so if you join my process, my first thing I want to do is I want you to understand what we're doing before we do anything. So I give you all of my assets and I tell you to go lock yourself in a cave and read it. Okay, long assets, long Google documents that you're going to have to read through. Get a coffee, read through it. Okay, next is we select an NTP. So we spend a lot of time finding a specific market. We talked about the importance of markets. I usually give them specific markets that I've tested before because I have so much data. Okay, and we select and test certain NTP variations. So that's niche transformation price. So niche offer, and the price is kind of with the offer. Okay, we then go through and launch an acquisition system together. Okay, so once we have that acquisition system, we create a school on the back end. We help you with that. We do it all. We pretty much launched this acquisition system for you. I've probably built out 5 in the past couple of days that are already producing a ton of leads and producing a ton of conversations and educating people, most importantly. Okay, and we pretty much launched the system for you. This is mostly done through paid acquisition at the start with educational assets. So I'm going to show you right here. Okay. So we do paid, which is short term, and then organic, which is long term. So a lot of people will say, oh, oh, you know, they'll say, oh, we just want success long term. We want to guarantee success long term. I totally agree with that, but you also want some money short term. You don't want to be waiting for a year to make your first dollar online. If you want to do that, go ahead and just start posting on YouTube. And I guarantee you, after a year, you'll probably have some people that come to you and will ask you to work with you. Okay. If you are making educational assets. But if you want to accelerate that, we do a combination of the two. Okay. So we pretty much help you with this entire process. We script the ads for you, do everything, setting, closing calls, collecting cash. And then also there is a crossover. Okay. Like I said, with education. So we give you the 5 initial educational assets that you're actually going to need. This is a very vague kind of overview that you're going to need. So we can cross-pollinate the two. Okay. We then help with your entire backend. So this is a big process as well. We help with your entire backend. We build out the onboarding, fulfillment, retention model so that you can actually retain clients and downsell the upsell. And then actually scaling to larger ad budgets, making more money, and then potentially 50 to 100K a month if you are a longer term partner with us. Okay. So this is the process that we follow in order to get clients from 0 to 15K per month or 10 to 45, 50K per month. A lot of it is through placing talent and running that same system that I've been talking about for the past several hours. Okay. So if you're one of those people, and this is a very vague kind of overview of kind of what we do, how we do it. There's so many back-end stuff that I can show you guys. If you're one of those people and you've learned and you've made it to the end with me, take action. I'm gonna link my my Calendly below. Go down. You can book a call with me. We'll jump on the call. I'll show you what I do. I'll show you how I do it, and I'll see if maybe I can help. Thanks for watching, and that is the end of the masterclass. If you enjoyed and you actually got value from this, and you actually are going to implement this and use this data that I've given you, that has taken me years to accumulate, thank you. That's my biggest request, because you're going to see success with this. Maybe if you're at 0 and you just apply this stuff, you can easily get to 15, 20K per month. I have no doubt about it. And once you're at 15 to 20K per month, come to us. We'll scale you to 50. And that's pretty much it. Thanks for watching.